just install those components, popover, and this command. Let me just add in this. Okay, I'm just going to. Okay, so we have this installed, and now let me just copy these things, and we will replace whichever we don't want for the language. So here this should be changed to language, and here the name of this should be changed to language, and here inside after this form label for this form control, I'm just going to use this popover component, and here this popover trigger, it's going to be the form control that we just removed. So this is the form control, and inside this the button, I'm going to add in here this variant. Let's make this as outline, and the styling and all, I'm just going to add this one. So here this field dot value, then I'm just going to use this languages list. Okay, so for us to have this languages list, let me just create in here simple const thing. As of now we have only 2 list, but we can, if we have many, we can get it from our APIs and all that thing. So here this label is English, and the value, it's going to be code, and now the other things, label, it's going to be Telugu, and value, it's going to be TE. Let me just have this as the const. Okay, oh fine. So let me just go here and use this languages list which we just created, and if we have this field out value, so I'm just going to find this language against this language dot value matching to this field dot value dot label. So okay, so if not, so here I'm going to show this the text, which is the account dot the select language thing. Okay, this let me have this chevrons down, up down icon, and for this styling we'll just do it afterwards. So right after this trigger we will have this popover content, and inside this one, let's wrap in the command component, the command input component, the placeholder. Let's just add in this t of account dot search language, and I'm just going to close this. the command. So okay, so this is the thing. The search language, okay, it has to be LAN. Yep. So after this input, let's have if there is any empty result. So this is for this, and here the text that we have is account dot no language. And after this, the command group. So inside this, I'm just going to wrap everything inside the command list. So basically there we'll use the languages list that we prepared and use that accordingly. So let's have this command list imported, this command list, and inside this I'm going to use the languages array that we have and map this each language, and here this command item, I'm going to pass in this value for this as this language dot label, and key it's going to be this language dot value, and on select we are going to set the value of this language to this language dot value. Okay, and let's close this, and we'll have this check icon from Lucid React, and here in this let's add in some margin right, and height and width I'm going to set this to 4, and here if this language dot value is matching to this field dot value, then I'm just going to apply this opacity 100. So opacity, let's set this to 100, or else this opacity to 0. And let me just close this icon. After this we are going to display in here this language dot label. Let's just check this. Okay, and there is a small typo. This should be here. Now it should be just the one which is selected. Yep. Fine. So that is the thing. And finally here after this I'm going to add in this button component. The text of this button is going to be the account dot update button. So let me just, yep. Okay, fine. So this is the component, and now we need to style this to look better on the UI. So let me just start from this card component. Here this card, let's just apply the standard BG background and all that stuff. Okay, so BG background and no border, and also I don't want this shadow also, so let's apply this shadow none. Okay, fine. And the content of this div, let's have the space in the y direction, and now this one the content of this. Let's make this font to be uppercase, text to be extra small, and I want this text to be muted foreground. Okay, and the user image, the styling for this width, let's set this one to 20. If it's a medium width, I'm going to set this to 24. Even the height, let's set this to 24, and the profile image, I'm going to pass in this image. Okay, the class name, okay, this one I'm going to tweak this component later to pass in the additional styling for this. Once we tweak that, we are going to apply to this. And now for this the form, let's have the space in the y direction 6, and some margin top, and let's have this width to be full. Yep. And the max width, let's restrict it to 4 times extra large. Fine. And now this div, let's have space in the y direction, and if it's smaller, I'm going to have the more space, and let's say the width is going to be 4 full. Okay. And then the main div where we have all of the form fields, so let's make this display as a flex column or direction. If it's a smaller screen, make this as a row. Items, let's just center them and have this with full gap of 2, and if the smaller screen, let's have more gap. Okay, yep. So now this username, the form item that we have, let's have this width full. If it's a smaller, I'm going to assign this width to take off of the width. And this input, let's add this background to be muted, and the label, let's just add in text to be muted foreground, and I'm just going to add in this uppercase thing, text to be extra small. Fine, so that's for that, and same applies to this form item. Let's apply this width to be off, and also for this label, let's make this text to be muted foreground, text to be extra small and uppercase. And here for the input, let's add in this background to be muted. Okay, and after this, for this div as well, so it's going to be pretty much the same. Flex column, so if it's a smaller screen, it's going to be row. Let's center this item so with the full gap of 2, and if it's smaller, let's have this gap of 10. And for this item also, let's add in this width full. If it's a smaller width, I want it to take off of it. For label, text to be muted foreground and uppercase, and text, let's say this extra small. Fine. And the input, again, I'm just going to apply this background to be muted. The language part, this item, let's make this as a flex, and the column as a direction margin top, width full, and if it's smaller, let's ask this off of width. Okay, and this label also, let me just make this text muted foreground, uppercase, and text the extra small. Okay, and the button now, so basically this role I'm going to add in this the combo box, and the styling for this, let's add in the justify between, and if we don't have this field dot value, then I'm going to add this text muted foreground effect. And for this chevrons thing, let's add in some margin left and height and width 4, and shrink 0 thing, and opacity let's say 50. Okay, fine, that's the styling for this. And the popover content, let's add in this the align to be at the start, and the class name width, let's say this is going to be a full, and padding of 0. Fine, and yeah, pretty much I think this should be good. I think it's already looking good. So this is the thing that we have. And okay, this is the logic for I mean not the logic, just the component. And also for this button text, I want it to be white, and also this type, let's make this to be a submit. So this is the skeleton of this account. And now we need to create an endpoint. So basically all of these values, if the user changes this, we need to update this accordingly in our DB. Let's create an endpoint, kind of like, let's say, an edit inside this profile folder. Inside this profile folder, let's say the edit, and let's create this a new route.ts. and whatever we have here for this, let me just copy this. And for here, this is going to be pretty much common, unauthorized body, and here the result, instead of this schema, we are going to use this account info settings schema.save parts. If it's not success, then wrong data. And here I'm just going to extract this username, name, and the surname from this thing. And we are going to find the user, and if we don't have the user, I'm going to say not found. And here the existed username, so let's just check this one. So existed username, so user dot find unique. Instead of using ID, I'm going to use this username, and let's just remove this. So existed username, so if this existed username and this existed username dot id is not equals to user dot id, then we are going to return the error message that saying that taken username. And the status, I'm going to send this as the 402. Okay, so if that is not the case, then we are going to update the user db dot user dot update, and here we are going to find this record using this id, which it's going to be this user dot id, and I need to pass in this data, the name, surname, and the username. Okay, so we are going to update this, and here let me just pass in this result dot data, and this is going to be catch a db error. Okay, so this is the endpoint. So let me just remove this and let's go back to our account info. And here let's just create the mutation to update this accordingly with the endpoint that we just created. So here I'm just going to use this use a mutation hook, and let's first destructure this mutate function, and I'm going to name this as the edit profile. And here this is pending value. The mutation function, this thing, the updated data that we are going to pass in is going to be of type account info schema. And here let's try to make a call to the endpoint, which is this axios.post. The endpoint is /API profile edit, and here I'm going to pass this updated data. We can just typecast this one as this axios response of this account info setting schema, and I'm just going to return this data. Okay, fine. And then the callback functions on error, so this is going to be pretty much the same. So axios error, let's collect this error. So if this error dot response dot data, then this error dot response dot data, else I'm going to show this default message. Okay, and this toast, I need a toast. Let me just destructure this toast, and also I need a router and the update function from this use session hook. Router, this is going to be from this nextjs use router. Okay, fine. And here I need to just add in this toast title. It's going to be again the translations we need for the messages. Use translations, the messages. So this is going to be m of this error, and a variant I'm going to specify this to be destructive. Okay, so what is this issue? Error.response.data. Okay, here this is has to be arrow function. Now here on success, here let's get this response, which is going to be account info schema. And now here, if this response dot language is not equals to language, then I'm going to call this on select change callback function. So basically that again we need to use this use change local function, and here I can just use this on select change, and this one I'm just going to use it here. And for this one, let's just pass in the response.language as the TE, or it's going to be EN. And let's adjust. After this, trigger this update function, and I'm just going to refresh router dot refresh this one, and we need to add in this mutation key. So this mutation key is going to be profile edit. This is okay, this has to be this, that's why we have this error. Fine, okay, so that's the thing. And here on submit, let's just add in this data, which is going to be of type account info setting schema, and here I'm just going to pass in this edit profile or data for that. Okay, and this needs to be attached for this form on submit. Here on submit, form dot handle submit, and pass in this on submit callback function. And to this button, so I'm just going to change this, basically disable this based upon this is pending, and also here if it's pending, then I'm going to have this loading state icon component displayed, else this is what we are going to display. Okay, fine, so this is the component, and we can just test this. So let's try to test this one. Let's say I'm going to change this one to 1234, and surname test surname, and okay, first name I'm going to set this to first name. Okay, so let me just test this. Okay, and let me just check this in the DB npx Prisma Studio. So I'm just going to open this one. Here the user, so yep, so name, first name, surname, I just updated this, username 1234. Okay, so the update functionality, the endpoint which we just created is working fine, and this component, at least it's in good shape. So going to this our dashboard settings page, and after this thing, let's have some separator. So here I'm just going to add in some div, some padding of 4, and if it's smaller, let's say a thing, and let's use this separator component. So I'm just adding this separator component, and inside this let me just use this separator component, and after this we will have an option to delete the account thing and all. So for this I'm just going to create an account, not an account, the component inside this account folder itself. Let's name this one as delete account.tsx. So inside this, so basically what we are going to have it here is, let me just have a placeholder component for now. Okay, so make this as the use client, export const or delete account, and in here let's just return this one as some fragment, and going to this thing, Here I'm just going to add in this delete account component. Okay, so now we need to work on the component here. So this basically we'll have some instructions and the input for the email and a confirmation dialog, and then if he confirms then we are going to delete and all those services and endpoints. First let's have this the UI component. Later we'll have the service to handle this functionality. This delete account component also we will wrap inside this card, and here let's have this header and all that thing. So we have this translations also here, so let's use this use translations. Here this title would be settings dot account, and now inside this let's have the header, the card header, the title. Here I'm just going to add in this delete title as the thing. Okay, so that we have this delete account and the card or description. Here again I'm going to add in this delete description. Okay, after this the inside this card content we will have this form, and for this the schema we are going to prepare inside this schema folder. Let's create this delete account schema.ts. Okay, so this is going to be a simple one. Export const delete account schema, and this one let's just import this from jar. This one should be object email, it's going to be a string, and here this error message I'm just having this as a thing, and let's export this type delete account schema jet.infer type of delete account schema. Okay, so now we can just prepare this one. I'm just going to import that schema which we just prepared, const form, use this form component, and inside this let's have this schema, the resolver. I'm going to attach in this job resolver delete account schema, and this default values. The email I'm just going to set this to empty value. Okay, and let's just have the placeholder on submit function also here. This data it's going to be of type delete account schema. We will handle this on submit later. For now I'm just going to console this data. Okay, so now the content of this card, it's going to be the form component, and wrap in this form, and here on submit function. So I'm just going to call in this handle submit and pass in this on submit thing. In styling I'll just do this later, and now inside this div we'll have this form field, the control which it's going to be form.control, name it's going to be this email, and render let's have this field, and here the form item, and inside this the label the label we are going to have this delete underscore label which we have created, and this needs to be closed. So let me just close this to ignore the error. And after this, the form control, inside this I'm just going to add in this input component, and a placeholder. This it's going to be this delete placeholder, and attach in this the other field, and let me just close this. Okay, and after this I'm just going to add in this form message the error, whatever if we have this errors. After this div, we will have this dialog, just kind of for the confirmation that will be displaying here. This dialog trigger we are going to wrap in this the button inside this. So here the button, and inside this the text, it's going to be the delete button text. Okay, and after this the content dialog content, this should will have this header. The header I'm going to add in this title as this dialog.title, which we created specifically for this title or dialog. So dialog title, and here let's use this t of this dialog.title. Okay, and after this dialog or description, so here inside this let me just have this t of dialog.description. Okay, that's going to be header, and I'm just going to add in this warning text. This one let's add in a simple warning component. So I'm just going to create a custom component inside our UI folder. Let's name this as warning.tsx, make this as a client side component, and for this this one the props. So let's extend this from our div element HTML attributes. This is going to be HTML div element. Okay, and here just additionally I'm just going to add in the optional id icon, and here let's create this component warning. We are going to wrap this inside this forward ref of this div element, and attach in this props. And now inside this the reference. Okay, so here I'm just going to return here this div. Here this class name, children, the id icon, then other props I'm just going to pass in, and this is going to be of type from this props. Okay, and also let's just get this translations, or use translations of this common, and let's make this import react. Okay, fine. And inside this it's going to be so simple. So if this not hide icon, and here this div, so inside this I'm just going to add in this alert the triangle icon, and after this let's add in this warning text. So small p tag. Okay, so here I'm just adding this. Okay, fine. Now coming down to this styling and also this reference, I need to attach this thing. The styling for this, let's use this cn, and margin I'm just going to add, so just the padding in the x direction and in y direction also. So border, let's add in this destructive. The border rounded should be a medium, and let's have this small shadow effect, and the background should be destructive by 80, and this dark, let's add this background destructive by 40, and the text, let's say destructive foreground of display to be flex, and direction to be column, gap of 2, and additionally whatever the class name that we get, I'm just passing into this div. Okay, and the other props also I'm just going to pass in as this div, and for this one let's just make this flex items. I'm just going to center this, and a gap of 2, font to be a semi bold. Okay, you'll just see this in action just in a while, and here the attach the children. Okay, so this is the component, and we are going to export this and see this in action. Warning dot display name, it's going to be this warning, and export default warning. Okay, so this one, let's import this component, and I can just show this in action. So basically let's see this. So this is the thing, the warning component which we just created, and here I'm just going to add in this the text that we don't have. I'm just going to add that. So this is going to be dialog dot warning. Okay, and after this we will have the button kind of which says to delete, and on click I'm just going to call this form dot handle submit. On submit the placeholder function which we had it, and size it's going to be larger, and this variant, let's make this one to be a destructive, and here on this let's add in this text as this dialog dot button. Okay, yep, this is the content of this the dialog, and just now the coming down to styling, so it's going to be pretty much the straightforward. bg, let's make this background, no border, and also shadow also I do not want, and max width it can take is 2 times extra large. Okay, and the content here, let's add some padding at the top 0, and even this one I'm just applying no padding. Coming down to this form, let's have this space in the y direction, width let's make this as full, and maximum width as a smaller. Okay, and for this div, so I can just close this one. So for this div, let's have the space in y direction. If it's a smaller, in the space in the y direction more, and let's have this width full. Okay, and for this form item, let's make this one width to be full. And this label, let's make this text muted foreground, and the uppercase and text size to be extra small. And finally this the button. So here this will be disabled if this form state is not valid, and the type of this, it's going to be a button, and a variant, let's make this destructive, and styling, let's just leave this as it is for now. Okay, and this dialog title, and also if this is disabled, so let me just for now comment this. So if I open this this dialog title, text should be destructive. Okay, and yeah, I think almost we are done with this delete account placeholder component. This is how it's going to look. So this one I'm just going to handle this, and this messages we need to add in so we don't see this issue. So the messages, let's just add in whichever are missing in this common thing. So I'm just going to add in here this warning warning text. Yep, so now we are seeing this warning message, and also there are a lot of things that we left it as pending. So in here after this, let me just add in this language, which is going to say please select a language, and this one it's going to be choose one. I'm going to say here please select one of the options. Okay, fine. And this one also I just need to add it to this version here, and also the warning thing. So let me just add in this warning thing also to this common section. So maybe we might have missed a few other things. We can just add that afterwards. Now so looking at this account page, we are almost in place, and this add user image, I need to tweak that component. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in this additional prop or the styling that we can pass the class name and make this as optional. So here I'm just going to destructure those. So once I receive that, let me just pass that one. to this button component, and for us to make this dynamic I need to wrap this one inside cn. So, and also this one, let me change this, and I need to import this cn from this utils, and additionally I'm just going to pass in the class name that we are going to get, and also I'm going to make this one as this group. Okay, and also below this user, let me add in a div which kind of will have this camera icon and a size of 20, and here I'm just going to add in this text t of hover. Okay, and for this I'm just going to add in this group hover effect, just of the opacity 80 and transition, let's add in this opacity for this duration 200, and apply this opacity to 0, and width, let's make this as a full, height also full and absolute. Background, make this as a black, make this as a flex. Justify, let's center this, and items I'm going to center this, make this a flex column, and a gap of 1, text to be extra small, and text color, let's make this one to be white. This one, so if I just refresh, this should be, yep, on our this is what we are adding in here for this group hover, and that's the thing. And now I can just pass in the styling for this add user image thing, so which I commented this one, I can uncomment this now. Yep, so it's looking better, and on hovering we have this profile image and the text is not present, that's why it is here. So once we add this, we should be good to add a photo using this component.
Now here this user component at the top right, we need to pass in the profile image. For that, let me just add in a props for this. So interface props and the profile image, let me just make this as optional. It can be either of type string or null. Let's just destructure them. Props the profile image. Okay, and here wherever we have this user avatar, so I'm just going to change this here. If we have this profile image, let's display the image, else I'm going to display user avatar. So here I'm just going to replace this, and here this is going to be the image component. Thus let's import this image, and so it's going to be the profile image. The alt text, I'm going to say this as the profile image, and styling, let's just have this height and width set to 10, and around it to be full and object cover. width, let's set this to 300, and height I'm going to set this to 300. Okay, so this is the thing, and here where we are using this, I need to pass in the profile image. So that can be done using just, let's have this session await get auth session, and here for this profile image I can just pass in this session dot user dot image, and I need to make this one asynchronous. Okay, so let's just make this one, and now here on the right hand side we should see, so let me just refresh this. Yep, so here we have this profile image. Fine, so we added the profile image in our user dropdown component as well. So now let's just focus on writing the endpoint to delete the account. So here inside this profile, let me create a new folder for deleting. So this is delete, and inside I'm just going to create a route.ts. okay, and whatever we have for deleting this profile image, I'm just going to copy this and we'll just tweak accordingly. So in here this session checking for this and this, fine, and after this let me get this user using this session. So session dot user, and I'm going to destructure here this email, and let's me rename this to user email. Okay, and after this we get this body, and this is going to be of type unknown. Await request dot json, and let's try to parse this result with our delete account schema. So I'm just going to parse this body, and once we have this so basically if it's not success, then we are going to return with error message. The error message is going to be errors dot wrong data that we received, and the status I'm going to pass in 401. okay, so that's the thing, and if it's successful in here we'll just find this user, and if it's not user we are going to say user not found, and after this we are just going to delete the user, and here the id, it's going to be user.id. okay, and once we delete that, and here the status the message that we will return is going to be okay, and status code 200. This is the endpoint to delete the user, and now this one we need to add this one into our delete account component. So just go into this delete account component, and here let's add in a props for this, the email that I will be sending to this component. Interface props, this is going to be the user email, which is what we need as an input for our endpoint, and here let me just restructure that. User email. Okay, this one, let's just run this again, and we are going to log in. So okay, so let me just sign in. Okay, fine. So we are on to dashboard, and let's go to our settings page. Fine. So here now I need to create a function using this use mutation, and let me just destructure this. Mutate, this is going to be delete profile, and is pending. So in here the mutation function, let's make this as a asynchronous, and this form data, it's going to be of type this delete account schema, and here let's just call the endpoint which we just prepared, axios dot post, and here this the endpoint is api slash profile or data, and here I'm going to pass in this form data. Let's just typecast this one to axios response of this delete account schema, and I'm just going to return this data. Okay, fine. And here in this on error callback functions, so it's going to be pretty much the same which we just added. So let me just add in this axios error, and inside this the response dot data. So here this error response dot data, or else the message, it's going to be errors dot default, and will just show in the toast message. So let me just import whatever I need. So first is this toast, using this use toast from this hooks which we have. So here, and also the messages that I want to showcase using this translations messages, and I need the language, so we will use this use local, and then this for now, yes. Okay, so now just going back here in this on error, we'll just show this toast message, this title, it's going to be m of error, and variant, this is going to be destructive. Okay, fine. And now here in this on success callback function, let's make this one as asynchronous, and here first let's show the success title message. So here the success message, this is going to be a success dot deleted info, and after this I'm just going to call in this sign out function, and the callback URL we are going to add in this window dot origin or location dot origin slash this language. Okay, this is the thing, and I'm just going to add in this mutation key. This is going to be delete profile. This is the endpoint, and now here let me just move this here, and instead of this consoling, I can just call this delete profile and pass in this data. Okay, so we just added the delete endpoint here, and the button where we have this delete. Okay, so now this would be disabled if it's pending, and on click we added this, and let's add in this status here. Basically, if it's pending, then we will show this loading state, and I'm going to add in this loading text as this dialog dot pending button, and if it's not pending, so we will just show this dialog button text. Okay, yeah, this one I just need to remove this. Fine, so this is the thing. So just we added the endpoint to delete, and now we added the email for this. So this component, so just going to this settings page, I just need to add in here the user email, which it's going to be the session dot user dot email, and also in this what is this issue? Okay, fine. And in this account info component, also here let's add in this text for this, the loading text like we just added. So here instead of this, I'm just going to add in to for this account dot pending button. So this text and all we will just add if it's missing in our messages eventually. Okay, so now to just test this, I need to input here this email. So just opening this one. So let's say I wanted to delete this one. Okay, so I'm just taking this okay, not this account. So let's this is the thing. So let's enter this and clicking on this delete, and when I click this delete my account, okay, did I give this wrong endpoint? Yes. This delete account, okay, this is going to be profile slash delete. Okay, so that's why we received an error. Now let's try this again. So delete account, yes, it is deleted, and now just going to this, we don't have that, and whatever related to the workspace and the other entries in the table also it's removed. So now we can just sign in again. So let me just sign in with GitHub again. Okay, we did not complete this one, so let me just add in these details for study, and here I'm just going to add in this 1 2 3 4 5, and this one I'm just leaving this as a without image, and then let's start this, and now we should be to dashboard. Yep. Okay, fine. Now if you just see the entry in this thing, we have this the surname, whatever we just entered and all, that's fine. So the delete API to delete the account is working, and just to be on the cautious side, I can just add in this one inside this delete account thing, whether to enable this button or not based upon the form status, but that's fine. Okay, and the next thing that we will focus on is the security page, where we will try to add in a option to allow the user change the password if they did log in via the email and that functionality. So for us to add, I'm going to create components related to security inside the new folder like we did for account and the themes. So let's create here the security, and here we will have a card for our security and the change password component, and then we will use this one inside our security settings page. So let me just create in here the security card, and then this security this change password component, which will be again a form for us to change. This one, let's just make a simple component, and then const security card, and so here let me just again we are going to wrap everything inside this card. So let's just go to our security section, and instead of this one I'm going to replace this one with the security card which we just created, and I will start developing this component. Okay, so inside in this again, so whatever we had for other things, the card header and all of that, it's going to be pretty much the same. So the styling, so just let me just go to this settings page. Okay, that's what we have. So let me just apply this styling for this main card, and also now inside this the card header. For this we need to add in the titles and all of that. So just let's go to this messages, and here in the settings after the account, let me add in for the security, the title, which it's going to be security, and the description. So here I'm going to say that you can change your password here. I'm just going to add in some instructions like remember that it should contain at least the 6 characters and at least one uppercase letter and one lowercase letter, one upper and lowercase letter, and at least one number, just the constraint which we just added in our job schema. Okay, this is going to be description, and here this warning I'm going to add in here. This first, the password can be changed. So basically only for email login will showcase this messages and all, and the second thing, only for accounts created through the form on the site, that is this using email login. And the third thing, if you have created an account via a Google or GitHub button, so this is just the messages that will show if he's trying to change the password when he did log in using these providers. And the fourth message, I'm just going to add in this, it's not possible to change the password. And finally, the fifth one in message, due to another method of account authorization. Okay, these are the warning messages. And now for the form, here this current label, this is going to be the current password, and the placeholder, this is going to be the current password. Okay, and after this we'll have this new just same thing. So let's have this one, except the value text will be changing. So instead of this is going to be a new password, and here it's going to be a new password. And after this, the confirm thing, so let's say this the repeat the new password, and in here again I'm going to change this to confirm password, and this one as well, confirm password. Then finally we'll have this button which kind of says the change password on it. So this is button for that, and the button pending status message, which it's going to be changing password. Okay, this is for the security, so I'm just going to use this one and add into this as well. Here let me just add in this security. Okay, fine. And also the other things we can just add in if you're missing something later. Now we added this one, so let's just go back to our security card component, and inside this I'm just going to use this messages which we just added. Use translations. This is going to be settings dot security, and here this the header, the message, it's going to be the title, the security, yep, and the card description. This one, this is going to be T of descriptions, and just styling this text. Let's just make this 2 times extra large, just common like we added for others. Headers, leading none, and tracking to be a title. Okay, fine. So that's the thing. And for this description, so let me just make this text base, and a max width 3 times extra large, and I'm just going to apply these break words. Okay, fine. Then after this, the card content, the header, let me just add in this card content, and in here I'm going to wrap this inside this warning component, and let's add in this the yellow color, and the styling, let's say margin in the y direction and some margin at the bottom, which is smaller screen, more margin at the bottom. And this one, the component, I'm just going to change this component to add in this yellow. So basically for warning we don't want the red color, so let me just add in here this optional prop. This is going to be yellow, and here let me just restructure this yellow color. And so here basically in here let me just make this again this dynamic. So let me just change this to backtext, and here let's add in this if so basically it's yellow, it's on, so the background we will apply this yellow color by 10, and border also it's going to be yellow color 400. And if not, let's add in this bg destructive by 10. So basically yep, so just that's the addition. And also here this div also let's make this one also the dynamic styling. So inside this let me change this one. So even if this yellow, so text I'm going to change this to yellow color 400. If not text, let's keep this as the destructive. Okay, so that's the small change. And going to this security card, and now inside this I'm just going to add in this the messages that we added. So basically this t of warning dot first, and okay and also this span, I think the color of this should be changed, we are not able to see on the screen. And after this t of warning dot second. Okay, that's fine. I'm just going to change the color here, this warning dot third, and finally this thing, so warning dot fourth. Warning dot fourth, and we have final one more thing. So let me just add in here the fifth one. Okay, so just going back to this, the component, the text color needs to be changed. Yeah, instead of this one destructive foreground, let me just change this to secondary foreground. Yep, now they are okay, fine. That's the thing. So I'm just showcasing this one, and after this warning messages, we will add in a component for changing the password form. So that one we are going to create inside this file. And first let's make this as the client component, and this one also. So this is going to be a simple form component with the 3 fields for old password, new password, and the confirm password form. And this one also, let's just wrap this inside a form, and for this also we need to have a schema. So let's just go to our schema and create in here this new schema. For this, change password schema.ts, and we already know it needs 3 fields. So export const change password schema, which it's going to be a jarred object. So here basically this current password, I'm just going to rename this to password, and this new password, let me just rename this also to password, and the repeat password, this one let's change this to string. Okay, so here I'm just going to apply this refine now data. So here this data dot new password should match to this data dot repeat password, and if not, the message that I'm going to show is schema dot password not the same. We'll need to add this message, and here this path I'm going to add in this repeat password, and same thing. So let's just copy this one for new and the current password as well. So here instead of this repeat password, let's add in this current password, and this one, the path is a new password. Okay, this password, so basically I can just create this as a separate thing inside our sign in schema. So basically here I'm just going to import this is going to be a string, and just the normal validations, I'm just going to add in this. You can just refer this the code that I'm going to attach in. So minimum length 6, and it should have the uppercase, and it should have lowercase, and it should have 1 digit. Okay, that's the thing. And here let's just import this one from sign in schema. Okay, so this is the schema for us for changing the password. Now going to this change password, we have this schema. Now I can just create in here this form, use a form hook, and here, okay, and I need to export that one. So export type change password schema, which it's going to be the type of the change password schema. So now going back here, this is going to be of type this change password schema, and inside this let's attach in the resolver this jot resolver, and we are going to pass in this change password schema default value. So let's just pass for all of that the empty string. This is going to be this repeat password. Okay, fine. And now let's have the form created, this the form. Let me just import this and attach this form, and inside this on submit I'm going to add in this later. So here this div, and here I'm going to add in this first form field the control form dot control, and the name, it's going to be the current password, and let's render this field, and this one we will have this form item, and let me just close this thing, and also here after this a warning, let me just import this change password component. Okay, fine, and let's start let's continue developing this one. So after this form item, here I need to have this label. So the label text, it's going to be t of, so again this translations and all that thing we need to have. This is going to be a translations of the settings dot security. So this one, it's going to be t of the current dot label. Okay, what is the issue? Okay, it should be in the form. Okay, yep, so the label is current password, and after this the form control, and inside this the input component, this type it's going to be a password, and the styling, let's just make this background to be muted, and placeholder we have this title for this as well, current dot placeholder, and let me just pass in this field. Okay, so this is the thing, current password, and after this I'm just going to add in this form message component. Okay, so let me just take in and also the styling for this form item. So let's make this width to be a full, and for this label the text muted, a foreground text to be extra small, and it should be uppercase. Okay, fine, and now I'm just going to copy this one, and we'll add in for the new password and repeat password as well. So just below this, so this one, let's change this to new password, and the label, it's going to be a new dot label, and here as well this is going to change this to new dot placeholder. Okay, and this one should change to repeat password, and this one also, the label should change to repeat dot label, repeat dot placeholder. Okay, what is the issue? Okay, too many clients, Prisma clients. If I just set this one to production environment, we'll just have one global Prisma client, but that's fine. Okay, fine. This is for a repeat password, so let's just go to settings, and here the security. Okay, the current password, new password, and the confirm password. Okay, then after this we'll just have this button, and here the text name, the text color, it's going to be white color. And for now let's add in this text as this button pending, or just the button. Okay, fine, so that's the thing. And the styling to this form, let's just add in here the space in y direction, 6, and padding of 0. And if it's a smaller screen, let's have this padding of 0 again, width to be full and maximum width medium. Okay, fine. And here for this div, space in the y direction 2, and if it's a smaller screen, space in the y direction 4, and width, let's make this full. Okay, fine. Yeah, that's pretty much here this component. Now the thing is, we need to create an endpoint which helps us to change this password. So that one, in our profile folder, let me just create a new folder for that. Change password, and inside this I'm just going to create a new route.ts, and let's just try to create an endpoint for that. So whatever we have here, I'm just going to take this one and use this and try to change this one. The session is this one, and this is pretty much the same. Expect this one, and result, I'm just going to use our schema, this change password schema, and safely pass this. If it's not successful, we're just going to return this. And here let's collect our values, the new password and the current password. And after that, we're just going to find this user, and if it's not the user not found, we're going to return this. And also so basically here, if this user dot the hashed password is not present, so I can just say this as this errors dot no password. So I'm just going to return this one, and status code as the 406. Okay, and now the password match, which it's going to be say bcrypt. I'm just going to import this one. From this bcrypt library, and here I'm just going to use this compare, and use this current password, and compare this one to hashed password. So if we don't have this password match, then I'm going to return saying that your current password is not matching to whatever we have in our records. Okay, something like that. So here this is going to be errors dot password mismatch, and the status code that will be sending is the 402. So this is the thing, and after this let's just get this hashed password. Here I'm just going to use this bcrypt and hash this one, this new password, and after this the updated user, we are going to update instead of this thing the hashed password. So I'm just passing that, and after that we are going to return this updated user, and if there is any error, db error, this is what we'll have. Okay, so this is the endpoint, and here let's just remove unused thing. So now let's just go back to our the change password. So here I'm just going to have this mutation created, and before that let's get this messages. use translations of the messages and the toast that will be showcasing the success or failure messages. And also this router, use a router from this nextjs. Okay, so let's now create this function, use mutation, and here let's destructure this mutate and rename this to change password, and is pending. Okay, fine. Inside this it's going to be pretty much straightforward. The data that we are going to send in, it's going to be the change password schema, and here we are just going to make a call to the endpoint, await this axios.post, and the endpoint, it's going to be api slash profile change password, and pass in this form data. Okay, and this just typecast this one to axios response of this user from this Prisma client. Okay, fine, and then I'm just going to return this data, and after this on error callback function, this error, if it's which is going to be of type this axios error. And now inside this, so whatever we added for this delete account thing, I'm just going to take this, now go to this here and use this the same. This is going to be the error toast, and now on success, let's make this as asynchronous, and here I'm going to add in this title, so which it's going to be success dot deleted for now changed password. Okay, so I'm just going to add in this later, changed a password. Okay, and I'm just going to refresh this router, and we will just reset this form values. Okay, and this mutation key, this is going to be the change password. Fine, so this is the simple mutation function, and now I can just create in here this on submit function. This data, it's going to be of type change password schema, and all I'm going to do is call this function and pass this data, and we need to add this on submit function here, form dot handle submit, and pass in this on submit function. In this button text and all, I can just change that one depending upon is pending status. So basically this would be disabled if we are in this pending. Okay, and also here let's, based upon this is pending, then this is going to be a loading state component with loading text. I'm just going to add in here this one button pending, and let me just close this, else this is going to be just this button text, and let me just remove this. Okay, so this is the component, and to change the password, and so this is going to work out. So as of now we logged in using providers, that's fine. It's just this straightforward logic, so don't have to worry about testing and all. So we added in this security card and the change password form on the API for us to handle this. So the The next thing that we wanted to focus on, and also here this bread crumb, let's suggest breadcrumb component. I just wanted to add in some transition colors thing. So inside this components header, okay, so for this one, let me just add in some padding in the white direction as well, and also the transition colors, and for the duration of 200 on hover the background, let's apply this accent color. Okay, fine, yeah, so this is the thing, that's fine. And also here this text that we have, I can just make this one to be font bold and text primary color, and padding in the x direction also too. Yeah, okay, just the distinction between the other thing that we are on this current page. Okay, so fine, after this let's try to focus the layout that we need for our the mobile as well. So basically if I just try reducing this, you can see now it's not looking great here, this and all, so I need to adjust this one for mobile layout as well. Let's first create a simple the context or the toggling sidebar provider to handle that, to open or close when we are in the mobile layout. So in our the context folder, let me just create a new file for this toggle sidebar.tsx, and here I can just create make this client component, and the props for this it's going to be children, which it's going to be react node, and the toggle sidebar context, so that will have the is open and the callback function to toggle that. So toggle sidebar context, so this is open, which is going to be boolean, and set is open, this it's going to be a react dot dispatch of react dot set state action of boolean type. And after this let me just create this constant context using this create context thing. So toggle sidebar context, create a context, and this is going to be of type this toggle sidebar context or null. Initially let me just set this value to null. Okay, and here let's export this sidebar provider, toggle sidebar provider, and here this children of this props, and here now inside this state variable, so is open, set is open, and we will set this to false initially, and we are going to return this toggle sidebar context provider by attaching in this values is open and set is open, and inside this we'll just wrap in this children. So this is what we will wrap the children's the sidebar components inside this, and then this hook, so use toggle sidebar, and here I'm just going to have this context, use context thing, and pass in this toggle sidebar context. So if it's not in the scope, so I'm just going to throw this error saying this invalid use, something like this. And I'm just going to return this context. Okay, so this is the toggle sidebar provider. So now where we need to wrap this one is basically in our main layout, in our dashboard. So here, so wherever we have uh, this sidebar, I just need to wrap this one inside this toggle sidebar provider. And let's just move all of this main. Let's change this thing later on, but this is how we will have this is open set open context value inside this. Okay, so fine. And now we have the state tracking. Going to the sidebar component, here this main sidebar, I need to add in now the option to close and use this is open value, and accordingly showcase this the indicator to open it and all. So first let's just have the simple component for closing this sidebar. So I'm just going to create in here this sidebar close sidebar.tsx. So here let's name this as close sidebar, and inside this let's just use this context. So use toggle sidebar, and I'm just going to get those values is open, set is open. And here this is going to be a simple button component. So the button, so on click I wanted to set this is open to false. So set is open to false. And the styling, so let's make this one to be absolute, and this right to be like negative 2.5 REMs, and the top to be at the 10 Z-index, let's say 10, and rounded or the top left section I don't want anything. And if it's a larger screen I'm going to hide this, and if it's not open, then I'm going to hide this hidden. Okay, else let's just have this thing fine. And now inside this button and also size of this, let's make this one to be of icon size, and this variant it's going to be secondary. So inside this button I'm just going to have this icon, which is this panel left close icon. Okay, yep. So let's use this component inside this sidebar. So basically let me just wrap this one inside this fragment. So here I'm just wrapping this inside this fragment, and even this one I need to make this styles dynamic based upon this values. So use toggle sidebar, and then just let me get this is open set is open callback function. So I'm just changing this, and also we need to make this one as a client component since we are using the context API. Okay, fine. So here I'm just going to make this stylings also the dynamic. So whatever we had before, the overflow hidden, so fixed Z20 top this one, let's just have that as it is. And here except this one, make this as a flex, and if it's a larger screen I'm going to translate this to x0 position and add in this transition all, and the duration let's say 300. Okay, and here if it's open let's apply this shadow small effect. If not, the translate x to negative 100%. Okay, just to hide that. Now inside this I'm just going to add in this close sidebar component which we just created, and also after this I'm going to add in a simple div. So let me just close this. Here on click, so basically this is to set is open to false, and again this styling also it's going to be pretty much the same, fixed height of a screen, and width let's make this full, top to be 0, left also 0 top left. Okay, and a background to be black by 80, and z index let's say 40, and if it's a larger screen it's going to be hidden, and here if it's open this is going to be a block, else this is going to be hidden. Okay, so this is the thing. So let me just test this. So here if I just try to change this, so we have this one, you can see that it's hiding, and on just opening we have this transition effect translating in to 0 position, which was from 100. Okay, fine. Same way I need to now add in for the opening the sidebar. So that one let me just create in our header. So here I'm just going to create in this new component called open sidebar.tsx. Make this one also the client side, and this one it's going to be again this button, but to open it, open sidebar, and I need here this use toggle sidebar callback function to set that to true. Set is open. Okay, and here this written, so let's have this button, and on click I'm going to set this one to open, so let's just set this to true, and inside this I'm just going to have this panel left open icon, and styling to this now let's just add this text muted foreground, and if it's a larger I'm just going to hide this, and variant let's make this one to be a ghost, and the size of this it's going to be icon. Okay, so this is the simple toggle opening the sidebar component, and this one I just wanted to add it to this header. Here whatever we had let's change this one margin bottom little bit more and add this gap of 2, and inside this I'm just going to wrap inside this one more div, make this as a flex, and items, so let's center this and have this gap of 2, and inside I'll have this the open sidebar component alongside this welcoming and this breadcrumb. So let's just add it here. Okay, fine. So let's just see this one, this open sidebar. So if I just inspect this one and try to change this, this is the thing icon which is going to help me open this. This styling and all I'm just going to change this, no need to worry about that, but at least now we have in here the open thing, and this is to close. This is what we just added.
styling wise a lot of correction needs to be done. Let's just not worry much about that. And the welcoming component, let's just move this one to components, a common folder. So I'm just going to create in here this common, and whatever we had here, this welcoming, I'm just going to move this to common, so it's going to be common for all of the dashboard. So that's why, so I'm just going to update this imports, and here I wanted to add in a props for this, whether should be hide on mobile or hide on desktop, and all of those things, so that will show only when we are on a bigger screen. Okay, so for us to control this one, so this interface, I'm just going to extend this react dot the html attributes of development, div element, and inside this I'm going to add in this hide on mobile, which all of this I'm going to make this as optional, but we can add in so this one hide on the desktop, this is going to be again a boolean. Then this show only on path, so only just to show only on specific path, this is for that. So again this is going to be string. So now I can just wrap this also inside this, so let me just wrap this one inside this forward ref, so react dot forward ref, and here I'm going to pass in this div element and alongside the props, and now inside this, so let's add in this reference, and we are going to have this components, so basically I can just return this so that we don't see this error, and I need to add in this import react command. Okay, fine. And this one, so we are going to change this, so whatever I have here before, let me just copy all of this into this one, and we will just remove this one completely. Okay, fine. So here we have this path name, and here if show let me just get those things here. So this class name, this hide on mobile, and this hide on desktop values, and this show only on path, and the other props I'm just going to destructure here, show only path, and if the path name is not equal to show only path, then we are going to return null, else let's try returning the things that we have below. So I'm just going to take this completely out of this, and add in this else block, and let's just remove this part completely. So in here, so I need to attach in the ref for this the reference, and also the class name. So let me just make this dynamic. So I'm just going to import this one, and whatever we had before, space in y direction, let's just keep this. And now if hide on desktop is true, then on the larger screen we are going to hide it, else let's just leave this as it is. And now the same thing, if hide on mobile is true, so then I'm going to hide this, and on larger screens let's just show this and add in this. Okay, and additionally whatever the stylings that we receive as the props, we are just going to add in for that. And The other props I'm just going to pass in this as it is, and the remaining things I'm just going to leave that as it is. And now the welcoming, so I just need to export this one. So this welcoming dot display name, it's going to be this welcoming, and let's export this default welcoming component. Okay, fine. And now here in this dashboard, I need to change this one, since this is the default import. And also let me just pass in here the props like the hide on mobile, true, and show only path. It's going to be this dashboard. Okay, that's the change inside this one. So basically if we just go to this thing, so if I try to inspect this, and you can see now we are hiding in this mobile mode, and this is the thing, the icons on the top and this bottom icons, we will adjust the height and all of those things. No need to worry about that. Okay, fine. So if I just open this any other page settings and try to minimize this, and this breadcrumbs also, let me just make this one the flex wrap. Okay, so that's the thing, and we just modified the welcoming component and added it to our header. And now just going to this main layout or dashboard layout in here, for this one let's just have this overflow to be hidden, and whatever this one and I am going to add in this tailwind scroll bar dependency so that it hides that. So basically I'm just going to add in this tailwind scroll bar component, and that's added. And now we need to configure this one in our plugins. So here require this tailwind scroll bar. Okay, so now just going back here, I'm just going to add in this scroll bar to be thin, and this scroll bar, let's apply this thumb muted foreground, and the scroll bar track secondary color. Okay, so this is for that. And here this one, the height needs to be adjusted, so let me just check that. Okay, so just going to this sidebar, this aside component, this one, did we remove this height full? Yep, looks like so. I'm just going to add in this height full. Okay, now it's looking good, whatever we had. So this is to close this one, and opening we have this sidebar. Okay, fine. And just let's go back to this layout. So that's the change in this layout. So we just added the toggle sidebar provider, and in this page now, rather than having this dashboard text, I can just add in here the welcoming component. So here this welcoming component, and hide on desktop, and the class name, I'm just going to pass in this padding in x direction and y. So if I just go to this home now, we have this. Okay, fine. And also let's see the other pages. So if I just open here, go to the settings, see this theme. So if I just, okay, it's not that great. So going to this theme component, inside this settings, this theme, the theme card. So let me just whatever which we set this width to be 72 and all, let's change this one and so basically I'm going to change this to and make this width full, and maximum width, let's make this a smaller, and if it's a smaller thing, maximum width, let's make this large, and a smaller, let's calculate this thing. So basically width, I'm going to calculate here the 100% by 2, and just subtract this one by 1.5 rems, and if it's the extra large, the width, I'm going to also calculate this dynamically. So here this one as well, 100% by 3, and let's just subtract this one by 1.5 rems. Okay, fine. So this should change the thing that we have, and also just going to this theme component, let me just apply this. Instead of flex row, I'm going to change this to flex wrap, and justify, I'm going to add in the center. Okay, fine, at least it's looking better. Okay, so that's just a small change to look better on a smaller screen for the theme page. Next thing that I wanted to focus on, so basically we have this sidebar closing and all, that's good. So next thing that I wanted to focus on is the adding new workspaces as part of this sidebar itself here. So for us to get started with the adding a new sidebar, new workspace as part of the sidebar, I'm going to create the new folder inside this shortcut sidebar. So basically here, let me just create in here this new folder called new workspace, and here we need to have two things: one, a button to add a workspace, and the other, a form to enter the title of our workspace and all the things that we need for us to create a workspace. Okay, so let me just create in here this add workspace.tsx file, and another file, it's going to be form, add workspace form.tsx. Okay, so basically first let's have the add workspace component form. I'm just going to create it later. This is going to be this add workspace component, it's going to be a triggering point for our form. So let's make this as the client, and this is going to be a simple add workspace component, and let's try to return this empty fragment for now. And this needs to be integrated
as part of our the shortcut sidebar. So here I'm just going to add in here after this the button to add the workspace. So as of now we don't have anything, so let's it's going to be a simple trigger dialog like I said. So for this one, let's try to wrap inside this div and import this dialog. And even for this to open and close, I'm going to maintain a local variable open and set open to toggle that. Initially let's set this to false. Okay, and also I'm just going to get this translations, use translations of this sidebar. Now inside this, so let's pass in this open, so this would be based upon this value on open change. Let's attach this callback function. So inside this, the hover card open delay 250 milliseconds, event close delay, let's just add in the same. Okay, so here this dialog trigger point, it's going to be a button, so let's just attach this as a child. And inside this I'm going to add in this hover card or trigger and this button now. And on click, all I'm going to do is let me just set this open to true, that is we're going to show this dialog to true, and variant let's make this as to be a ghost, and the size let's make this to be icon. Okay, and here I'm going to add in this the plus icon from this Lucid React. Okay, it just logged out, I think session timed out. Okay, let me just run this. And after our card trigger, I mean this triggering point, just let's just sign in and see this plus icon. So sign in with this GitHub. So I'm logged in, so it's just okay. So this is the icon that we just added now, the plus icon just below this home icon. So after this trigger, the content of this hover card, it's going to be the align. Let's just add in the start, and here this it's going to be t of this main dot new workspace, which we don't have yet. I'm going to create this new workspace hover. And so basically if I just hover here, this is what we have. So I'm just going to add that text. And after this one, let's add in this dialog content. So here the dialog header, let's have this title. So this dialog title also we need to add into our messages JSON. So this is going to be main dot new workspace dialog title, and after this the description, dialog description. And here as well, let me just add in this main dot new workspace dialog or description. Okay, and after this header we need to add in the form which we're going to create. So basically if I just open this, this is what we are going to open. So let me just add in these messages for new workspace inside this one. Here for our new workspace, I'm just going to add in just okay, let me just add in here after this should be part of this. So let me just
Okay, so let me just add in below this one. So new workspace, and here the inputs which we don't have created it, the form. This is for this. So this is going to be the workspace name, and then the file, the banner or the icon for that. So here this workspace icon, which I'm going to specify this as the optional, and after this the placeholders. So here the name, I'm going to add in something like example open studio. There shouldn't be any space, that is one thing. And this image, yep, this is what we want. And after this, let's add in this button add, which is going to be the text is create on it, and this button pending. So here let's say this is going to be creating, and this is going to be please wait as the text. So this I need to just add on to the other things. So just here let me just add in here just below this sign up. So I'm just adding this, and the other places like success things. So I can just add in here the other things that we did not had. Password changed. Here I'm just going to add in this password has been changed. So if you just did forget, also you can just come to this file and just add in this. And this one, this is going to be the workspace has been created. Okay, so I'm just going to add in this. I think for now this should be good. Later we'll just add in whichever we just missed. Okay, fine. So if you even just see this sidebar main, this hover needs to be added. So where is this? Yep. So here after this, let me just add in this new workspace hover. This is going to be new workspace title, and this the dialog title. So this one, let's say this text is going to be create new workspace, and here this new workspace dialog description. So here some, for now I'm just going to add in some text. So this needs to be added even here, this main thing. So I'm just adding this. So now we should see text. Yep, this new workspace, and this is create new workspace and some text. Okay, so we just added the messages, and now let's have this workspace form also just created. So just the fields for the workspace name and the file. So I'm just making this as a client side component. So here let's just create here this add workspace form, and this one, the props, I'm just going to add in the callback function to open or not. For this, let me add then the props interface on set open. This is going to be of type react.dispatch, and this one react that set state action boolean. So instead of this big int, it's going to be boolean.
And now here let me just destructure those props, and here I'm just going to add in this onset open. Fine. So now we need to have in a form, and the schema for this. So whatever we have for this workspace schema, I'm just going to add in here the new thing. So let's say export const API workspace schema. This is going to be object, and the workspace name. So here this one, it's going to be a string and a minimum of 4, and let's say this is going to be schema dot workspace dot short. Refine this one. Let's just add in this whatever we added for this. Let me just copy this one, the refine part. Okay, fine. So this is the thing, and after this I'm just going to add in this file, which is going to be a string and optional, and I'm just going to make this a nullable. Okay, fine. So this is the schema. So now let's just go back to our the add workspace form component, and in here let's just create this form, use form, and in here this is going to be a workspace, a schema, and I'm going to add in this resolver, jar resolver, and pass in this workspace schema. Default values, workspace name, let's just leave this as the empty string. And now the UI part, let's add in the fields for that. So here on the form from this component, and I'm going to attach in this form properties. Here this styling, let's do it later. So this is going to be pretty much the same. The form field, whichever we have for in the third step, so I can just take that onboarding steps and third step. So this one, let me just take all of this, and we'll just tweak this one accordingly. So let's just go here and just use this div. So I'm just going to import this one, and this is going to be workspace name, and let's import this form item, form label also. Let's import this, and here instead of this one, it's going to be just inputs.name, but this translation, so it's going to be of new workspace. Let me just add in this use translations of new workspace, and this messages. So this one also I'm just going to add in. So basically I'm just going to add in all of this toast which we need. So once we add in this endpoint consumption, okay, so just going here now, the form control, let's just import this, and on this input component also, the placeholder, it's going to be just placeholders.name, inform message. Let me just import this one as well. Okay, so basically if I we need to add what is the error, yeah, okay, this one. After this, the upload file, let me just import this one. So the form workspace schema, and this one label text, this is going to be inputs.file, and this one the types description, this is going to be just the image, and remaining it's going to be pretty much the same. So this button, let's just import this one, and here let's just remove this one, and for now I'm just going to add in here this t of button add. Okay, so now let's just add this to our shortcut sidebar. I'm into this add workspace. Here I'm just going to import this component after this header. So let me just add in this add workspace form. On set open, we'll just pass in this set open callback function. So if I just open this, yeah, this is what we have, and okay, this one, so let's just go to this component, the translations. So this should be part of settings dot no, where did we are exactly? Not in settings, so it should be in here, sign up section. Okay, new workspace, it's in auth. Okay, I'm just okay, fine, let's just we can just move that, but I'm just keeping that as in the auth section. Okay, fine. This auth dot new workspace, and now we have this one, the styling for this. I'm just going to add in the space in the y direction. For this form, now max width, let's make this medium, width full, and space and the y direction, let's say 8. Okay, and yep, and now the important endpoint to create a new workspace. I'm just going to add a new folder inside this API. Let's name this as this workspace, and create inside this new folder again for new route. And now inside this, let's create this route.ts, and whatever we have here, the endpoint, let me just take this one, and then we'll tweak this, and let me just remove this one. Okay, the session, checking this user and body, and now here instead of this one, whatever we just prepared, this API workspace schema, we're using that, and this is the pretty much same. And here instead of profile image, we will destructure this workspace name and the file, and this is the result thing. And now we need to find this user, and I'm just going to include the other details as well. So here created workspaces, and I'm just going to select this ID along with that the name, which it's this too will be finding from this user table. and after this, if not user, so you can just add in this user not found. And after this, the just checking for the same workspace name. So here the same workspace name, user dot created workspace dot just find here this workspace. So if workspace dot name, I'm converting this to lowercase, is matching to workspace name dot to lowercase. So if we found it's the same, so basically if the same workspace, then I'm just going to return with a message saying that errors dot same name workspace. So these and all messages you can just add as part of this error in the messages JSON files. I'm not going to do it right away, eventually I'll just add. So if not, then we need to create in a workspace. So let's just remove this one. So workspace await db dot workspace dot create, and in here this data I'm going to add in this creator ID, which is going to be user ID, and the name of this is going to be workspace, and the image, which is going to be a file. Okay, so this is what we are going to create, and let's just return from here this workspace. So this is the endpoint now we have. So let's just remove this jar import, and let's go back to our the add workspace form. Here, and now let me just create a mutation function here. Okay, so use a mutation, and here let me just add in this mutate. I'm just going to name this as the new workspace, and is pending. Fine. And now here this mutation function, this is going to be asynchronous. The data we are going to send the schema that we are collecting, which is this API workspace schema. So that one I think I have not exported, so let me just go here and let me export this type API workspace schema. So here this is going to be type of this API workspace schema. Okay, so let's just import this one, and here now I'm just going to collect this data and rename this to a result and call this endpoint. So using this Axios, the post, and the endpoint is /APIs workspace /new, and here this data, and I'm just going to return here this result. Fine. And after this, on error, this let's just add in this Axios error, and just this needs to be arrow function. Fine. And now inside this here I'm just going to add in this toast. So basically the error message that we have, and here this error dot response dot data. So error dot response dot data, so or else this errors dot default, and here I'm just going to add in this toast title. It's going to be this m of error, and variant it's going to be just destructive. Okay, so this is the on error,
Now on success, so this is again here I'm just going to on set open, I'm just going to set this to false, and toast, let's just add in this here the title, so the success dot new workspace. Okay, so this is what we'll be doing in this on success. And now this mutation key, this is going to be this new workspace. Okay, fine. Now we have this the function, so I'm just going to create in here this on submit async this data and this workspace schema, and let's add in this set. Okay, let's maintain a local variable to just keep track of any upload error. So I'm just going to create this one as this upload error, set upload error, and here let me set this one to false. Okay, and here I'm just going to set this whatever the value we had in here to false. And after this image, let's just collect this image, which it's going to be of type file undefined or null, so this would be in this file. And now workspace image URL, let's create one variable for that, which again I'm just going to assign null initially. And if we have this image, we will try to handle this logic here, which I need to again use upload thing and have the start upload of function and all. And if any upload error, then we are going to return from here. Else, let's just call this new workspace function workspace name. Let me pass in this data dot workspace name, and the file it's going to be the workspace image URL. Okay, so this start upload and all. So here let's use this use upload thing, and this is we are going to refer this image uploader on upload error, the callback function. Let me just set this one to true, and also I'm just going to show this toast message with the title, let's say this m of errors dot workspace icon added, and then this variant, let's make this one to be destructive. Okay, fine. Then after this, in the callback on client upload complete, let's get this data, that is the URL. So if we don't have this data, again I'm just going to add in this set upload to true, and the toast the message. Okay, and let's see about this icon. Fine. Inside here on submit this data, if we have this image, so let's have this await start, where is this? Yep, so start upload, and also the loader so is uploading. So I'm just going to go in here and use this start upload and pass in the image that we have. And if we have this data, I'm going to set the value into this data of 0.url. Okay, fine. So now we have this on submit functionality as well. So this one I need to attach into this on submit form dot handle submit, and I'm just going to pass in here on submit. Okay, fine. Now this button, so this one will be disabled if first thing form state is not valid, or this is uploading, or this one it's pending the call. Okay, and here now inside this one, depending upon this, is uploading or is pending, we are going to show this loading state. Okay, and here this loading text, I'm going to add in here this button pending. Okay, and if not, we'll just show this this button add text here. So I'm just going to show this, and just let's remove this. Okay, so if I just open this one, yeah, this is what we have the endpoint to create. So let me just check this one, workspace one, and here I'm just going to upload the same image that we referred here. So let me just create this one. So it's creating. Okay, the workspace has been created, and now in the DB, in the workspace, yep, we have this workspace one against this user which is created. Fine. So whatever the form that we added to add the workspace and all, it's working. So now I need to show the list of the workspaces created in here. So basically, so we will do that, and so going to this dashboard header here for this welcoming, and I'm just going to pass in this hide on desktop as well, and username for this welcoming component. Let's add in this username and also the other things. Since we just hard coded this value, I want this one to be dynamic value now. So here username, let's just make this to be of type string, and then this name, which is also going to be string or null. I'm making this as optional, and even this surname, let's just make this one also optional thing. Okay, and here let me just get those username, surname, and this name here. So once I get this, first I wanted to change this one instead of let me add in the text as welcome back, and in this pan, instead of here this hard-coded name, if we have this name, so I'm using this name, and just check for surname as well. So if we have this both, let's add in here this name and attach append this surname. If not, we'll just show this name, and here if we have this username. Okay, if we don't have name, we'll show again check for surname. If we have, we'll show it this way. I'll just show this. If we don't have name, we'll show this username. Okay, and here I wanted to show in here this day rather than this hard-coded text to format in a better readable way. What I am going to do here, let's say first get this format, use format formatter from this nextjs, and here this date time, let's have this new date. Okay, and day, let's format this one, this date time or whatever we have here to here. I'm just going to add in this numeric, and month, make this one long, and this day also make this numeric. So this is a day, and also I can just add in this time also. Format dot date time. Here this date time, let's add in this hour, again make this numeric. Minute, this one numeric, and the hour cycle, let's say this one to be 24-hour format. Okay, so now we have here, and I can just add in, instead of this text in the span, this day I'm going to add in. So in this span, again let's add some margin left and show this time as well. Okay, so you can see on the right hand side, so that's the thing. And now wherever we are referring this dashboard header component, I'm just going to pass on this values here. This username should be session.user.username, and name, so here session.user.name, and the surname, so this one it's going to be this session.user.surname. Okay, fine, that's the change in here. And if the session is we don't have the session, I'm just going to return null here. Okay, fine, that's the thing. And inside our the shortcut sidebar, this one, so let's just add in here some space in y direction, some space. Yep, now we added these things. Okay, so that's the adding the new workspace. And also in our main dashboard page also I need to add in these things. So this username session.user.username, and then this name, let's add in this session.user.name. Surname also, so let's add in this surname session.user.surname. Okay, fine, so I think we have this in good place. We're able to upload the I think so the workspace and the image, everything. So we're able to get that, able to create workspace now from the UI. And the next thing is now we need to have a the option to delete those workspaces as well. So for us to add a option to delete, I need to create the endpoint, and also let's restrict the user to only few workspaces. Then then we allow him to create as many as workspaces. So for us to handle that, in the add workspace thing, so basically I just wanted to create the new folder. So let's inside our first, let's show the workspaces that we created. So inside this shortcut sidebar itself, I'm just going to create a new folder called workspaces, and inside this let's create the workspace component, and the list of the workspaces also. So I'm just going to add this one, and the workspace component, what we are going to show is basically, so we already added this one here, the workspaces, which is here. So I'm just copying this and let's just delete that one. So this is this workspaces, and I'm just going to delete this. And in the shortcut sidebar, let's just change this import workspaces. Fine. Before going to this work spaces, let's just create individual component here. Okay, so for this, it's going to be a simple component workspace, and the props I'm just going to create, pass in this workspace details, workspace which is going to be of type this workspace, and here let's just destructure the workspace details from this props. So I'm going to destructure from this, let's just take id, image, and the name of that. And now inside this, let's wrap everything inside this hover card component. Then this open delay of 250 and close delay, let's add in this 250. Okay, so here this hover card trigger, and add in this as child. Inside this we'll have this active link component, and styling for this, let's make this one as a text white, and the font bold. So inside this one, so I need to attach in the variant. So even if it's the image, it's going to be ghost. If not, we'll have this default, and the reference, so href. So this should be this dashboard, and this workspace id page, which we don't have, so I'm just going to create that. What's this? Okay, it's the naming, so I'm just going to change this to workspace component. Okay, I'll come to this. So here are the workspaces. For this, also the props, what we are going to send in is the list of the users workspaces. So let's add in this props user workspaces, and this is going to be list of this workspace array. Let me just get this from this props user workspaces. So once we get this, so inside this, let me just iterate through this and get this each workspace details, and we'll pass on to our the workspace component which we are just creating. Key, I'm going to pass in this the id of it, and the workspace object we are going to just pass in this one. Okay, so okay, the place where we are consuming, and we need to pass in this workspace details. So for this also, let me just add in the props. Okay, so here this user workspaces, this is going to be again workspace array. Let me just add in this props user workspaces. So I'm just going to attach in here this user workspaces, and now let's go to this sidebar component, and that's where we are passing in the details. So this one, let's make okay, so what I'm going to do is we wanted to make this a server side, and whatever the components that we have, let's move this one into separate components. So let me just create a new file here, the sidebar container, and inside this what I wanted to, so basically whatever I have here, let me just copy this one. Okay, and even here let me just add in this props user workspaces, which it's going to be a workspace array, and here let's assume that we'll be receiving this workspaces, and I'm going to pass in here this user workspaces. Okay, so this is the thing, and now this one I'm just going to completely change this. Let's remove first of all of these things and make this one to be asynchronous, and also whatever I have all of this inside this, I'm just going to remove even this thing. First let me get this session await get auth session, and here if we don't have any session, I'm just going to return this null, and this user workspaces, let's have this the variable for that. So this is going to be a workspace array. Initially I'm just going to set this to empty, and now in here let's try to get this workspaces await db db dot workspace dot find many, and in here where it's going to be this creator id should be matching it to session dot user id. And now after we get these things, if we don't have the workspaces received, then the user workspaces, I'm just going to assign empty array, else this whatever the values that we received, I'm going to add into this, and the catch block, let's just assign this user workspaces to be empty array. And now instead of this, I'm going to use this the sidebar. Okay, I need to change this one to sidebar container. So now going here, I can just import this sidebar container, pass in here this user workspaces. Okay, so let's just okay, so let's see this one. Let me just restart this application. Okay, and one, so let's just sign in. So let's just sign in and see the sidebar component now. So I'm just signing in this with GitHub. So it's just compiling, it's and redirecting us to dashboard page. Okay, fine. So this sidebar, okay, so this is how it is now. So basically this one, this sidebar container. This we have one workspace, so that is why we are seeing this. So this styling we will do it, not an issue. Okay, so going to this now workspace component, here this size I want it to be of icon, and also inside this the content, if we have the image, then I'm going to render that inside our the image component. So here let's attach in this source, which is going to be image, and height I'm going to set this to 300, width let's set this to 300, and here let's just close this one, and if there is no image, let's just show the first name of the workspace, name of 0 dot, I'm just going to convert this to uppercase. Okay, fine. So here let's have this width full, height I'm just going to have this full object. Let's cover this and rounded medium, and I need to add in this halt. So this is going to be workspace image. Okay, and this is how it is showcasing now, and I need to adjust this properly. Okay, and after this trigger the hover card content. Let's align this one to be start, and this span I'm just going to show the name of our workspace. So basically if I just hover here, this is what we have, workspace 1, and we have 2 workspaces, that's why it is showing in this way. The styling for this is just going to this one. Let's make this one div as a flex column. So div flex, making this as a column, and a gap of 3. Now it should be, yep. Okay, so these are the workspaces now. So if I just add in the other workspace, we should be able to see this new thing. So if I just add in the workspace 2 and add in the same image again, let's create this, we should be able to see the new thing. Workspace should reflect okay, this one, let me just refresh. Okay, so auto refreshing will take care, but we have this dynamic list of workspaces that we are populating. And also now I wanted to have a distinction between all of the workspaces and the current workspace. So for that, let me just add in a component inside our common folder. Let's name this as the active workspaces info tsx, and make this as this client component. And for this one, the thing that I'm just going to send in is the active number and additional stylings as a prop. So let's just have this props here. This class name, let's make this as a optional, and the active number, let's make this one as this number. Okay, so now this component name, this is going to be active workspaces info, and inside this one, the props, let me just restructure this class name along with this the active number, and let's just get this translations of this common, and we are just going to return this p tag, and inside this I'm just going to show here this active workspaces dot first I need to add in this again to messages, which we will add eventually. And after this, inside this pan, let me add in this active number, and the text, it's going to be the active workspaces dot second, and here we are going to have a max workspaces a user can create. Let's just try to restrict that. So to restrict that one, let me just create a constant inside our library folder. So I'm just going to create a new file called this options.ts, just the constant export const the max user workspaces, let's restrict it to 5. Okay, so now just going here, I can just import this max user workspaces. Okay, so that we'll just show that number, and after this let's just add in some space, and here I'm going to show the active workspaces text, the third. So let's just add in this text, and this component will be as part of our shortcuts sidebar. So or else let's say we want it to be part of okay, so let's just show this while the user is adding the workspace, so that he knows how many is the limit and all. So let me add this one inside the add workspace. So here after this dialog header, I'm just going to add in this warning component, and let's just hide this, and if it's a smaller, let's show this one, and inside this, and also the color that I wanted to pass should be this time on the warning, so we will change this component also. Okay, and here the styling text should be left, and text secondary foreground, and the active number we need to get this as a prop. So for now, let's say it's a 3. I'm just hard coding this, and we'll be showcasing this. So basically this is where we are trying to show this, and I need to add in the messages. So the messages that I wanted to add, it's going to be just a simple thing. So here in the common section, so after this warning, let me add in this active workspaces. Okay, so here the first thing, let me just add in, you have here the second out of the third text, let me say active workspaces. Okay, so that's what you have 3 out of 5 active workspaces, and I'm just going to add in for this also. And this red color, it's not good, so let's just add in the another color as well. For that, inside our warning component, I'm just going to change this one to add the blue and make this one also as a boolean. Let's destructure that blue color, and now after this one, let me just add in again here, let me just add in here again. So if we have this blue, then background, I'm going to change this to blue or to 400, and the border also let's just change to blue. Okay, else let's just have this bg destructive by 10. Okay, and we need to change here as well, so I'm just going to add in here also, if it's a blue, let's have this text color to be blue color 400, or else the text it's going to be destructive. Fine, and here the alert triangle also, let's change this one. If it's a blue color, I want it to be like info icon, else let's have this alert triangle. Okay, and this text also, let's just add in the other thing based upon this. So let me just remove this. So basically, if it's a blue, I want it to be different text, kind of like notice, else it has to be warning. So this notice also, I'm just going to add in here the small text, just the notice kind of text like we have for warning. Let me add in here this notice. Okay, so let's just add into our local JSON also. Okay, now I need to pass on the blue color in our the add workspace. So if I just pass in here this blue, it should be okay, fine. So this is notice, and as of now I'm just I've coded the active number. That also, let's just send this as a props for this component. Interface props, and here this it's going to be active workspaces, which it's going to be our number. And here let me just add in this props active workspaces, and now for this add workspace component in our the sidebar shortcut sidebar container, we need to pass again the props. So this is going to be simple. So active workspace would be user workspaces dot length. Okay, and so now just going in here, instead of this one, I can just pass in this active workspaces. Okay, that's exactly the 3 that we have, and that's why we're showcasing this. Fine, and just going to this one, Let's just add in less space. Okay, so that's how we are showcasing this thing. So we are able to show this and also the workspaces. We added the limit for max workspace, but while we are creating the workspace, we need to somehow handle that. So what I can do here is basically right after here, if this user dot created workspaces dot length is equals to max user workspaces, we are going to return here itself, rather than allowing the user to create uh, next response, and the message it's going to be errors or too many workspaces. Okay, and here this status code, let's send this as a 402. So this is how we are restricting the user for now, the 5 workspaces, and later we can just add in remove this constraint and all. The active workspaces info component now, so if you just this one, the text, let's this is warning the active workspace. I just wanted to add in styling for this p tag. So here just we'll make this text to be muted foreground, and text sm, and the text, let's send this one the center, and additionally just add in the other class names that we have, and I want this one to be bold, so let's just add in this font to be bold. Okay, fine. Yeah, so 3 out of 5, that is what we just added as the part of this active workspaces info. And just going to this sidebar container, for this now let me send in the active workspaces also. So I'm just going to add in this list as well. So user workspaces dot length, which I'm just going to add in this as a props for this component as well. Here let me add in this interface props active workspaces, which here it's going to be number, and here let me just restructure that. Okay, and so basically if I just open this one, the settings page, I wanted to add in here this info. So this active workspaces info, the active number, let's pass in this active workspaces. Okay, let me just rerun this. Signing in. So we will have this info inside our the option sidebar as well. So I'm just let's see this styling. If not, I'm just going to change this. What happened? Okay, so logging in, let's see the settings page once. So I'm just opening this settings page. Yep, here you have 3 out of 5 active workspaces, and this one, let's just make this a flex and make this a direction column, justify between, so that they are at the bottom. Yep. Fine, so that's how I just added to the thing, and also going to this our main shortcut sidebar. So we there's no errors anything here, that's fine. And this top component, the gap, let's just reduce this to 3. As of now we just have 1, that's fine. Okay, fine. So that's what we have now. So we are able to create a workspace, display the workspace created in our sidebar, and the deletion which I mentioned, we need to add that, adding new workspaces, it's done, displaying is also done, and now we need to focus on the workspace page. Deleting, I'll come to that later. Let's first focus on creating and the pages of this workspace. We added the href as the workspace id, which we don't have yet, so let me just create that. So inside this dashboard, we need to create the workspace folder, workspace, and we need to have this dynamic workspace name. So this is the thing, and inside this I'm just going to create a file, page.tsx. The okay, so here let's just for now to test thing, let's add in a simple component. I'm just going to make this as asynchronous. In the params, let's add in this interface. We will be sending the workspace name, so workspace name, this it's going to be of type string. So I'm just going to destructure. Let's first have this component params, and here we have this params, and from this let's get this workspace name, and inside this let's try to show this workspace name that we get. Okay, and here also it's important that we check if the user is completed the onboarding or not. So I'm just going to specify here this dashboard, here this workspace, here this workspace name, and I can just get this workspace details as well here. For now just we'll write a function for that later. Okay, so this is the thing. So let me just export this default workspace component. Okay, so if I just hover on of this workspace, the as of now we are passing in the id, that's fine. So if I just click on this, it should take us to this workspace page, and this is what we have, and we need to add in this routes workspace as well, even this one, and we are in our the particular workspace page. So for this, the messages needs to be updated. The messages, that's fine, I'm just going to add them anyhow. And let's add in the not found page in our root local folder, just to address navigating to the page which we don't have. So I'm just going to create in here a default async function not found, and in here let me just return this div. The header, I'm just going to say this one as this not found. Okay, fine, yeah. And here I'm just going to add in this text like could not find requested page or resource. We can just add in here, and let's say view, and I'm going to add in the home page. So let's just add in this home page. Fine, so this is just the not found page I just added. Okay, the endpoints, the APIs. One is to get the user workspaces, and then another is to get the details of the workspace. So I'm just going to create those two endpoints, and so that we can do inside our workspace folder and create a new folder for getting the details. So let's name this as a get, and first thing, the new folder, it's going to be for user workspaces. So inside this, let's create this route.ts, and this should be pretty much straightforward. So this is going to be get endpoint. Make this one as asynchronous, and here this request, it's going to be of type request, and inside this let's give this URL, new URL of this request dot URL, and I'm going to get this user ID using this URL dot search params dot get this user ID. And if we don't have this user ID in these search params, then I'm going to return the no user found or something like that. So this in the form of JSON, the errors that we are going to add in this no user API. Okay, and here this status, let's add in this 404. That's if we don't have the user ID. If we have, so let's try to handle this try catch block. So here in this try catch block, and first the try catch, let's get this workspace. Here await db dot workspace dot find many, and here we are going to pass in this creator ID, so which it's going to be the user ID that will be passing in. So if we don't find this workspace, let me just return this empty array. So here this next response dot JSON, I'm going to send this empty array, and the status, let's send this 200. Okay, fine. Else we are going to return whatever the details that we got, the next response dot JSON, and pass in here this workspace. Here the status, it's going to be 200, and in the catch block. We are just going to add in some db error while trying to query or something like that. Errors dot db error, and the status code, this is going to be 405. Okay, so this is to just get the user workspaces, and then the another endpoint also I'm just going to create based upon the workspace name to get the workspace details. For now, just let's create the placeholder. Okay, so inside this, let's name this one as this workspace details, and now inside this I'm just going to create this dynamic id or this workspace name, and now inside this I'm just going to create a new file, this route.ts. so for now, whatever I have here, I'm just going to use it here. Later we'll just change the params. Let's just prepare the interface here. The params, this params, it's going to have this workspace name just we had it in our page, and this instead of this alongside this request, I'm going to add in this params which would have this workspace name, and here let me just add in this params. Okay, so URL get this user ID, if not found we'll just show this thing, and health here workspace along with this creator ID. Let's pass in this name, which in this case it's going to be the workspace name specific to a particular workspace, and if you don't find, I'm just going to return here the message as the workspace not found. Okay, so or else I'm just going to return this, and this is going to be pretty much the same. So I just created two endpoints, one to get the all workspaces of a user, another to get the specific details of a particular workspace. Okay, fine, that's the thing that we have, and now we have that. So inside our thing, so basically the workspace component where we are sending the ID, instead of that I need to send in the name. Okay, so here in place of this I can just change this to name. Now if I just refresh, we should see the name here, the current dashboard page that we are in. So let me just, yep, so the workspace name that we are seeing, so I just added that. Okay, and let's create the default helper for me, or to make a calls to the APIs that we have created inside this library folder. So I'm just naming this as api.ts. so one is to get workspace and another to get the workspaces. So let's just create the helper functions here. Get workspace, make this as a asynchronous. The parameters for this, it's going to be the workspace name, which is going to be a string, along with that the user ID. So now inside this we can use here the Axios or fetch. So just for simplicity's sake, let's just use here the Axios, and here let me just add in this endpoint. This and all we will later move on to environment variable and all those things. So in our case it's 3000/API workspace, then this get workspace details, and provide in here the workspace name. Along with that, this query param going to be the user ID. Okay, and we need to specify here this method and all. This method, it's going to be get, and this catchy, let's say no store. Okay, so once we make that, I'm going to check if this response is not okay. So if it's not okay, so let's just return that not found uh, from this next navigation. Okay, else I'm just going to return here this response.json as this promise of the workspace. So here I'm just going to import this from the Prisma client. Okay, so this is to get the workspace. So let's just copy this, and we will create now for getting the workspaces, and here it's going to be just the user ID as the param, and now the endpoint, it's going to be API workspace, and this should be okay, this endpoint get, then the workspace details. Okay, here get, it is going to be user workspaces, and I just need to add in a query param for the user ID. Okay, fine. This is the endpoint, and this is going to be pretty much the same. And here, instead of returning not found, let's return this empty array, and this one is going to be workspace array. So now we have these two endpoints, and we will consume this in a while in our workspace page, which we just have a placeholder for now. So if I just go to our sidebar component now, so where we have all of this logic to get this thing, I can just remove all of this and use the helper function which we just created, user workspaces, await get workspaces, and pass in here this session.user.id. Okay, now even if I refresh, we should still see this three workspaces. Yep, so we do have that, and that's how we try to reuse the functions. And I can just remove this unused parts, db and workspace related details. Okay, and now here for these routes, it's really difficult for us to have all of the translations for all of the names. So how we can handle is, let me just go to this breadcrumb navigation, and in here I'm just going to create the constant list, kind of like available routes with translations or something like that. Here let me add in here available routes with the translation, and here I'm going to create in here this dashboard settings, the security of page, and then this theme. Okay, so now how we are going to use this is basically here are the paths we are going to split, and check if it's not equals to this. Along with that, I'm going to check if path is not equals to the workspace, and this let's just trim this. Okay, and after this one the text where we have this uppercase thing, let me just translate this only. So basically here the available routes with translations. If this includes the link, then we are going to use this translation. Else, let me just have this link. Okay, and I can just remove this one now. Yeah, that's what we have, the workspace one, and this is the thing. So I think now it's better. Okay, so that's how we are able to get the details from the endpoints that we just created, and now we need to work on it to shape up the workspace pages for specific things. To get started, what we wanted to do is basically let's add in some headers and also workspace name and ID for now. So here the page in our dashboard, workspace, and workspace name. Oh, should I change it to ID or name? I'll just change this to ID, and then I'm going to add in here simple fragment like dashboard header component and then main component where we'll have workspace related details. So let me just add that here. Let me just remove this one, whatever we had, and I'll just add in here the fragment, and I'll just add in this dashboard header component. And for this let's just add this one, and after this in the main section let's add this workspace name and also some workspace ID, something like that. So let's get these details. Await get workspace and provide in here okay, let's just comment this one for now. We have two headers, so in the main layout I'm just going to remove this. Only the place where we need we are going to add it. So this dashboard header, let me just remove this, and also this one, let's change this to div. Okay, and the imports I'm just going to change this one. Okay, so now here the workspace name also, just let me rename this to ID. Okay, I'm just changing this ID, and even here the param, let me just change this one to ID, and here because it can be a same, that's why I'm just changing this one to ID again. So we need to change a lot of places, so that's fine. Let's remove this the thing. So the places where we need to change, it's first the workspace where we were sending add workspace. So basically yep, here. So here I need to change the name from name to ID, and also okay, so let's just change this one to ID, and I would like to add in the colors for this. So let me just make this one client component. So what I wanted to do is I just wanted to add a colors to our workspace. So to add in, first we need to change in our schema, the Prisma schema that is in our tables. I wanted to have a color mapping to each workspace. So for that, let me just create an enum. Let's name for now this as workspace icon color for now. Later maybe I might change the name, but that's fine. So this purple, red, green and blue, pink, yellow, orange, and then this lime color, emerald. I'm just adding a few colors. You can just add in whichever the color you want. So this is the indigo, and then fine. So this is the list of the colors that we added, and now we need to map this to a column in a workspace table. So it's going to be simple. So I'm just going to add in this color, workspace icon color, and default let's restrict it to blue. Okay, so that's what I have, or else okay, default let's keep that as a blue. So now we need to migrate this schema. So to migrate this schema, so let me just and here added color to workspace. Okay, so now we should be good. And also let's just create a helper function which is going to give us the random workspace color. So let's name this as like get random workspace color.ts, and here this is going to be simple function get random workspace color, and inside this let's first have this colors array, which it's going to be nothing but this object dot values of this workspace icon color from this Prisma client, and we are going to prepare the random index using this math.floor and use this math.random and multiply this with the colors length, and we are going to return the index that we got from this list random index, and let's just typecast this to workspace icon color. Okay, so this is the simple helper function, and now we need to use this to generate random color while we are creating. Okay, while we are creating, that's fine. So for now the ID thing, this needs to be okay. So if I just refresh this, here we have this ID. Okay, now let's just try to get some info from this workspace. So we have this one, so I can just uncomment this part, and here I need to pass in here this workspace ID and the session dot user dot thing, and here as well let's go to this functions. I need to change this to ID rather than the name. Should I it doesn't matter. Should I just, okay, I'm just going to keep this. Anyhow, the endpoint is dynamic, so it can. And instead of here hard coding, anyhow we are in this page, so I can just create in here this domain using this environment variable. If this is not equals to production, then let's have simply localhost. Okay, so and if it's production, we will see about that. So now I can just change this one to domain, so that also will maintain as the environment variables, so no need to worry much about that. And here let me change this one to domain. Okay, yeah, I'll just leave this name as it is, so just the param, but we can change if that is confusing. Okay, fine. So this coloring where I need to pass in is basically if this is the active link component, that's how we wanted it to distinguish also. So let's just go to this active link component. So here the what I wanted to change is basically, let me add in this additional prop workspace icon. This is going to be boolean, and here let me just extract this workspace icon. Now so basically here there should be background secondary. Okay, so instead of just having this one, first I wanted to check the workspace icon, and if okay, so here if we have the workspace icon, so I'm just wanted to make this font to be semi bold and the border to be secondary foreground, and let's have some border for this. Okay, so let's say, let me just refresh this one. So if I just, we are on this thing, so active link. Okay, and now I need to pass on inside our workspace component where we are using this active link component. So just going here, this one, the workspace icon to this active link component. So let me just pass in this workspace icon. Okay, so it's like this. So if I just select this, we have this one, and that's fine. The color I'm just going to change here. To change the color, let's have a one helper function, or else let's say here just we made this as a client side component. I'm just going to create the workspace color thing and wrap this inside this use memo component, and here basically this one, depending upon the value change in this color, we are going to assign the value into this workspace color. So inside this, let's switch based upon this color. Okay, so first let's add in this workspace icon color dot blue. So this is, we are going to return background to be blue color like 600, and on hover, let's say the background will change it to 500. Okay, and this I need to pass on to this style class name. So let's just make this one as a dynamic text white, and here let's add in this workspace color. Okay, the other colors now. Okay, you can see now this is the workspace that we are inactive, and if it's workspace icon, the selection is, if I just move here, so that's what we have for now. Okay, so if the case is workspace icon color dot emerald, let's return this bg emerald color 600, and on hover I'm going to add this 500. Okay, so now the for other things, if it's line, so maybe I'll just copy whatever we have here and let's just change a thing. So now instead of this, I'm going to change this to lime, and here let's change this to lime, and this one also to lime, and now instead of this, change this to orange. This one we will change this to orange, and this one as well. Now it's the pink, so I'm just changing this one to pink, and here to yellow. So let me change this one to yellow. So this one also, I'm just going to change this to yellow. And what else we have? So we need to, for red color, and this one, let me change this to red, and here this purple, color, so I'm just changing this to purple, and after this green color, so let me change this one to green, and after green cyan color, so I'm just going to change this one color. Okay, so yeah, I think mostly we handled all of that. Okay, so I just need to add in two more, one for indigo and another for fuchsia. Okay, so indigo, let me add in this indigo color Even for this, let me just change. Okay, and finally this one. Fine. So I think if I missed something, we can add in that, or else I will just add in here this default color. So which in our case it's going to be this blue 600, and hover. Okay, hover, it's going to be blue 500. Okay, so if I just hover it, we can see the color change. Okay, so this is the thing. So this will change based upon this color prop that we will be passing in. So we just added this color to our workspace component, which it's looking good. Okay, and we change this to ID. And after this, the headers, for the other pages we need to add in, and also I wanted to add in the optional prop to this dashboard header, the manual routes that we wanted to attach into this header. So here let me add in this props, add manual routes, and this is going to be string array. So this one I'm just going to add in this, add manual routes, and here this one needs to be passed on to this breadcrumb. So let's change this breadcrumb as well. So whatever the props that I have, let me just copy here for this breadcrumb navigation. So here let me add in this props, add manual routes, and here this paths, let me check if this add manual routes is provided, then I'll be passing in this, or else this one. Okay, so that's just small change. And inside this dashboard header, now I need to pass in this add manual routes, and this dashboard header, so this all needs to be changed. So, and let's have common loading screen while we are trying to load the page. This I'm going to use this for all of that as a loading component eventually. So I'm just creating this export const loading screen. So here inside this, let's just have this div, and here I'm just going to use this loading state component which we have, and height and width I'm just going to set this to 12. Styling of this div, let's make this as absolute, so that I want it to be at the top left of so, and just let's have this translate x by -50%, and in this one, so basically it kind of looks like in center. Okay, so here this one also 50%, and make this as a flex. Width and height, let's make this full, and let's just center this items, justify center. Okay, this is just the simple component. Okay, and this one we need to add in as part of our workspace. So here I'm just going to add in this loading.tsx, and we can just use this component which we just created, and I need to fix this even default thing. So loading screen, and here let's export this default loading. Okay, Okay, so if I just try to change to some other thing, so this is what the loader, the component which we just added. Okay, and the other pages where we have the dashboard header, let me now pass in here this manual routes. I can pass in here this dashboard and this workspace name. Okay, and for this main thing here, let me just display this workspace dot name. This one, why am I not saying this? Workspace name. Let me refresh this. Okay, this workspace so basically let's go to this endpoint API folder, this workspace details. Okay, this needs to change to workspace ID, and I'm going to change this endpoint to workspace ID. And instead of so here this should be find unique, and this instead of this name I should send it to workspace ID, so that's why we're not seeing that. And also I wanted to change this to get the subscribers details and pass in this user's ID. Okay, fine. This it could not find, so let's just go to dashboard. Okay, let's first fix this endpoints, and then we'll go to this. And same thing in our this one as well. So instead of this workspace, let's find this subscription, and this, let me just pass in this user ID, and I'm going to include the workspace details. And let me just change this one to subscriptions, and after this the workspace details, so subscriptions dot map, and get this each subscription, and we are going to collect only the workspace details. Okay, so this is the details. And also now okay, so if I just select this, okay, now there is an issue with respect to the pages. So for now, let me just add in the domain name as this, and also here let me change this one to workspace ID, so I'm just going to change this. Okay, fine. And so let's just refresh. I need to see 3 workspaces, which I'm not. That's correct, because for this user, so let's just check the workspaces of this user. So if I go to this, we need to have these 3 workspace details, which I'm missing. So going to this endpoint, the main route, workspace ID, what is it that we are not able to? So dashboard, get workspace, I'm passing in this workspace, in this ID. I just wanted to console here. Let me let me just this page, not this page, the sidebar component, where is this? Yep. So here we are passing in this user ID. Okay, what is the value that I'm getting here? User workspaces. Okay, I'm just getting 1. Do I have 1? I'm just getting this, but what about others? Okay, so let's just go to this function, user ID, but now we just change the definition, that's why we are getting 1. Okay, subscriptions. Okay, okay, here I'm just getting the 1, that's why we are showcasing 1. Let me just check this. Okay, so we are receiving only 1 workspace, though there are 3, because while we were trying to create the workspace from UI, we did not add in the insertions into subscription. That is why. And also while one more thing, while I'm trying to go to this page, I'm saying it's not found. That's because we changed here this param to be the workspace ID, so I need to change this one, rename this one to ID. And also here, okay, let me, yep, in this new thing, the workspace, while we are trying to create this one, after this I need to add in this. And also let's get this random color while we are trying to create, get random workspace color and add in here. So now I'm just going to add in this subscription dot create this data user id, it's going to be user dot id, and workspace id should be workspace dot id. Okay, and now the problem should be fixed. So if I try to create new workspace here, so new test, and let me just add in the same image and try to create this. The workspace is created and this auto loading will see this one. We can see this is the thing, new test, and now it's loaded. Okay, and even the entries in this subscription should be there. Yep. Okay, fine. One thing is fixed. Now getting into this details, this should also be fixed because this param was a workspace name rather than workspace id. Okay, and now if you see these headers for our settings page and all those things, we just removed, so I need to add in for all of those things. So let's add in the headers. So this settings page, in here I'm just going to add in the fragment, and let's change this one to the main div rather than this thing. And after this, let me add in this dashboard header component. Okay, and now we should be able to see this header. Okay, the same thing we need to do for theme as well. So here also, let me just create one fragment, and inside this I'm going to add in this dashboard or header component. Okay, so if we just go to themes also, we should see the header now. This one. Return. Yep, now we should see even in this theme page. Yes. Okay, and also in this security page, let's add in the same thing. The dashboard header, and after this the security card. So if we just go to this security page also, we should see this. Yep. Okay, so we handed the headers two things, and also for our main dashboard page also we need to add in here after this one. So let me change this to main and add in this fragment and move this one inside this fragment, and this dashboard header. Okay, so if we just go to this home also, then we should be able to see this one. Okay, fine. The settings and everything we did add, and also the missing messages and all we'll just take care. And this layout also we just changed this one. Remove this dashboard header, that's why we are adding to everything. Okay, fine. So the endpoints and all, they are working good. Okay, so then the next thing is we need to change this while we are trying to create the subscription user role. Should be by default we are assigning the role as read only, but it should be like the admin. So I need to change this one to admin. Okay, and this is the change. And even in our the onboarding route here, while we are doing this here, this user role should we change it to admin. Okay, and also now we can distinguish between the maximum amount of workspaces created by the user rather than the maximum amount of active workspaces. So that one just we need, this is the small correction that we missed. So here the I'm just going to change this one rather than to active workspaces. Let's just rename this one for better understanding, like created workspaces info. Okay, and also here I'm just going to change this to created number. This one also, let me just change this to created number. Created workspace info, just the small correction. And here in place of this active number, let's change this to create number. Okay, fine. So I'm just, so wherever the change that we did, this references, we need to change this now. So let's first go to okay, let's just search for active workspaces info component. So here I'm just going to change this one to created, and this one also let's change this to created. And this one should change to created number. Okay, and here also let's just change created, and instead of this active number we are going to change this to created number. Okay, fine. I think now we shouldn't see the issue. That's just a small correction. So if you just go to any of our workspace, we shouldn't see any problem. Okay, fine. And for our sidebar container, let's me just pass in the user ID as well. So here let me just add in this user ID, extract this user ID, and here I wanted to get this created workspaces. So this one, user workspaces dot filter the workspace and let's just check this one, the creator ID, if it's matching to this user ID. Okay, so this would be actually the for this shortcut sidebar, the users workspaces, and here I need to pass in this created workspaces additionally, so which I need to add in this prop. For that, created workspaces dot length, and here also let me just change this one to created workspaces. Instead of this user workspaces, it should be created workspaces. Okay, so now let's just change this one inside this components shortcut sidebar. So I just need to change here and add in this additional thing, created workspaces, which is going to be number, and here let me just pass in this. For this add workspace, I'm just going to change this to created workspaces, and also pass in here created workspaces. Okay, fine. So now just going to this add workspace. Here also we need to change here, instead of this active workspaces, it should be created workspaces. Okay, and here I'm just going to add in this here created workspaces. That small change in here, and now this should be fixed. And going to this options sidebar, so here also this is going to be the created workspaces. Okay, fine. Let me, okay, it just logged out again. Let's try to get into this dashboard. Sign in. Okay, again, too many Prisma. Okay, that's fine. So basically now we have the error in here, the sidebar component. So for this I need to add in this user ID, which it's going to be this session dot user dot id, this one. Okay, yep. So we just changed the props name in option sidebar, shortcut sidebar, and in add workspace. Okay, so now if I just try to create any new workspace, we shouldn't see a problem from the UI side. Okay, even the active things. So let's just see this created versus active. So if I just try to create this, you can see now you have 2 out of 5 active workspaces. And this text also, if we can change this one to make it better understanding. So just I'm going to search for okay, so let me just add in here in our error section. Here let me just add in here this too many workspaces, and here the text is the limit on the number of workspaces that can be created has been reached. Okay, something like this. We can add this in other section also. So in the errors section here. Okay, fine. So we just fixed the creation of the workspace from UI and also changed the role from read only to admin while we are trying to create, and now we'll have the proper numbers that we are showcasing on the UI. Okay, so after this let's try to add in the settings for our workspace related to specific to workspace. So for that let's create inside our options a sidebar folder. In here I'm just going to create a new file called settings workspace.tsx. Okay, so here let's first try to here I'm just going to create a placeholder for now, and later we can have the actual things that we provide as part of this workspace settings. So export const, and let's make this one the client component. Let's name this as settings workspace, and here the props and all I'm just going to figure out later. So here let's just return the empty fragment now, and this one needs to be included as part of the settings component here. So to distinguish only for workspaces, so let's just add in some props for this, like user admin workspaces. Here I'm just going to add in this user admin workspaces, and this is going to be workspace array, and for this I'm just going to pass in the props now. Here this user admin workspaces. Now here the place where we left for the workspace mapping, this is for this. After settings, so here let's use this user admin workspaces and try to iterate to this and get this each workspace. And now here I'm just going to add in empty fragment till we have this component. Anyhow, we just created this workspace settings workspace, and this one I'm just going to pass. And here let's just remove this height and overflow restrictions. So for here in the options sidebar we need to pass in these things. So this also, let me get this as the props for this component. User admin workspaces, this is going to be workspace array. Let me just destructure this user admin workspaces, and now we are going to pass in this prop for this user admin workspaces. Okay, fine, and this is options sidebar, and this one we are using inside this sidebar container. So again we need to add in this props for this user admin workspaces, which is going to be workspace array. Let me just destructure this user admin workspaces, and we need to pass on to this shortcut, to option sidebar. Okay, so now going to this sidebar component, so that's where actual logic to get the admin workspaces we need to add in. So for us to get the user admin workspaces, obviously we'll have to create a new router. So here in this API workspace get folder, let me just create a new endpoint called this user admin workspaces, and inside this I'm just going to create new route, and let's try to copy this, and we will change this accordingly. So inside this we'll get this user ID, and here the subscriptions. Instead here we are going to specify here this user role, which is going to be admin, and we are going to get this workspace details as well, and this should be pretty much the same, except that the condition we applied is user role. Okay, and now we have this same way, we have this api.ts file here also. So let's try to create a new function called like get admin user admin route, something like that, user admin workspaces, and here this is going to be get user admin workspaces, and the remaining should be same. Okay, fine. So now we have this. So if I just go to this sidebar component, and here let me just remove this console statement, and we can wrap this one inside this promise.all call. Okay, so here first thing, array of call. So after workspaces, let me use this get user admin workspaces and pass in here the session dot user dot id. Okay, fine. So first thing is user workspaces, and the next one it's going to be user admin workspaces, and I'm just going to pass the same for this user admin workspaces. Okay, so fine. So if I just open here the settings, now we need to add in this component where we just left is empty. Okay, fine. So I'm just passing in this values for that. So let's just go to the components which we just created, the settings workspace. Here the props that I will be receiving is going to be the workspace details, so which it's going to be of type workspace, and the href, which is going to be a string. So here I'm just going to destructure them. Props, first thing, the href and the workspace. Here on the from here the color, id, image, and name is what I'm destructuring again. And whatever we had for workspace, the colors, let me just copy this one and go to this settings workspace. In here, this workspace color, it's going to be this. I just need to import workspace icon color, and also this use memo from this React. Okay, so we have this workspace color, and then in this return we are going to wrap everything inside this active link component. So this one should be straightforward. So basically let's first attach in this href and all, so that we don't see this issue. So here whatever the href we have alongside, I'm going to attach in this id, and this variant, let's make this one to be a ghost, and the size of this, so let's make this to be a small, and styling width, going to make this full of flex, and justify should be at the start, and let's just center this items and have this gap of 2. Overflow, I'm just going to hide it. Okay, fine. And now inside this, if we have this image, we will have the so let's just add in the empty fragment here, and here if we have this image, I'm going to show this image source, it's going to be image, and let's add in this priority, and the styling width and height, let's set this to 7. Object cover and rounded medium. Okay, and hard, that's going to be this workspace image. Height and width, let's set this to 300. Okay, and now we don't have an image, so here this is going to be simple div, and inside this the name, the first letter, and I'm just going to have this uppercase. Styling of this, so this one, I have this rounded medium, text to be white, font color, let's font type to be bold, and height and width, let's set this to 7. Make this display as a flex. Justify, center this, and items, let's center this, and I'm going to add in this workspace color that we have, whatever we receive from the props. Okay, and here we are going to have this name of the workspace. So this is going to be settings workspace, and now here this I need to pass in the props for this key. It's going to be the workspace id, so let me just pass in here the workspace id, and the href, let's pass in here this dashboard, settings, workspace, and attach in here this workspace. Okay, now to see this one, okay, so we don't have any the things let me just change everything to admin and this, save this. Yep, and you can see now we have this two workspaces that we have. So now on clicking on this, it's going to take to settings page of the work thing, which we don't have, but this is the things that we are displaying now. And we will create those pages eventually. And also next that I wanted to focus on, I need to add in the one more role in here, the owner on, so the one who is creating that. So let me just add in and push these values as well. So let me just migrate this, added owner role. Okay, so while we are creating, we were just adding that as an admin, but I think the better it makes is to add in the owner while we are trying to create that. Then maybe we need to change this, and also the workspace component that we have, the workspaces. So let me just add in this href, which is going to be a string, and I wanted to pass this as the prop for this href. So let me just add in this to workspace component here, this href. So let me just add in this, and I'm just going to destructure this href and attach in to this active link component. And this also, we should not have this image only, then I'm just going to apply this. Okay, and now instead of this thing, we can just use this href. Okay, and let's just pass in this priority. Fine, so now the place where we are referring, okay, this needs to be a string. Okay, now the place where we are referring this workspaces is in this shortcut sidebar. So in this, I'm just going to attach in here this href, which is going to be whatever we removed from the hard-coded value, dashboard, and this is should be workspace. Okay, fine. Yeah, that's pretty much I think And now the routes, wherever we are creating, we just added the new role. So instead of this admin, I am going to change this to owner. And even this user workspaces, let's just change okay, there's no role in it. Okay, fine. And in this onboarding route, here this should be owner. Okay, fine. So now we just added the workspace settings, and we need to create pages for that also, to change the colors and all of that stuff. And here, getting this user admin workspaces, I just need to since rather than just checking for admin, let's just change this one and add in the user role can be of admin or the owner. Okay, the owner one we don't have, so if we create new one, it will be the role as the owner. Okay, so now it will be like we will pull the admin as admin workspaces which he has created, and also to which workspaces he has the admin role. Okay, and that's the endpoints correction. And now the editing workspaces functionality, basically to change the colors, name and image, we need to add in a pages. So like we see what happens, we don't have okay, I added or condition. Why is it still not getting? What's wrong in it? I just wanted to just once console this subscriptions. So let's try to refresh this. Okay, so basically we're not getting this data from here. So let me just remove wherever I have this console log statement. So I'm just going to remove this. Even here, let me just remove this one, the workspace thing. This result data, and even this error. Let's just remove the subscriptions. That's what I wanted to check for now. So let's keep that as it is, and even this one, data, token and session. Okay, so let's go to the bottom of this, and here, okay, too many driven. Okay, again, the issue is with respect to client, I think so. I'm just starting this again, so let me just try to refresh this website. Okay, it's a compiling, and let's see this. It compiled, and ideally we should see the sidebar content. Okay, and now we got this data. Fine. So it's basically if we have too many clients, that's causing this and all. Okay, now we are getting this. I can just remove this console statement again. Fine. So now let's create the page in our settings thing for our workspace. So I'm just going to create in here this workspace, and here let's create dynamic workspace ID. Workspace ID, and inside this I'm just going to create this page.tsx, and let's minimize this console and also this part. Okay, so here what we will have is, first let's have the placeholder, or else we are going to receive the error. So workspace, make this as the asynchronous, and here let's try to return empty fragment for now, and export this default workspace. Okay, so in here the param, it's going to be the workspace ID, the dynamic one. So let's just extract that by just creating the interface params. So I'm just going to add in this workspace ID, which is going to be of type string, and this one we are just going to destructure them in here, the params. Workspace ID. Fine. So here the calls that I'll be getting, first let's get this session. So basically I can just copy this one and use it here, and let's import this one, and the route, it's going to be this dynamic one. So let's change this to backticks, settings, workplace, and pass in this workspace ID. Fine. So once we get this session, the workspace settings, let's create a separate function for this. To get these settings of the particular workspace, again we are going to create a route like we did for the other things. So let me just, so here I can just write in here workspace settings page. Okay, so basically if I click on this one, we should see this workspace settings page, and that's the page that we are redirecting to. Yeah, the workspace settings page, and to get the workspace settings details, I need to create an endpoint. For that, in our workspace get, I'm going to create a new folder called this settings, and in here let's add in this workspace ID, and here let's create this route.ts. Okay, fine, whatever we have for this get endpoint, let's just tweak this. The params here is again the workspace ID, which is a string. So here along with this request, let's get this params workspace ID. Okay, so we'll get this user ID as usual, and if there is no user ID, we'll just throw in error. And after that, here instead of this subscriptions, let's get this workspace details, workspace find unique, and this one it's going to be workspace. Let me just comment this one, and here this ID, it's going to be workspace ID, and these subscribers, I'm going to get this based on this user ID, and include, we are going to add in this subscribers, and we will select the user role. Okay, so let's assign this one to true, and after this the user details, and in this I'm just going to select the ID and the image, and then this username. Okay, so this is what we will get this workspace details, and if there is no workspace, I'm just going to return this message as workspace not found, and the status code, let's send this as 404, and we will return the workspace if everything is good. Okay, so this is the endpoint to get the details of the workspace. So now just going to this here again, we need to expose that as a function inside api.ts file. So I'm just going to copy this one and use it here. This is going to be get workspace settings, the endpoint, it's going to be api workspace get settings, and user ID we are going to attach in. Along with that, the params for this, it's going to be workspace ID, which is going to be of type string. So I'm just going to attach in here the workspace ID. Method is this, and if it's not okay, I'm just going to return this not found, and this it's going to be of type the settings workspace. So this one, let me just create inside the types folder. I'm going to create in here this extended.ts, and let's export this interface settings workspace, which extends the workspace from the Prisma client. Along with this, I'm going to add in the subscribers, So for this also, let's just create this interface. The subscription user, here we are extracting the user role, which is of type this user permission, and along with this the user object where we have this id, and the image which is going to be optional of type string or null, and then this username. So this is going to be a string. Okay, so this one, it's going to be the subscription user array. Okay, this is the thing. So now I can just import this one, settings workspace. Okay, fine. So now we have this function. Going to this, I can uncomment this part and call this workspace settings and pass in here workspace id. Along with that, the session.user.id. This is going to give us the workspace details. Fine. So now inside this fragment, let's have this header component, dashboard header, and this manual routes. Let's add in this dashboard settings and this workspace dot name. Okay, so here why is this problem all the time? Okay, let me just remove this one. Fine. I don't know why this is a problem. Okay, I did not close this. Okay, now ideally we should, yep, this is the workspace settings that we are in. So we have this header component, and after this here this is going to be the main thing, and I need to add in a component specific to this, which we don't have it. So I'm just going to create that. We don't have anything here, so we need to create that. So let me just create the component for that inside this settings folder here. So I'm just going to create a new folder called workspace, and let's name the component name as workspace tab.tsx. Here the interface for this component, it's going to be the workspace settings which we created, settings workspace, and here let's just have the skeleton of the component. So workspace tab, and here this, let's have this workspace props, and I'm going to install this tabs component npx cm tabs component, and once that's installed, let's import that. So here I'm just going to return tabs, and here this default value, let's have this overview. Tabs list, or let's say this needs to be again imported. Some margin bottom. Okay, this one needs to be added in our the settings page. Let's just add that so that we'll see something on the screen. So here workspace tab, and we need to pass in this workspace. Okay, fine. So let's just go back to this workspace tab. Inside this tabs list, we'll have one for overview and another for members that are part of this workspace. So that is what we'll be creating here. So here let's have this tabs trigger on, let's say, this styling. I'm just going to do this later. Layers, okay, let's have this layers icon, size 18, and here this text I'm going to say overview. Okay, and this one again needs to, why is this value needs to be provided for this, which is overview. And styling, let's have some margin right, flex items, I'm going to center this gap of 2. Okay, yeah, this is the overview. And after this, let's just copy this one, and here this value, it's going to be the members, and the icons, this it's going to be the users to icon, and the text instead of this over, so I'm going to add in this members. Okay, fine, that's the thing. After this list, let's have this tabs content, and here this tab index, let's add in this, and value, all this is for overview. And here I don't have the anything for now, the component, so we need to have the card to edit the workspace related details. So here let's for now add in this as the overview content. Okay, so that's what we have, and here this one should be for the members. Tabs content, so value, this is going to be members, and here also let me just add in this as this members content. Okay, fine. So if I just switch this one, that's this thing. Now let's work on one component. First thing is editing the workspace details. So let's create a component inside this workspace itself. First for overview, so I'm just going to create in a subfolder, and here let's create again subfolder for edit, and here I'm going to have this edit workspace card component. Okay, so this one, let's again just have this a placeholder edit workspace card, and here I'm just going to wrap everything inside this card component. Okay, fine. So this one, the props, again it's going to be same as this. Let me just copy this one and use this here, and this one I need to import this one, And here again let's provide this props, which it's going to be the workspace. We can add in place of this overview content, this edit over edit workspace card, and for this I'm just going to provide in this workspace. Okay, fine. So now just going to this component. Inside this, the header, the title, I'm just going to say this as edit workspace. Okay, and let's just have the background bg background and no border and no shadow. So shadow to be none, and max width it can take is 3 times extra large. Okay, fine. And now for the header, this title, the pretty much the same, 2 times extra large, font to be a semi bold, and leading, let's apply this none, and this tracking, let's say tight. Okay, fine. And after this, some small card description, and here some content to edit the workspace details. Okay, and this one, let's just make text to be base, and let's add in this break words. Okay, fine. Later we'll just change this text. After this card description, I mean the header, the important components are going to be card content, and let's just have this space in y direction. Okay, so here first one is to edit the workspace image, and the another one is to edit the data of the workspace, kind of a form we need. So that things, let's just add in the components inside this edit folder itself. So edit workspace image .tsx. Okay, so first thing, let me focus on this, make this one as the client side component. So here it's going to be pretty much the same as like we did create the image, and here needs to be like upload file, and also option to delete, and all of that stuff. So let's first add in the interface for props and the placeholder component. The interface, it's going to be the same, the workspace settings. So the props workspace settings workspace, and here let's have this editor workspace image, and let's now for now have this a placeholder. So okay, this needs to be added as part of our card. So just go into this card, in here, content of this, the first thing I'm going to add in here the workspace image, and I need to pass in here the workspace, which I will add in to this. Okay, so first let's focus on just the skeleton of this thing. the skeleton. So basically I'm going to wrap everything inside the dialog component. Okay, and here inside this, let's have a div. Let's have a div, and here let me add in this label. And the label of this, let's try to localize this again. So I'm just going to the messages array messages folder. So in here let's add in okay, so I'm just going to add in here the edit workspace. Okay, so first thing related to picture. So let me just add in here this label, which is going to be workspace icon, and the title, let's add in this title as the change icon, and the button, so here the text as choose image. Okay, and the data part we will see this later. So let me just add in this edit workspace to this t.json as well, and let's go back to our component. So this one, and in here this label we are just going to add in this title of this. So for that let's use this translations, and this one it's going to be edit workspace dot picture. Okay, and now inside this label we can use this title of that. So this one, it's going to be t of label, and we should see this one on the screen ideally, but this is in dialog. So basically let's say this one open, I'm going to set this to true. Okay, so first let's have this trigger point, and then we will see this in action. So after this dialog trigger component as child, and inside this I'm just going to add in the button. Okay, and inside this we'll have the image or the name of it. So for now, let's say I'm just going to add in some text here. This button. Okay, and after this trigger this div will have this dialog content, and in here we'll have the header and the preview of the images and all that stuff. So let me add that. The header, the title, so I'm just going to wrap inside this dialog header. Let's have this title, dialog title, and here we'll just use this t of title, and we should see that, yeah, the change icon. and after this header we'll have this div where so basically here if there is an image preview enabled, we are going to show that, or if there is an image we need to show that, or also the name of the workspace and all. So first so to just keep track of should we show the image preview or not, let's maintain a state variable here. So let's create here this image preview and set image preview. Initially this I'm going to set this to empty string, and this is going to be of type string. So this is going to be of type string. Yep. And for dialog to open or not, since I hard coded here this true, this also we need to maintain a state for that. So set open, and here let's have this one set to false initially. Okay, fine. Now let's continue here in this div, and also here the props. Let me just add in here the props, and here this is going to be workspace, and I'm just going to structure id, color, image, and the name. Okay, and the place there where we are referring, so I need to pass in here the workspace. Fine, and now we shouldn't see any issues. Yep. Fine. Now here in this div, so basically if there is image preview value, I'm going to show this one in the image component here. The source, it's going to be in the image preview, and width and height let's set this to 450. So let's, and the halt text, this is going to be the workspace image, and the styling, let's do it later. Okay, so if there is no image preview, then the thing that we are going to check is if there is an image, then again the image. So let me just copy this one. This is the image component, and instead of this source being the image preview will be that, and if I don't have that also, so this is what we'll be showcasing, the name of the workspace. So basically the first character of the workspace name, and convert this into uppercase. Okay, so that's what we'll be showcasing here. The big ho styling and all, we will do it later. And after this the form, and we need a schema for this. So the schema for this also, let's just define inside our workspace schema. So let's just move to this schemas folder, workspace schema, and here I'm just going to let's try to split this one. So basically the file, so I'm just going to have this, this is the file, and the color also, let me just add in this is going to be enum, the color, and here the purple. So basically the list which where we added as part of our the enum in our db. So red, green color, blue, pink, and the yellow, orange,
and this lime, emerald, indigo color, and finally this fuchsia. Okay, fine, so that's the enum. And now for workspace schema, now instead of this I can just pass in here this file. This should be fine. And API workspace thing also. Now let me just create here the schema for our picture, which is going to be the workspace picture, the jet.object, and this is going to be just the file. And the same way for editing data and all of that, so I can just create in here. For now let's export this one and we'll come back to adding the other schemas. This is going to be the worker workspace picture, jet.infer, so this should be type of this workspace picture. Okay, so now we have this schema. So just going in here, I'm just going to import this, and let's just prepare this form, which is going to be this use form, and here the workspace picture, and by default the resolver is going to be this dot resolver, and here I'm just going to have this workspace picture. Okay, fine, so that's the schema. And now let's just have this form by attaching in this one, and just below this div form component, and I'm just going to attach in this one, and inside this the form component, the on submit I'm just going to attach in later, and whatever the upload file that we had, this component I'm just going to use this on the get image preview, pass in the set image preview, and for now let's just add in this one. What happened again? Let me just rerun this. So the upload file component, I'm just going to add in some props for that. Meanwhile, let's have this component loaded. This types description, let's make this as optional, and also let's have this the optional use as a button component, or not a component, the prop. This is going to be a boolean, then hide file name. So this again I'm just adding this as a boolean, and this button text, let's add in this also as an optional. So this is also going to be of type string. So let's just destruct and get this props, hide file name, and this button text. Okay, fine. So now this one, so the div or where we have in our control, so basically now if this use as button is true, then inside this fragment, so let me just else let's just have this whatever we have here as a div. I'm just going to add in this, if use button is true, then we are going to add in here this button component. On click, I'm just going to check this one, if this input ref dot current, and then we are going to trigger
the click event on it, and this type of this, it's going to be a button. And styling, let's just add the text color to be white in a dark theme, and some margin bottom. And yep, so now the text of it, it's going to be this button text, whatever we just added. So I'm just showcase this, and here this below here we'll have this input thing. So let me just take whatever we have here, and I'm just going to reuse this one, this input field file input sr only tab index. I'm just going to add in here, and the value as undefined, and the ref we just attach this input ref type, it's going to be file, and multiple true, handle change, and input accept. Okay, so this is the just the small change. And also now below this one, and let me just add in here the hide file, not only then we will show this one. Okay, just a small change in here. And now let me just try to refresh this page. And now let's just go back to the image component. So in here, okay, let me go back to sign in page. Sign in with GitHub. Okay, it's logging in. And now here let me just add in this hide file name and use as button, and this button text, let me just pass in here. This is going to be t of a button, and let me just open this settings section. After this, the container class name width, it's going to be full, and this form, let me attach in this form. The schema, it's going to be the workspace picture, and input accept, it's going to be the image type. So this is the upload file thing. Okay, let me just get into this. Okay, this is the button. Okay, fine. Let me just cancel this. Yep, so that's the upload thing. Then after this, let me just have a div, and this is to either to delete the picture or not. So this is going to be a button component inside this text. For now, let me just add in this trash icon, or later we'll add in all the styling functionality and the status of it accordingly. And that is for this. And after this, to accept it, so this button is to accept it, so this is going to be check icon, and this size also is going to be 18. Fine, so overall this is the thing. And now we'll come from the top to bottom by styling and adding in all the functionality and the services or API wherever is needed. Okay, so first thing here, this div, let's make this as a flex, and this column, and let's have the space in the y direction 1.5, and justify have a start. So this is for the thing, you can see the text. Now the label, I'm just going to make this text to be muted, foreground. I think this should be it. And this the button where we have this one. So let me make this styling to be dynamic. So basically width and height, I'm going to set this to 16, and text color I want it to be white, and font type, let's make this one to be bold. And here if we don't have this image, and only then I will have this the workspace color. So for workspace color, so whatever we had in this workspace component, I'm just going to take this one and use this inside this component as well. So here I just need to import this use memo, and also this works from this Prisma client. And here I'm just going to add in this now workspace color. Okay, fine, that's the thing, and the content is not going to be text. Now this variant, here if we have this image, let's make this as a ghost, if not this default, and the size of this, it's going to be icon. Okay, and now the content here, depending upon this image, if we have this image, then I'm going to add in this, let's say just take this one, let's just change this to image, and here for now let's add in some empty fragment. Okay, fine. So this thing, if we don't have anything, so here I'm just going to use this name of 0 dot to uppercase. That's what we'll be having here. And if there is an image, and just I'm adding this width and height restricting to 16, and rounded, let's make this medium, and object to cover. I'll just switch to other workspace where we have image, and we'll see this in action. And okay, and now on click of this, so what are we supposed to do? So basically here, let's first clear any errors on this file, and the image preview, I'm going to set this to empty string. Okay, so that's this button, the triggering point. And after this one, now the dialog content, so let's just make this one the maximum width to be 28 rems with a smaller screen, and make this display as flex, direction to be column, just justify center, items, let's center them, and padding of 8. Okay, fine. And now the header also, let's just make the items center and justify center. The title, I'm just leaving that as it is. And now the preview here, the styling for this one, let's have this width and height, set it to 40, and text size to be 4 times extra large, and text color, let's have this on white, and font type, let's make this one to be bold, rounded, it's going to be large, make this flex, justify center, and items, center this and margin in the y direction 5. And now here, depending upon if there is no image preview, and there is no image, only then I'm going to have this the workspace color showcased. Okay, that's the thing. And here let's add in this pointer events none. Fine, so that's the thing. And if there is an image thing, so the styling for image, whatever we added here, let me just take this, except that the width and height, let me change this to 40.
Okay, even this one too. So width and height, I'm just going to change this to 40. That's the image, and here is the form. Okay, now the form thing. So the div where we have this button, so let's add some margin top, and width, let's make this one to occupy full, and also make this one as a flex, justify center items center, and have this gap of 4. Okay, and coming down to this button now, this styling, let's make this one to be rounded full. Width and height, let's set this to 12, and padding of 2, and again here if this image options, so basically let me just add in the image options which we just created in our third step. So basically so let's just open this side in the third step. So not in the third step, here. Okay, let me just check, search this image options. Yep, here in this add user image, so let me just copy this one and go to our current component. So here I'm just going to add in this same thing. Instead of this profile image, let me change this one to image, these options. Okay, now let's just go to this button styling where we are trying to dynamically add in these stylings for this button. So if here the image options can delete, then I'll have this text color to be white, else we'll have this text muted foreground. Okay, that's the styling of this the button and the delete one, and this type, let's make this one to be button, and this one will be disabled if image options dot can delete, or we'll have the API calls tracking is deleting or not, that I'm going to add in later. And after this, the variant, this one again, it's going to depend upon this can delete. If can delete, I'll have this default, or else let's change this to secondary. Okay, and on clicking we need to trigger the API call to delete this picture, and the content also, so we need to change this. So same thing here as well. So for this button type, it's going to be a submit, and the styling, it's going to be pretty much the same, except that instead of this can delete, it's going to be a can save. Even this variant, I'm just going to variant in place of this delete, I'm going to save, change this one to save, and here as well, if cannot save, this is the thing. Okay, the text and all we are going to change. So now at least we have this so this is like which doesn't have the image. So this is always true. Let me here change this one to false, and just go to this thing
this, and let's now make this one to true. We'll just change this dynamically later on. So yeah, so we have this image. This is how it is. Okay, we have this image now, so this is enabled. We can just delete and all that stuff. So for this we need to have an endpoint, one first to delete the picture that we have. So going to this API folder, let me just create a delete endpoint inside this workspace. Delete folder, I'm just creating this, and in here this delete is for the picture, and I'm going to create a route inside that. Okay, so here I'm just going to copy whatever we have here for deleting this picture. So first thing, it's going to be the same, getting the session unauthorized, and the now this one, let's just remove this one. The body we are going to get, and we are going to check this one against our the delete picture schema. So let me just quickly create the schema for all of the workspace related endpoints inside this workspace schema. So I'm just going to create in here. So now we want for deleting okay, so let me just create here for API workspace or delete picture, and this is going to be on object, and the ID it's just going to be a string. Okay, so this is to delete a picture, and same way for editor data and all will when we need, I'm just going to add that. So now I need to just use this schema and to parse the body that we are getting. So API workspace delete picture dot parse body, and if this is not successful, this is what we want will be adding in. And after this, let's try to get this ID using this result dot data. So once we get this ID, now let's just first find this user, and alongside I'm going to include here this subscriptions, where the workspace ID is matching to the ID that we have received, and also I'm going to select the user role just to check whether he has the permission to delete or not. So once we get those details, and if we don't find any user, this is what we'll be returning. Else we will check if the user dot subscriptions of 0 dot user role is either can edit, or user dot subscriptions of 0 or dot user role is equals to read only, then we should not allow the user to delete the picture. So I'm just going to return here the JSON saying that errors dot no permission, and here the status code, I'm just going to send in this 403. Okay, fine. If he has the permissions, so we are going to update here in place of this user db dot workspace dot update, and here we are just going to find this one by ID, this data, the image, we are going to set this to null. Okay, and finally I'm just going to return here this result dot data, and if there is any error. Okay, this is the endpoint or to delete the picture. Same way to edit. Also let's just create the endpoint. So inside this itself workspace folder, let's create the edit folder. So I'm just going to create all the endpoints that we need, and then we will go to our UI components. So here for picture, let's just create again this new folder, and I'm creating the route.ts. Okay, so whatever I had it here for now, just let's just take this one. We are going to again check the session here. Instead of this workspace delete, I'm going to use the workspace API workspace picture. Let's again create the schema for that. So the schema, let's just create for API workspace picture. So this is going to be the object with a picture to which is going to be of type string, and then this ID. So this is again going to be a string. So I'll just add in for other things as well. So basically and also let me just create here this separate thing for workspace name as well. So here this workspace name, let me just remove this one. It's going to be string and minimum, and also let me just add in here this maximum constraint, also let's say 20, and I'm going to add in this schema workspace dot long, so it cannot be longer than this. Okay, so let me just add in here, so we can just remove this one and have this workspace name. Fine. So just I'm just going to create whatever the schema we need for picture as well as the data edit of our the workspace related things. So next it's going to be the workspace edit data. This one, let's have this object. Here we are going to change the workspace name and the color. So these are the two things to edit it. And the again for API thing, so API workspace edit data. So this is again going to be an object with this ID, which is going to be a string, and the workspace name and the color. Okay, so that's for the API thing. And now we can just the same way whatever we added, I'm just going to export this type API workspace picture jet.info type of API workspace picture. Okay, then after that the workspace edit data jet.info, this is going to be type of workspace edit data, and for now this API workspace edit data jet.info, the type of API workspace edit data. Okay, for now let's, okay, this should do. So just going to this thing, so let me just import this API workspace picture, and now once we evaluate this, what's this again? Okay, so once this we evaluate and check if it's not success, we're going to throw this error. And here let's just destructure the ID along with this the picture, and after this we are going to again check the same and see if we found our user or not. If not, this one, and the permission check, it's going to be pretty much the same. And instead of image, this one's setting to null, we are going to set whatever the picture that we received, and this is going to be pretty much to edit thing. And now let's create the same way to edit the data. So inside this edit folder itself, I'm going to create this data, and let's add in this new route, and let's okay, whatever we had here for this one, let me just copy for this. And here also it's going to be pretty much the same except the schema. So this one, it's going to be workspace edit data, and we are going to destructure this id, color, and workspace name, and we are just going to get the same data, check for the role if it's not 403, else instead of this image, we are going to change this name, which it's going to be the workspace name, and the color. Okay, this is to update this data. Okay, now we have at least a few endpoints that we created. So just going back to our image component, the image, yep. So here let me just create a mutation functions, one to first of all, so whatever we had in the add user image, the component, this one. So let me just take this thing for image, and I'm just going to import all of these things, use upload thing, and the toast I'm just going to create in here, use toast. Okay, fine. So here, so basically we will just upload this image to the upload thing, and instead of this titles we need to change this one if there is any error, kind of like workspace icon added, and this destructive, and this data. So basically here again, instead of this one, let's change it to workspace icon added. And if there is a data, so we need to pass in this to update workspace picture. So that one I'm just going to create the mutation for that. So also let's just take this one, and just I'm going to tweak this. So just below this, let's just update this one to the name update workspace picture, and I need to import this one. We need to change this one to update workspace picture, and here let me just import this use mutation. Okay, and also the axios and the endpoint here. So basically the here the input, I'm going to change this to picture, that's what we need. And here just let me just rename this to result, and here I'm just going to import this. Let me just import this Axios. Okay, so let's just go here. Okay, now the endpoint, it's going to be API workspace edit picture, and this body we are supposed to pass in the ID along with that the picture. So here in the picture, so and here I'm just going to return this the result. Okay, after this the errors, let's just show this or toast message. So for this the error, and let me change here this instance to Axios error. So here this error dot response dot data, or else this errors dot default message. Okay, so let me just rename this one to error, and also this one should be this error, and we need to add in this message. So use translations of message. Okay, fine. So I'm just added here the on error, and now in this on success we are just going to change this one to workspace picture updated, and we are just going to refresh the route. So let's just remove this one. So the route, I'm just going to use this router from this next intl. Okay, fine. And this mutation key, it's going to be change workspace picture. Okay, so this is the endpoint to edit our picture. So fine. Okay, and now for this one, so similar way, I'm just going to copy this one and add in the function to delete workspace picture. So let me just change this one to delete workspace picture, and here instead of this is pending, I'm going to rename this to is deleting, and here there is not going to be any input, and also I just don't want any return result, so I can just remove this one thing, and also no need to return anything. So I'm just going to just call this the endpoint. It's going to be workspace delete picture, and we need to pass in this ID. That's it. Okay, and on error, this is going to be pretty much the same. Here instead of this one, let's change this to deleted, and then after this we are going to refresh this, and here instead of this change we are going to rename this to delete workspace picture. Okay, fine. So I just added this one, the delete and update, and also on submit of this callback function. So here I'm going to have this workspace picture. Let's get this image, which it's going to be a file or data.file, and here await, call this start upload function and pass in this image. Okay, so this is the upload function, their update workspace picture, and this is what we have here. So mostly the API calls to delete workspace picture and update workspace picture and to upload the image to upload thing, we did add, and almost we are done with this component. Just I need to attach in this on submit, and also the change this dialog values to dynamic things. Let's change this to open, and on open change, let's add in this set open. And also now let's just go to the form section here, and I need to add in this on submit thing. On submit form dot handle submit, I'm going to call this on submit function. And also now the status of the buttons that we have, I'm just going to change here, and disabled here, I'm just going to add in this even if it's deleting. So here the status also based upon this value. If it's deleting, let's have this loading state icon, and else let's have this trash icon. So I'm just going to replace this. Okay, and this one as well. So here if it's uploading or it's pending, and here also let me just change depending upon this, is uploading or is pending, then I will have this loading state, else this check icon. So let me just add in this check icon. Okay, so almost this is the edit workspace image component. So let me, what happened to this, let me just refresh again this too many Prisma clients. We do have this. So where is this Prisma library db.ts, where are you? Okay, if it's not equals to this, else. Okay, let me just comment this for now, this line, and I'm just going to use this thing. So let me just comment this if else conditions. Okay, yep. So I'm just going to sign in now, and I just wanted to check this both endpoints functionality if it's working. Then we will go to the data section, the data component. So it's logging in, redirecting us to dashboard. Okay, we are on the dashboard. Let's go to the settings page. Okay, so let me add in the image for this, kind of like we'll test here the update the image for this workspace. Okay, so clicking on this, it's going to open this one, and now here I wanted to choose the image. Let's select this let's select this one again, the same image, and I'm just going to try to upload this. Okay, this successful. We need to add in the messages, that's fine. and now you can see this endpoint is working. That's what we have. And now let's test this one. So I just don't want this one, and let me just delete this image. This delete is not, I think we did not add on click functionality for that. So let's go to our delete button. Yep. So for delete, I need to add in here on click. Let me call this delete workspace picture, and I think we should be good to test this one. Okay, so if I just click on this delete now, it should delete this image. Set this to null. Okay, this also successful, and we can see it did set this to null. Okay, fine, both of the endpoints is working, and almost all the functionality in this workspace icon that we wanted to change, it's okay. It's okayish. It's fine. The functionality is working fine, though the UI might not be that great. Fine. So the first component we are done with. The second component is what we wanted to create. So let me just create inside this edit the new file. Let's name this one as edit workspace data.tsx, and in this component we need to have an option to change the workspace name and color and all those things. So basically let's do one thing. So whatever I have here for this thing, I'm just going to copy this thing, and let's just change this thing whichever we don't want. Edit workspace data form. Okay, so here also let's just be consistent. I'm just going to change this to form because this is the form that we have. The props and everything, it's going to be pretty much the same. And this form now, instead of this workspace picture, this is going to be workspace edit data, and this one, let's change this to workspace edit data. And here this default values, let me set the workspace name to the name, and the color whatever we have. Okay, that's the form, and the workspace color, let's just have this in the same way. That's fine. And now the endpoint to edit this image options, I don't think we need this. Okay, and here also we don't have anything related to image. And the endpoint, okay, so let's just change this name to edit workspace data, and here the data that will be sending in is this workspace edit data format. And here also, so the endpoint needs to change to edit data. Okay, and here the params are going to be id. Okay, fine. So this is going to be whatever the data that we have alongside this id, and I don't want to collect any results, so let's just remove this one. Okay, fine. And this error, let's just leave this as it is, and here instead of this the workspace picture updated, I'm going to change this one to the updated workspace. Okay, and after this let's just reset the form dot reset, and here the mutation key, let's have this as edit workspace data. Okay, so this is the endpoint to edit this, and whatever I have here, this delete thing, let me just remove, and even here we will just call in this edit workspace data and pass in this data, and this one, instead of this workspace picture, this is going to be workspace edit data. Okay, and the forms and everything, let's just remove this, complete this dialog. This is not going to be dialog. We need to wrap inside this form and have the form that we have, and inside this so basically here let's do one thing. So whatever for the second step or whatever the fields that we have, let me just take all of this. I mean the first step one, yeah, let me just take this complete form, and we will change this accordingly. Okay, so first the thing, form field, let's just import whichever we did not, so whichever we are not using, I'm just going to remove those imports. This upload file, upload thing is also not needed, and okay, we can remove this later. The form where we imported, let me just add in this form field, form item, form control, and this form message, form label, and all whatever we need. So mostly I think those should be things. Okay, fine. So here, okay, and this also I'm just going to add in here after this one, the editor workspace data form, and the workspace is what should be passed to this. And here we have a lot of issues, that's fine. We are going to take care. Okay, so after this form, let's try to wrap this one inside one more div, the form field. This form field, let me just move this one to inside this, and the name of this should be the workspace name, and remaining, let me just comment these things, and this one also I'm just going to comment so that we won't see errors. Okay, this is the workspace name. Okay, this input component, let me just import this. Okay, here this should be inputs.name, and these placeholders also, it's going to be placeholders.name. So let me just change this one. Okay, fine, that's the thing. And here this title, the translations, instead of this should be data, so which we haven't created. So let's just go to messages. Okay, so after this let me add in here this data part, the inputs. Let's this is going to be name, so I'm just going to say this is going to be the workspace name, the color, which here it's going to be workspace color icon, and after this the placeholders. Again, this is going to be name. Example, I'm just going to add in here some example, and after this one the info. So let's add in this, changing the color only affects the appearance of the workspace icon only. Okay, just the info when no image has been added. So this is the thing, and after this let's have this button, which it's going to say the update text, and the button pending text, which it's going to be updating. Okay, so this is the data of the workspace related things. So let me just add in here the data part. So let's just go back to our this data form. So instead of this picture, now it's going to be the workspace.data. Okay, fine. I think yeah, now we are seeing this workspace name. After this thing, anyhow we are adding let's go with the styling as well. So let's make this width full, maximum width medium, and margin top 0 small, again margin top 0, space and the y direction let's add in, I mean whatever it was before, the 8. Okay, fine. And here this div let's add in 4, and for this div I'm just going to add in this space, let's say 1.5. Okay, fine. That was for the workspace name, and after this let's add one more div, and the same thing, let's add in same space 1.5, and this is going to be for the color, and this is going to be a bit trickier, so we'll be using the radio group to select the colors and all of that stuff. So here I'm just going to, whatever we have here, let me just take this form field, and I'm just going to uncomment this part, and the name of this should be now the color, and the field the form item. So here let's add in the space for this also in the y direction. Form label, this is going to be inputs dot color, so I'm just changing this one to color, and after this in control, instead of this input component we are going to have here this radio group component. Okay, so here now on value change, whatever we have here, field dot on change callback function, I'm just going to pass in this default value. Let's pass in this field dot value, and the styling we are going to make this as a flex, and I'm just going to wrap this one, have this gap of 2, medium let's have more gap like 3. Okay, and now inside this the list that we have, the colors, I'm just going to use this one. So the colors, let me just prepare this one, or else we can export this one from our the library where we are trying to generate the random workspace color. So here I can just add in here, this is going to be simple. So export const to colors, object dot values workspace icon color. Okay, and I'm just going to use this inside our component. So let's just import this one. Yep, the colors thing. So now we will try to iterate through each color and try to show this as each form item. So colors dot map, get this each color, and inside this we will have this form item component, and key it's going to be the color value, and the styling I'll just adjust this one later. And inside this let's have this form control component, the radio group item, and here this radio group item, so I'm going to use this check icon. So this one I'm going to customize this component, and inside this thing we need to have so basically I can just pass in for this itself the value, which in this case it's going to be color. Yep, this is the thing, the radio button. So now we need to have the styling and color name for this. So to just style this form item, let's make this as a flex, and items I'm going to center them, and let's have space in the x direction 3, and in y direction let's just set this to 0. Okay, fine. And here this also, let me just style this, add in this transition colors, duration 200, and also here use this workspace color and pass in the color as the input param for this function. So whatever we have to the above function, I'm just going to change this, instead of this one to be inside this use memo. So I'm just going to change this one. So let's make this one to be a function, and inside this is what we are going to add, and here this one, the provider color as the input. So this one, it's going to be workspace icon color. Okay, yep, so and the color thing needs to be different. So basically here whatever the colors that we are mapping in, so this one, let's the purple and all those things, but we are seeing just the color of this. Okay, going to this list, workspace icon color, we have this purple. Okay, now going to this Okay, this color should be all of this thing. Okay, so as of now we are just seeing the default color of the workspace rather than to choose the multiple colors. Let me just check this colors list once. Okay, so here in this function, instead of providing in this provided color as the param, we are using the prop the thing, that's why. And now we have this workspace color icon, the colors that we want, and here we can be more specific and mention here the border color also. Let's say here I wanted to have in here this border blue 600, and on our the border should be blue 500. So we can just add in the whole of this color rather than to have a black and all. So just let me quickly add in this border colors also on our border 500, and here this lime color also, let's have this 600, and this one lime 500. Okay, same thing. Let me just copy this all of this thing, and we are just going to change the text, this one to orange and this one to orange. Okay, and here this should be pink. Okay, here also let me just change this one to pink color, and here also let's just change this to pink. So I'm just going to add in for a few of this. Later we can just add in more colors as well. Yellow, and this is going to be red, so let's add in this red color. Okay, and this is for purple, so I'm just going to add in this purple, and this is the green color, so let's add in this green, and here on hovering this one, and this one cyan color, so let's just change this one, so, and also this one to indigo. And finally we have one more color to change, and then we should be good. Indigo color, and this one as well. This let's change this hover color also. Okay, and by default the blue color, so let me just add in this blue color. Okay, fine. So now you can see the border black color is replaced with respective colors, and also so this is the component. So after this one, after this component, here I can just add in let's just add in this warning component that we have, and this blue, and here let's add in the info which we added as part of our messages JSON file, this one. And now here this button, I'm just going to add in this, and we'll change this one accordingly. So let me just change the content, remove this content of this. So this is disabled if the form state is in not valid or is pending. Okay, this is the thing, and the type of this, it's going to be submit, and type of this, it's going to be submit, and also this styling of this, let's just add in some margin at the top, and width, let's keep that as it is, and maximum width, I'm going to remove this constraint. And now inside this, if it's pending, then we'll have this loading state, and the loading text, I'm going to show this one, the button pending text, which is the updating thing. And if not, so let's just close this one, and here we'll have this button text. Okay, so this is the thing. Yep, the button component that we have to edit our workspace. And also here this radio group component, I can just change that one, or else let's just keep that as it is. So basically, okay, so here the radio group component, for the item, I wanted to add in to use the check icon or not. So that one, let's do one thing. So this, let me add in here this use check icon, and okay, so this one, this radio group, so basically I just wanted to add in the prop for this use check icon. Okay, so I'm just going to replace this one with this thing. I'm just adding this this size. I just made this one as a bigger, and here the props, now just going, let's just ignore this one. So here I just wanted to pass in here this use check icon. So yep, so if I select this, yeah, okay, let's say I wanted to change this to red, and we have this the endpoint also integrated into form to edit our workspace data. And the name of this, let's say on our way is the workspace name. Okay, and the red color is what I wanted to change it to. So now if I just update this, it is updated, and this is the name. And this one, why is it again new test? Maybe I need to refresh this to replace that. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so this editing workspace is also working. This one, whatever I added here, I can just add in for other section as well. So for now, let's just ignore this one. So let's just ignore this. Okay, fine. Now wherever we have this workspace colors used, here maybe I'll just replace this one with this border color also, not this. Let's just copy this one, and here let's just go to the components where we have all of this. So here I'm just going to replace this one. Even in here, just adding the border colors also, respective colors. And here I don't think so. I think, yeah, those are the places that we have. So I'm just updated that. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so the workspace, the editing is also working. Now we need to have a component. So I think that's almost just the workspace icon. We have here to change which it's working, the first component that we worked on, and this is to update the name. Okay, and I'm just going to remove whichever we are not using, the imports, the image, and this icons. Okay, and this styling also on this label. Okay, fine. And after this one, let's have the component to delete workspace also. So basically for that, let's for now ignore. I'm just going to add it eventually. And this in header again, in the dashboard header component, let's pass in here this class name to just style it better for the custom styling. So I can just add in this class name, and here wherever we have this header, let's just wrap this one inside this cn, and here this is let me just wrap this one inside this and close this bracket, and let me just import this one cn from libutils. Okay, let me just import. Fine, and additionally I'm just going to attach in here the class name that if you wanted to style this, and the div where we have this thing max width, let's make this one to 17 rem thing, and if it's a smaller, let's make maximum width to be 4 times extra large. Okay, fine, I just added this one. So now in the bread crumb as well, let me just change the styling better. Here let's add in this one for smaller screens, and also let's make the text to be smaller, and if it's a smaller screen, let's make this text to be base so that it looks a bit smaller. Yep. And after this, in our link the padding which I added, let me just make this to smaller screens. So for normal screens, let's just add the one in all directions. Even the same for this one. This is for smaller screens, and for normal screens let's add in one. Okay, yep, that's the thing. And also now these settings related endpoint. So basically here for getting this settings related details, workspace, the workspace ID, the route, we just have this, so I need to test this. And let's have the loading page for our workspace as well. So here for this workspace, let me add in the new file, call this as this loading.tsx. So basically pretty much the same that we had for the other page. Here I'm just going to import this loading state component, and let's export this default so that we don't see this issue. Okay, and that's the change. And now in the actual workspace page, so let's say I wanted to go to this page, workspace page, let's add in the stylings for this, which we added the margin, some bottom, and also if it's a smaller screen, no margin bottom. Okay, fine. So basically we almost in a way to edit the workspaces related functionalities, like changing the color, name and image and all. So the next action item that we are going to do is basically the deleting workspace, which we need to create a endpoint. So let's just create the endpoint inside this the workspace folder. In the delete section, let's create a new folder called the workspace, and I'm just going to create a route inside that, route.ts. so whatever we have for this picture, let me just take this code and then reuse this one. So this is going to be pretty much the same, and result here, instead of this workspace delete picture, this is going to be workspace delete thing. So I need to create the schema for that also. Schemas, okay, here to delete the workspace, so I'm just going to add in here a export const API workspace delete jet.object, and in here we'll have this ID and the workspace name. So for ID, I'm just going to create in here this reusable export const ID, which it's going to be jet.string. Okay, that's the thing. I can just export this type also, export type API workspace delete nextjs.infer this type of API workspace delete. Okay, so now just going back to our route here, let me just import the thing which we just created. Okay, so here once we get this, and we'll check this after this along with this workspace ID, I'm just going to collect this workspace name, and then we will find this user just using the session ID. So we don't need all of this. I'm just going to remove this. So if you don't find this user, we are going to show that. And after this, let's find the workspace. So here, this workspace, await db.workspace.find unique, and here the where I'm going to use this ID that we get. And if we don't find the workspace, so I'm just going to use this one. So instead of this user, the workspace, and here this error message, I'm going to add in this as this errors dot no workspace and status code 404. And after this, let's just check if the workspace name is not equals to the workspace name that we received. And here also we are going to return saying that name of the workspace is not matching. So here this errors, wrong workspace name, and the status code, let's just return this one as 403. Okay, and finally here instead of this update, I'm going to delete this and provide in here this which want to delete the ID. So this is what we are going to delete. Okay, and here the status, let's just send this as the okay, and remaining it's going to be same. So this is the endpoint to delete the thing. So for this one, let's create a component to delete the workspace. Inside our overview of this components folder, here I'm just going to create a new file. Let's name this as delete workspace.tsx, and let's make this also a client component. So this also, it's going to be pretty similar to what we had for deleting the account. So basically this account or whatever I had, just let me just copy this one, and let's use this one here inside this. Okay, and I'm just going to adjust the props accordingly, so here this one prop, it's going to be workspace, and this is going to be of type settings workspace, and here let me just change this one to workspace, and here instead of this account, this is going to be workspace, and this one, the name, let's change this to edit workspace dot delete. Okay, and this deleting workspace schema, let me just create here itself again, delete, we can just create in that file also, but I'm just going to create here. So this import jar.object, here this will have this workspace name, which it's going to be a string, and let's just refine this one, workspace name matching to the name. So I'm just going to restructure this to get the only values which I need, ID and name. If not, so I'm just going to show this workspace dot wrong name. Okay, fine. So that's the schema. So I can just create in here this type, delete workspace schema, and here this should be a type of the above delete work schema. And let's just change this one, the form, to have this workspace schema, and this one to delete workspace schema. The default value instead of this email, this is going to be the workspace name. Okay, that's the thing. And now here this delete instead of this profile, I'm going to change this to workspace, and this form data should be a delete workspace schema, and this one instead of this profile delete, it is going to be workspace delete slash workspace, and this one return type delete workspace schema. Okay, and the other things, I think pretty much it's going to be same. And here instead of this deleted info, we are going to change this to deleted workspace info. If these messages are missing, we will add all of this at the end. And after deleting successfully, so here instead of this signing out, router what happened here, where is this router? Okay, use router from this nextjs, and here let's just navigate to dashboard, settings. Okay, and after this I'm just going to refresh this one, and this one, it's going to be delete workspace as this mutation key. And here let me change this one to delete workspace, and also the schema, it's going to be delete workspace schema. Okay, so basically let me just remove this delete account schema completely. Okay, now we have this endpoint also. So what is this? Okay, this should be delete workspace schema. Okay, this one it's going to be pretty much the same, except this instead of this delete title, it's going to be title. And also let's just change this maximum width to 3 times XL. And inside this form now, in place of this email, this is going to be the workspace name. And here let me change this one to label, and this also to placeholder, the input. And after this we'll have this form, the type button, and here the text, it's going to be button. The content, it's going to be the dialog, description, warning. Okay, and here this handle submit, destructive is pending. Yeah, pretty much the same. Okay, so this is delete workspace component, and now we need to add this one inside our the workspace tab component. So here I'm just going to adjust this. Here after this one, let me add some div and have some margin padding and in the y direction, and inside this I'm just going to add in this separator, and after this we'll add in this component delete workspace, and for this the prop that we're going to pass in this workspace. So if I just go back to settings again, so we're navigating to settings. Let's go to some of the workspace settings. Yep, here is the thing. The things that we added, the edit workspace to delete, I need to add in that. Okay. Okay, so here after this, let's add in this delete title. Let's add in this delete the workspace, and description. So I'm just going to add in here one say workspace, and the data belonging to it or deleted. There is no way to restore them or recover them. Okay, so that's the thing that I'm adding in here. After this, the label confirm workspace name, and after this the button. So this one, it's going to say a delete, so instead of a brn it's going to be I just corrected that. And now this dialog object, the dialog title, let's have this delete the workspace, and this descriptions. So I'm going to show in here this all data will be permanently deleted, and I'm going to add in here all users belonging to this workspace will lose access to it. Okay, and after this the warning message. So here I'm going to add in this deletion of workspace is permanent and cannot be undone. Just this warning messages. So and then I'm going to add in this here. Let's add in here click delete workspace to delete the workspace. Okay, and finally the button text. So here this button, it's going to be delete workspace, and this one, this pending button. So I'm going to add in here this deleting, please wait. Okay, fine. So this is the thing. Then I'm just going to add in this one to other thing as well. After this, let's add in this one. Okay, fine. So this is to delete the workspace, and still the placeholder. Okay, the placeholder, let me just remove that. I don't think I need that, or else we can add some text, but that's fine. Now let me just remove here the placeholder. Okay, so if I enter here this open studio 1 2 3 4 5 and click on this delete, this is what we have. And if I just click this delete, we should okay, the wrong name, yep, because here this is studio, yes. And if I click on this delete, the data provided is please provide the correct ones. Okay, the endpoint that we have here to delete this one. Okay, what is it? This is what it is, the ID and the workspace name. So going to this component, we are okay, I'm just passing in the form data, so I need to add in this ID, and here let's add in this workspace name, which is going to be this form data dot workspace name, and let's just remove this one. Now we should be able to delete this okay, so now let's try to delete this again. Delete, so I'm just trying to delete this one. Oh yep, so it's deleted. You can see whatever we had for Open Studio, it's deleted. Okay, so the deletion it's working, and we just added into our settings, and also okay, okay, fine. So this edit workspace card, so I'm just going to localize this one also. So let's use this translations here, the edit workspace, and inside this, and let's remove this maximum width restrictions. The title, whatever we have, this one I'm going to change this to T of title, and description, this one let's change this to T of this descriptions. Okay, fine. So this is the small change, so this needs to change now. Yeah, this title and description also, let me just add in to our messages thing, the edit workspace. So let me add in here this title as this edit workspace, and the description, let's say here you can change the name of the workspace, and it's icon, something like this. So let me take this one and go to this also, so adding in here. Okay, fine. Okay, so we're able to edit the workspace name, the color, and able to delete the workspace, and so all related operations related to workspace are in place. And so Just a small correction while we are deleting the endpoint, or deleting endpoints for the workspace here. The user, when here, let me just include here. So here also I just wanted to check this permissions, okay, like we did when we were trying to delete the other things, so the image and all those things. So workspace ID, and along with that I'm going to select the user role. Okay, so here whatever we had for this one, the permissions, let me just take this and use the here. So here, if this role is can edit and read only, there's no permission, so we are going to remove this, and rest it's going to remain the same. Just handling the role logic check, okay, so that nobody other than those roles can delete. Fine, and now let's focus on inviting others to our workspaces, so kind of like a share component, and also the API to send the invite code and all that. So let's do that. For invite users component, let's again create inside this components folder the new folder. Let's name this one as the invite users, and inside this I'm going to create the invite users.tsx. okay, so like always, let's have this skeleton. So invite users, and here again the props, it's going to be the workspace related things, workspace. So let me just import this workspace from Prisma, and in here let's again add in this props. This is going to be workspace, and let me just add in the skeleton of this one. Again we will wrap inside this dialog component. Okay, fine. So this one we need to add as part of our the workspace page that we have for this ID. In here, so basically we will try to show the invite users triggering point, kind of a button. Only if the user role is admin or owner, only they can share. So for us to get the user role, I'm going to create a new endpoint inside our the get folder. So here let me just create new folder called user role, and inside this let's create this route.ts. okay, and just to get here this thing, let me just copy this one and use this. Now in the URL I'm going to send in the user ID, along with that the workspace ID. So this one workspace ID, we are going to get the same way that we got the user ID, the workspace ID. And if you don't have this user ID or this workspace ID, I'm just going to have this error showcased. If not, let's try to get the user details. So let me just remove this one and replace this one with user db.user.find unique where id is matching to user id, and here let's include all of the details related to subscriptions matching the workspace id, and also I'm just going to select the workspace related details. Let's just get this user role which is true. Okay, fine. So after this, the pretty standard, so I'm just going to remove this. If no user, we are going to return this next response.json, and here again same thing, errors dot no user API. So this one, let me change this thing, and here the status code, let's set this to 404. Fine, and now here I'm going to collect this user role with using this user dot subscriptions of 0 dot user role. Okay, so once I get this user role instead of this workspace, let's return this user role. Okay, so this is the endpoint, a simple endpoint which gives us the user role. Now we can just go to this workspace id page, and in here along with this I'm going to get the user role, and let's wrap this one inside the promise.all, the first call to get the workspace related details, and the another one is to get the workspace role. So that one like we did, so I'm just going to add as part of this api.ts library file. Okay, so here let me just add in this, copy this one, and here instead of this settings it's going to be workspace role, and props it's going to be workspace id user id, and the endpoint get instead of this settings this is going to be user role, and here I need to attach in this workspace id which is the workspace id and user id. Okay, if it's not okay, let's just return null, else we are going to return this, and this one should change it to user permission. Okay, fine. This is get user workspace role. Fine, now we have this function. Let's go to this, and here I'm just going to import the function which we just created. So here the get user workspace role, and pass in this workspace id along with that the user id. Okay, so once I get this user role in dashboard header, so let's just change that so that I can wrap in the children inside that. So in this header, dashboard header, the props, let me just add in this children, which again it's going to be React node or type. Let me just get this children things. Okay, so basically the user whatever we have, let me add in this one div, and inside there along with this user I'm just going to add in this the children components that will be passing, and let's just make this one as a flex, and items I'm going to center and have some gap, and if it's a smaller let's have more gap. Okay, so now I can just pass in the children into inside this component, this dashboard header. So there I'm just going to here add in this check. So here Here let me just add in this user role. Where is this? Okay, where did I? Okay, not in here. Here in this page. So here I'm just going to add in this dashboard header, and inside this let's do check now if this user role is equals to admin, or this user role is equals to owner. Only then we will show this component, which is invite users, which we should work on now, and pass in here workspace related details. Okay, fine. This is the thing. So if I just go to this workspace, and now let's work on this invite users and have something to see on the UI. Okay, so inside this invite users component, let's add in this dialog trigger as a child, and I'm going to add in this button, and inside this button let's add in the span text like invite, and below this I'm going to add in this users plus 2 icon. Size, let's say I'm going to have this as 18. Okay, so we should see the button here. Why are we not seeing this? Okay, what is this on our way role? Okay, so here on this subscription it's admin. Okay, I should see this component. Okay, so this invite thing, let's just make this size of this to be icon, and this styling for this, and also variant, let's make this one to be ghost. Okay, ideally I should be having this. Okay, let's just check this workspace thing, dashboard workspace, and let's just add in here without this thing. Then what is the value that I'm getting here? Let me just console here user role. Okay, so I just wanted to see what is it. Okay, user role is null. Let's go here, the workspace. Okay, that's because it should be equals to workspace ID. So if I just check this endpoint user role, okay, it's not space. Library api.ts, so workspace ID. Now we should see this one, still this user. Okay, let's go to this endpoint user role, console dot log user details. I just wanted to see the details of this, the workspace ID. Okay, get user underscore role, it's not found. API workspace get user underscore role. Okay, what is wrong in here? I'm not able to call this endpoint. Let's just double check here. Did I make anything? Workspace get user role, and I'm just passing in this workspace ID. Okay, okay, just let me check this endpoint. So the issue is this slash, extra slash that we added, and now if we just see or try refreshing this again. Okay, workspace ID. It's a strange user role, workspace ID. Okay, here I need to attach in this ampersand. That's the reason. Okay, fine. So now we have these two things. I can just you can see here role is also admin. So wherever we just added here the console statements, we can just remove that. Inside this, the user details, I'm just going to remove, and inside this workspace ID also, let's just remove this one, and the normal invite users component. Okay, so that is the thing, the button which we just added. And now let's just progress on working on this component. So after this trigger, we are going to have in this dialog content, and here let's have this dialog header. Okay, and here this dialog title, let's say invite user to, and I'm going to add in here some workspace name. So we can change this one later. This is going to be this dialog title, and to trigger that, let me set this one open to true. You can see invite user to workspace name, and after this, let me add in this dialog description here, just some content related to sharing access to other users. Okay, something like this. I'm just adding this as a placeholder for now, and let's just remove this. We'll control this one later. That's the header, and after this header we are going to work on the content of this dialog thing. And before even that, the dialog or the styling for this thing, let's add in some background primary color 10, and also the text color, let's make this one also primary color. Okay, and this font, let's make this one to be semi bold, and our background, let's make this one to primary, and here this our text color, let's make this to white. Height, let's make this one to be 9, and rounded, I'm going to make this MD, and padding in all direction, let's have 3, and width, let's have this auto. Yep, and in space, in x direction, let's say 2. Okay, so that's the styling for this one, and here as well, let's just by default have this hidden, and if it's a smaller screen, let's have this inline. Okay, fine. Now we need to work on the content of this dialog, and for that I'm just going to create a new component here. Let's name this one as the invite content.tsx. So this one again, let's make this as this client side component, and here as usual, let's add in a simple component as a simple fragment, and for this the props, again it's going to be workspace. So let me just create in here the props workspace. So I can create the standard interface for props to the component that we can import, but I just wanted this flexibility so that we can add in whatever we want specific to that particular component. So I'm just adding it this way. Whichever works for you, you can just add it. And here let's just add in this props. Okay, so workspace, and now here after this header, let's have this invite content and pass in this workspace for this thing. Okay, now here inside this, so basically what is it that we are going to have here is the invite URL that we'll have, and also the button to something like regenerate URL, and also the adding the icon, and also selecting the role for the user, like the admin, editor, and the viewer, and also the other content like that. So I'm just going to add in the component for this, so we can just see this one live in the right side. If I just set this one to true, so now here let's just add in this div, and inside this again I'm just adding in the div here. The first thing is the link, add in some so basically okay, so not this let's have this link icon. So let's just remove this one. Okay, and I'm just going to add in some size for this, let's say 18. Okay, yep, so that is a thing. And after this, in our card, let's add in this standard open delay 250 milliseconds, close delay 250 milliseconds, and in here let's add in this trigger as the child, and inside this let's add some text here. I'm going to add in this URL. So this URL to get the URL, let's say I'm going to create a simple variable for it to store. So let's add in here. So basically I'm just going to kind of, this is going to be a code, so I'm just going to create in here this invite URL. Let's wrap this one inside this use memo, and here this is going to change based on the code that we have. So, and also for us to send the invite and all of that thing, so the major thing that we need to first do is change our schema for our table, the workspace table. So basically okay, so here I'm going to add in this invite code which is going to be of type string, and add this unique, the admin code, this also it's going to be unique, and this can edit code, this also let's add in this unique, and then finally the read only code, this one also is going to be unique. Okay, so this is what we added, and let's generate a migration for this. Migrate what happened? Okay, for this default okay, so I'm just going to add in here this default as the string to existing rows. Okay, and now let me just migrate this, and here let me apply added invite codes to workspace. Again the error, what is this? Okay, they should be unique, and we don't have this. Okay, that's fine for now. Let me just delete all of this, and I'm just going to remove this one. Okay, so now here let me just migrate this one. Okay, fine. So now we should be having let me just refresh the studio again. So this one should be updated now, so I'm just refreshing this workspace. Okay, so if I just see in here the migrations, okay, let me run this once again, the migrations. Okay, here updated invite codes to workspace. Okay, and now we should be having this one, so let me just restart this studio. Okay, so let me just refresh this one again. Okay, still let's see this one. Okay, this is there, that's fine. Okay, now we added this one into our workspace, into our invite content component, where we are trying to have the invite URL. So let's the invite content here, let me just destructure those values. So here the first the ID and the admin code, can edit code, the invite code, and then the read-only code. Okay, so the thing that I'm preparing here, the invite URL, so basically this is going to depend on the invite code, the admin code, and the all of the codes, read-only code and can edit code, and also the language. So here I'm going to get this using this use local, so pass in this language, and then the selected rule. Okay, that we will have that as the as part of our dialog content. So this let me just maintain here the local variable set selected role. This one, let's by default have this one as the viewer admin, then this editor. By default I'm passing in this as editor, and now let's attach in this the selected role as well. Now inside this, let's try to generate this code. So the share code, basically here let's use the switch statement based upon the selected role. If the case is the admin, I'm going to return here this admin code, and if case is the editor, let's return the can edit code, and if case is view, or let's return here this read-only code. Okay, fine. And here after this we are going to return whatever this domain, the value that we have, and attach in this language, and the dashboard, and this one the invite which we don't have at the page, and attach in this the invite code, and the role which it's going to be the selected role, and also the share code I'm going to attach in here. This one, it's going to be the function that we have above. Okay, so this is going to be our invite URL, where we are going to redirect the user to this page, and we will accordingly give an access to that user to that specific workspace, which we are going to create this page eventually. Okay, so now we have this invite URL, and this is what I'll be adding in here. So let's just go to, okay, this one, let's sign in. Let me sign in this one. Okay, so here inside this, what, okay, we just deleted all data, that's why, that's fine. Let's remove this. There is an error due to that. Okay, it's reloading, so let's wait us to enter values. Okay, it is still loading. Okay, let me just restart this application. So it's compiling this onboarding page, and we'll just enter the first step, second step, third step details thing, and then we'll go to dashboard section, the page that we are currently working on. So let me just enter this values, and for study continue, add in this value for workspace icon. I'm just leaving this, and let's start. Okay, what is the problem? Something definitely went wrong. Did we mark anything in here? Okay. Okay, so something went wrong. I can debug this later, that's fine. But in here we don't have any workspace, so let me just create simple workspace 1. Let me just create workspace 1. So I'm just creating this. Okay, in this workspace new, okay, there is an error. I get it. Why? That's because we have this rows created, and that's why even in onboarding section we were not able to. Okay, so this one, let's install the unique ID generator. Okay, and now inside this new route, let's import this unique ID generator v4 as UUID version 4 from this unique ID generator, and in here this data we need to attach in this the invite code, which I'm just going to add in all of these things: admin code, review IT, and also this can edit code, and also the read-only code. Okay, now we shouldn't receive any problems, and I understand. So this was the issues. So even if I now go to dashboard, what is the issue again now? Okay, let me just restart this. Okay, it's compiling. I can just make this user entry. Where is this? The onboarding, completed onboarding to false, and then it will redirect the user to onboarding, and then we'll create the new workspace and see if still the problem is existing. Okay, so I'm just going to, yep, let's enter this one, and let's add in this the workspace name, and I'm just going to leave this image, and now we should create this successfully. Still okay. Okay, even in onboarding thing, okay, even we have here, fine. So the problem is there. So wherever we have this one, let me just copy this thing to our onboarding route, and copy all of these values for invite codes. In here the workspace, and also the color. Let me use this get random workspace color. Okay, fine. Now again let me just refresh that. This is true, so I'm just going to change this one to false, and if I just refresh, it should redirect us to the thing. Okay, I think mostly now it should work. Let's create this, continue, and create in here this workspace, continue, and click on start. Okay, so now it created. So we have this here, the random color, and now we should have one entry here. Yep, fine. And now here we are in this dashboard, I mean this workspace ID page. That's where we are trying to work on this content. So let's go to this invite content component. Yep, so here let me add in this invite URL, and that's what we are going to show. So yep, this is the IDs that is generated and that we have in our DB, and that is what we'll be trying to share to whomever we are trying to share this one. So after this, our card content triggering point, and here the card content. Inside this also, let me just add in the same thing, invite URL, the styling part. So this main div, let's add in some space in the y direction, and in the margin y let's have some space 6. Okay, and this div, let's add in this height of 10, and width, let it occupy full width, and make this rounded medium, and have some border, and I'm going to add in this border input bg. Let's make this one to background, and also the padding in x direction, in y direction, text to be, I'm just going to make this one to be smaller, and let's make this one to be flex. Items, let's just center this, justify, let's add in this between. Okay, fine. And now in this one, make this again the flex. Let's center these items and have this gap of 4. And the link that we have, let me restrict the height and width to 5, and this the URL overflow, I'm just going to hide this one, and height, let it be 5, maximum width, let's say this is going to be 20 2 rems. Okay, fine, that is the thing. And this one, the content, let it break the words. Okay, fine. So we added in this part. So after this div, let's add in this button component, and here this one is to either to refresh or regenerate the link. So to regenerate the link, let me create a new endpoint. So basically that endpoint, it's going to help us create a new codes, and we are going to update the workspace, and we are going to get the new codes. So that is the endpoint. Let's create inside our workspace folder new folder for invite, and let's have the generate link folder, and I'm going to create a route inside this. So whatever the post endpoint that we have, let me just copy this one, and I'm going to change this. So here basically this auth session and all is going to be pretty same, and now instead of this API parsing, let's have this jar object, and here this is going to be just the ID of type string, and we are going to parse this. So if not successful, we are going to return and just collect this ID. And after this, let's find this user ID, include the subscriptions and ID, and I'm going to select this user role. And after this, if not user, that's fine, and can edit read only. And after this, we are going to update this workspace. Here we are going to update workspace, all of this invite code, where we are going to use the unique ID again. So let me just import that one, import version 4 as unique ID version 4 from this unique ID. So here I'm just going to use that function. So same thing we are going to add in for other things. Let me add in this admin code, can edit code, and the read only code. Okay, fine. So after this we are just going to say this is okay. This is the endpoint to regenerate the links, and just let's remove whatever we are not using. This delete schema. Okay, fine. So now let's just go back to our invite component content. So here let's use this endpoint which we just created, and I'm just going to create this mutation. So the other components where we have this one, let me just here let's use this thing. I'm just going to copy this one. Let's go to this component, and here let's accordingly change this. First let's import this use mutation from this 10 stack, and also this Axios, and this one let me just rename this to regenerate link, and there will be no schema here, and the endpoint it's going to be API slash workspace slash this invite generate link, and I'm going to pass in here this ID which we have as a props, and let's just remove this, and also I'm not going to collect any data. So here I'm just going to remove this one. This is the thing, and let's import here this Axios error. So this one Axios error, and also this toast, let's create in here this toast, use toast, and okay, that is the thing, and the messages also. So use translations, which is going to be the messages. Okay, and here instead of this deleted info we are going to add in this regenerated link. That one we can just change this, add these messages later. And also let me get this router, use router, and now here let me just refresh this router. Okay, and this mutation key, it's going to be regenerate link. Okay, so this is the endpoint to regenerate the link which we just created. So we can use this to call when we click on this button. So I'm just going to add in this, and this would be disabled if we are in the progress of handling this API call. And here on click, let's just call this regenerate click function, and the styling for this button. Okay, so let me just add in this here, if it's pending, let's add in this loading state size so this loading state, and else I'm just going to add in this refresh icon size, let's say the 18. So this is what the text of this it's going to be. Okay, yeah, this is the refresh icon that we have, and the styling of this button, let's make this height and width as 5 and no padding in X direction, and hover, let's make this BG as a background, and text, let's make this muted foreground. Okay, fine. And also the size, let's make this of the icon, and the variant I want it to be ghost. Yep, so it's looking decent. And for loading state, let me add in here the okay, let's add in later the size bigger or smaller. And after this div, we are going to add in the menu, drop down menu, and user icon to invite and give the necessary role. So this is going to be inside this one. Let me add in this user plus icon, and add in this height and width as 5, size let's say 18. Okay, and here let's say some title, invite or something. I'm just going to change this later. Let's make this one as flex item center and gap of 4. After this, let's have this a drop down menu component, the trigger. So the trigger, it's going to be a button, and here we'll have the text of this. It's going to be the role of value, so basically admin, editor or viewer and all those things. So let me add in this button. So if this selected role is admin, then I'm going to show this p tag, and add in inside this span. Let's add in some emojis here. After this, I can add in the text as the admin. Okay, same thing. Let me just copy this one and do it for 3 other things. If this one, it's the editor, the text, I'm going to change this to editor, and this one viewer, and I'm going to change this one to viewer. Okay, fine. And the emojis that I'm going to add in for this, let's say this is the emoji, and for editor, let's add in this emoji, and for viewer, I'm going to add in this. Okay, fine. This also, let's make the variant to be a ghost, and the size, let's make this one smaller. The styling for this, make this one as a flex, gap of 1. Let's center this items, and padding index direction 0. Height I'm going to add in this fit. On hover, let's make this bg to be background. On hover, let's add in this text, muted foreground. Okay, fine. And now this p tags, this one also, let's just make this flex, gap of 1. Items, let's just center this. So same thing, I'm just going to apply for this below p tags as well. Okay, that's the button triggering for this drop down thing. After this, the content of this drop down menu content, and here let's add in this side offset 15 and max width, let's make this one to be extra small. The drop down menu item, the first thing is for the admin section, so I'm just going to add in here div, and inside this div let's add in the same thing, whatever I have here, this icon. So I'm just going to select this, and after this the h3 title of this, it's going to be admin, and after this, if this selected role is equals to admin, then we'll have this check icon, and the size, let's say 18. Okay, fine. So after this thing and the p tag, I can just add in some text here. So let's add in this some text for now. I'm just going to change this later. Okay, so that's the thing. So if I just add in this one, so this is the text. So the styling for this div, let's make this one again the flex, the column, and have this gap of 1, and this one, let's again make this items center, and also the gap of 2, and this div, make this flex items, I'm going to center and have this gap of 1 so that they are in the same space. And after this this p tag, let's just make this text to be muted foreground. Okay, this is the drop down menu item, and here on click, I'm just going to add in this functionality. So it's going to be simple, the set selected role, we need to set this one to admin. Okay, same way we are going to create the 2 more drop downs for editor and a viewer. So this one, let me just change accordingly. This, it's going to be this editor, and here this title should be editor, and also here this selected role is editor. This is what it's going to be. The icons also, let me just change to this emoji icons. And this one also, let me just change it to viewer, and this one viewer, and also the icon. Let me just copy this one and change this to okay, and here let me just change this. Okay, this is the thing. I know the styling is still not perfect, but that's fine. We're going to adjust that. And finally, after this, I'm just going to add in this button, and here this would be disabled if it's pending, and on click we are need to have a option to copy this link that we are going to create a function, and inside this I'm going to add in this copy link or something like that. What is the problem? Okay, here let's create a simple copy handler function. We'll just use this navigator thing to copy whatever we have the content in invite URL. This copy handler, and inside this the navigator dot clipboard write text the invite URL value, and I'm just going to show this toast message, the title as link copied, something like this. So now I can just use this in place of the on click copy handler. Okay, let's just see this in action. I just wanted to check once. This is the loader. Okay, yeah, this is the thing, and this styling. Let's if you style this div, everything should be fixed. So let's have this height 10, width to be full, and also this rounded medium, have this border, and I'm going to apply this border input. EG, let's make this one background, padding in the x direction, in y direction 2, text let's make smaller, display to be flex. Let's just center these items and justify this center. Yep, so this is the thing now. So this is what we have. Maybe for now that's okay. Later I'm just going to change this, but now let's just keep this as it is. The content whatever we have. Okay, and this one let's just make this width to be full, text to be white, and font to make a full so that it occupies full width. Yep, so to just check if this is working or not, so let's see now the codes here in our thing. There is something like 4CDD on 0338 something and all. So if I just click this one, we should regenerate the link. Yeah, it is successful. And if I just check this one now, refresh this, yeah, you can see this endpoint which we created to regenerate link, it's working. So this is by default. I have enabled it to show the content, so let me just I think for now I'm just going to close this dialog. Okay, fine. So we added at least some content into the invite content component. In that we are trying to use inside this dialog component. That's what we are showcasing in our workspace page. And so basically once we invite the user, we wanted to redirect the user to, so basically the one which we created, the endpoint, the link. So basically going to this invite content, the invite URL, it has the page which we don't have yet, basically invite and some invite code. So let's just create this page. So inside this dashboard I'm just going to create the new folder called invite, and let's create this dynamic thing. So invite code, and let's create this page.tsx. So here let's have this default. Simply I'm just going to create this here workspace. Let's have this return empty fragment, and I'm just going to add in this export default workspace. So here what are we supposed to do exactly? First we need to collect the params that we'll be getting. So one is the invite code. Along with that we have the share code and other things which we are attaching as part of the invite URL. So let's just create this interface, the params. So here we are getting this invite code. This is going to be a string, and after this the search params, this would be of type key, it's going to be of type string, and the value is undefined. Okay, so this is the thing. And now let's just collect this params here, the params, and here let me just get the props, the search params, and I'm just going to make this one as asynchronous. And once we get this, as usual, let's just check this session, check if user completed onboarding or not, and the current path that we are in is dashboard invite, the invite code. So that is the thing. And after this let's prepare this role variable. So search params dot role as this editor, admin, or this viewer, or null, or it can be undefined. Okay, and this share code. So again this one would be in this share code in the search params. So we are collecting this share code, and if we don't have this role or this share code or this invite code, then I'm just going to redirect the user to this dashboard errors, and error, let's say for now no data, which we don't have, then it's indirectly going to not found. Okay, for now I'm just adding this one. Now let's check whether the code is valid or not. So I can do this invite code valid using this db. So let's import workspace dot find unique, and here we are going to use this invite code whatever we got as a param. So once we get that, if we did not find any record, again I'm going to redirect here. So now this, let's add in this errors, and I can just say this one error to be outdated invite code. Okay, fine, just the validations. Afterwards let's say if he's already part of that workspace but still he's inviting, so that also we need to check. So existing workspace, so again this one await db dot workspace find first, and inside this we are going to use this invite code, and the subscribers get this user id, match this one to session.user.id. okay, so here if we found some records, then again redirect the to workspace to this particular exact page which we know now, you will use that id. So here I'm just going to use this workspace, and here the existing workspace dot id. okay, fine, so that's the thing. And now we are going to check the roles thing. If role is not equals to admin, and this role is not equals to editor, and if the role is not equals to viewer, again here we are going to redirect to errors page and add in this as the wrong role. okay, so this is the just all errors that we could think of, and edge cases handling and all. And now we need to map the user roles according to what we can store in our db. So this is for that. So user role in here based upon this switch the whatever the value that we have. So case admin, I'm going to return here this as the admin that we have in our db, and case if it's the editor, let's return this one as can edit, and if the case is the viewer, I'm going to return this one as read only, and finally if the default thing, let's assign this one to be I'm just going to return this read only by default. okay, so this is the mapping that we have. So now we'll get this user role, and finally I can just create this db dot subscription dot create, and inside this the data, the user against this user id session dot user dot id, and the workspace id that we have, which is the invite code valid dot id is the one. User role, let's just get the value from this user role function. okay, so this is how we are going to create a record, and then let's redirect the user to the workspace page, the workspace, and here whatever. okay, let's change this to backticks, and here also the backticks, and here we are going to redirect the user to this workspace id page. okay, and finally let's just return this null. okay, and this is the logic for us to handle the user's invite to this particular workspace. Okay, so let's say now I'm just going to okay, we'll test this the logic that we just created. Fine. And okay, yeah, I think almost the thing that we wanted to check the user invite is alone needs to be okay. So fine, I'll just check that. And now the invite thing in the page, let me check this one with the other user with whatever the link that I wanted to. So let's say I wanted to invite some user, so let me just copy this. So the link is copied, and now I'm just going to log out from this account, and let me just sign in using the Google account, so which is the another account. So this is the account that I'm using. So let's continue. And here let me add in this default some values here. Okay, and here I'm just checking check workspace, something that's the name I'm just creating here. Continue and start. So now I have the link copied which I have. So if I just browse this now, I should be added to that workspace. So now, so let's say here this is the thing. So role is the editor. So if I just if it's successful, we should be redirected to that specific workspace page. If not, there is something issue with this. Okay, fine, it redirected me to this open studio. Now I'm part of this open studio. So the whatever the logic that we have written for invite code, it's working. Maybe some refactoring and all, I'm just going to do this. So if I just check this, this is the workspace and the subscriptions. So you can see I have here the can edit, and this user is nothing but the latest user which I have logged in. Okay, so now what I wanted to do, so maybe let's improve this API. I think whatever I just added, it's just we have written this as a weak thing. So I'm just going to prepare in here this common interface. Let's name this as invite code valid where. And now here this invite, this will have the invite code which it's going to be of type string, and the admin code, this one is going to be of type string. Then this one, the read only code, again this one, let's make this as optional. This is again going to be string. Can edit code, this is optional again, here it is a string. So now we have that interface. Whatever we have here, the checks that we are doing, this one, let me just move this up. So let's just do the checking after this one. So here after this, and also let me just create the object of that. So invite code valid where, and this is going to be of type this above interface, and invite code, this is going to be the value that we have in here, invite code. And after this the logic that we try to create for admin and all. So let me just copy this one. So I'm just trying to refactor this for better understanding, and that's the only reason, nothing else, or else you can just leave that as it is. So here switch role, if this is admin, so here let me add in here this for our object invite code valid where. So whatever values that we have, let's have this an admin code. I'm just going to pass in this share code and a break from this function. Okay, and fine. So now same thing for editor. Let me just copy whatever I have here, this one, instead of this one it's going to be can edit code, and we'll just break from there. And finally for this viewer, this is again instead of this thing, it's going to be read only code that we are attaching, and then we are breaking from it. And default we are going to redirect the user to this error page. Okay, so dashboard errors, and here I'm just going to add in the error message as wrong rule. Okay, fine. So that's the thing. And now here invite code valid, so instead of this I can just add in here this invite code valid where. Okay, fine. And the other things I'm just going to leave those as it is, and just this thing yeah, and also this thing, let me also redirect the user to dashboard, the errors, and the error value, it's going to be wrong role. Okay, rather than wrong value, wrong role makes sense. Okay, fine. And yep, and we can just remove this return null, because we all anyhow added redirect, so we don't have to worry about that. So this is the better way of refactoring this API, which works, we just tested. And now even the endpoints which we just created to regenerate the link and all those things, rather than returning okay in the message, it will be better if I just return this workspace details. So here workspace, and I'm just going to return this workspace details so that we can use that details. Okay, and here I'm just going to refactor the invite content and also some settings page and all. So going to this invite content, the codes, let's maintain the local state value for that. So codes, set codes, and let's have this the default whatever we have in the props. I'm just going to assign the values. the invite code and also this read-only code. Okay, so now we have this codes. So instead of this returning this thing codes, I'm going to use this codes.admin code, codes.can edit code, and also this codes.read-only code. Okay, so that is the thing. And also here invite code, and instead of adding all of this I can just change this to codes. Okay, fine. And the while we are trying to make a call to our endpoint, here after here let me just collect this data from this, and let me just add in this type thing. So Axios response of it's going to be of type this workspace. And here after this I'm going to set these values into our local values. Data dot admin code, can edit code, it's going to be data dot can edit code, invite code, it's going to be data dot invite code, and finally this read only code, this is going to be data dot read only code. Okay, fine. So once we set this, and yep, and also here I don't have to regenerate this one because we have this local state. Just that's the small improvement in this, and also the endpoint that we added. And now inside our the settings workspace page, so here inside this, not the endpoint, okay, in here let's try to get this user details, the workspace dot subscribers. I'm just going to find here the subscriber dot user dot id matching to this session dot user dot id. So this details for this dashboard. So basically here also we need to show this one in this header. If the user dot user role is equals to admin, or the user dot user role is equals to owner, then we are going to show this component like we did in other places. Invite users and pass in this workspace. Okay, the simple thing, there's a small change inside this. Okay, so this is the thing. So if you just see in our settings section also, we will have the dashboard header for that particular workspace ID. So this is the workspace of mine. So if I'm just so in this header I'll be having the invite which we just added. So it's loading, so let's just wait. Okay, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, fine. So that's what we added. So the invite thing, it's working fine. We can give the user the role whatever we want. The styling and all we can worry about it later. The content of this I'm going to add that eventually. That's fine. So the next focus of ours, it's going to be on the members section here. So let me make the members table, and also for the invite section, let's add proper text and also localize that one and all that stuff. So let's create a components for members first. Members component, let's create inside this components folder the components for that. So inside this workspace, settings, workspace, and I'm going to create in here new folder called the members, and inside this the members card, let me just create this members card component for this. Okay, let's add in the simple skeleton component members card, and for the empty fragment. So the props for this, we will be sending in is the settings of the workspace, along with that the id of the specific workspace. Okay, so this is for the props that will be passing on to this component workspace. This is going to be a settings workspace, and workspace id, let's pass in this string. Let me just destructure this props workspace and workspace id, and this one needs to be part of this members content. So the place where we have this header text, I'm going to change this, and also here the props, let me change and add in this workspace id, make this also a string. And now here also let me just destructure this, and instead of this header, let me import this component workspace and the workspace id. Okay, so that is the thing. And now the place where we are referring this workspace tab, we will be seeing the issue. So here in this workspace id, so in this workspace id I need to add in the workspace id, so which is going to be straightforward, the workspace dot id. Okay, fine. So now let's just go back to our members card. So members card component here, so this one it's again going to be a card where we will wrap in this some title and content in the card content. That's going to be table, and let me just have the localized versions for members and invite and the other things that I wanted to, and then we will develop this components. So just going to this messages JSON file, here after this let me create in this members list, obviously the title, which it's going to be members, and then the description, this is going to be here you can manage the members of the workspace, something like that. And here I'm going to add in this, you can change their roles as well as remove them from the workspace. Okay, fine. So that's the description, and after this the table where we will have the username. So I'm just going to add in this username and the permission. Here I'm just going to add in this small. So permission, so this one I just okay, and after this the permissions big, so let me just add in this workspace permissions. Okay, whatever, the spellings, okay, and after this the options. Here the option to remove the user, so this is going to be this remove text, and here again the remove related content. The title, it's going to be remove from, let's say, remove from workspace, and the note I'm just going to add in this, you can invite this user to this workspace again at any time. So I'm just going to add in this note to confirm, click remove from workspace. Okay, so that's the note text, and after this the button, so which is going to be again remove from workspace, and this button pending text, it's going to be removing. Okay, so this is related to members. So let me just minimize this console part. Let me add in the same for this as well. Here after this one I just added in this members, and inside this itself I'm just going to add in the invite related thing. So that one, let me add in here after this upload file. So here let me just add in this invite. Okay, let me just close this. In here the title, it's going to be the invite, which is the straightforward invite text, and after this the title, again this is going to be like invite to, and then the description, so which we are going to add in here, like copy the invitation link and send it to the people you want to invite to this workspace. And here I'm just going to say that you can set up roles and generate a new link. Okay, so this is going to be text related to invite, so I'm just going to add in for this also. Let me just search the upload. Okay, I'm just going to add in here, and after this the I think, yeah, we should be good. And also related to permissions, let me just add in that also. So after this one, let me add in this permissions related thing. Inside this wait, so this text, it's going to be please wait. Okay, and permission, so this is going to be permissions, and the copy, so this is going to be a copy link, and this owner, the title of this, it's going to be owner. Fine. And after this, the admin section, here this title, it's going to be admin, and the description that we need to show. So I'm going to add in here something like it has all possible rights, including to change the settings of the workspace and to manage other users. Okay, so that's the text of this admin. And after this, the editor, so here also we'll have this the title. So the title, the text, it's going to be this editor, and the description for this, I'm going to say he has full access to the workspace and has rights to edit and delete content in the workspace. And I'm going to add in, however, he does not have access to the settings of this area of the workspace or of the area, whatever we can add in here. So this is the description for editor role. And after this, the viewer role, so this is going to be the least privileged role, and this title, here I'm going to add in this viewer, and then this description. So here I'm going to add in that he has full access to the workspace, and I'm going to add but cannot edit or delete anything. And I can say that he also does not have access to setting areas. Okay, okay, so this is the description for each of the role, and I think for now this should be good. So let's just use this one and apply here in this local JSON as well. So here let me just add in, okay, the messages that we want, I just added. The missing pieces, we'll add it at the end. So going to this members card, so in here the first thing, let's get this translations, use translation. So this is going to be the edit workspace dot members. Okay, and now here let me use this, let me just remove this one and use this card component, and inside this the card header, and I'm going to add in this title, which it's going to be this T of the title. So if I just switch to this members, okay, this is the, okay, let me just refresh, go to this members. Yeah, we have this members title, and after this the card description. So here this, let's have this description, and after this the card content, which we don't have. So I'm just going to add in this card content component, should come here. Basically here the table thing that we need to design, and this one, this styling, so bg, let's apply this background, and no border and no shadow. So I'm just going to add in this, and for this title the pretty much same text size, make this as 2 times extra large, font type semi bold, and leading to be none, and tracking let's say the tight. Okay, fine. And this card description, this one text one, let's make this one base, and a break I'm going to add in this words. Okay, that's fine. So this is like a simple members card component. And now the table related thing. So let me just create a new component inside this members table.tsx, and that one, let's make it as a client side component. Okay, so and here this also, it's going to have the same props that we have. So I'm just going to copy this props and create a bare minimum skeleton component, export const members table, and here this props, let me just return here empty fragment for now. And this one needs to be imported, settings workspace, and this props, let me just destructure them, the workspace related things and workspace id. And now here in place of this one we can add in this members table and pass in this workspace, and along with this workspace id. So here this workspace id. Fine. Now in this members table, so basically here we will add in the option to see all of the members that belongs to this workspace, and some buttons like to sort by descending or ascending order and all those some contents here. So let's wrap this one inside this div. And here the first thing, the let's maintain a local variable for sorting and all of that thing. So let's name this as the current or sort. So then the callback function to update this, set current sort, this one, this can have two values. One is the ascending or descending. By default, let's say this is going to be descending. And then the translation, so use translations, which is going to be edit workspace dot members dot table. Okay, fine. And also the list of the workspace subscribers I wanted to maintain in local state. So here workspace subscribers, so this one set workspace subscribers. By default, let's assign the values of workspace dot the subscribers value. So this is the state variable. Okay, fine. Now this div, the table which we just added, and inside this I'm going to add in this button. So basically, depending upon this, if current sort is descending, I'm going to have in this button. So let me just import this one, and if not, we'll have one more button. So here let me just add in this, the text of this, it's going to be basically in a p tag. I'm just going to add in this username, and after this let's have the chevron or down icon with the size let's say 16. Okay, fine. This is the thing. And now inside the other button, it's also going to be this thing instead of this down. I'm going to have this up icon. Okay, fine. So this is the thing, and now styling of this thing.
Let's make this as a flex and have this gap of 1 and center this items, and width, let's make this as a fit. Okay, and also the size, I want it to be a smaller size, and variant, let's make this as a ghost, and on click let's make this one as ascending. So the onsort callback function, so I'm just going to write that. So this onsort callback function, here we will send then this order, which it's going to be ascending or the descending. And here let's first get this sorted subscribers, which is going to be workspace subscribers, and I'm just going to sort this one based upon the order that we get. So inside this, let's get this username A, which is going to be here dot user dot username. I'm just going to convert this to lowercase, and username B, so let's get this B dot user dot username dot to lowercase, and we'll check the order now. So if order is ascending, then we are going to, if username A is less than username B, let's return this -1. If username A is greater than the username B, let's return 1. Okay, fine. And here else if the order is equals to descending, if the username A is greater than username B, it's going to be just vice versa of above, return 1. If this username A is greater than username B, it's going to be return -1. Okay, fine. And finally, if neither, so let's just return 0. So this is the onsort callback function, and here after this, let's set current sort to the order, and set the workspace subscribers to whatever the sorted subscribers that we get. And now I can just pass in here the order to be ascending. Okay, fine. And the text of this, let's make this font to be a semi-bold and the text to be smaller. Okay, and this one, the stylings for this, it's going to be pretty much the same, except that here instead of ascending, let's just change this to descending. So let me just refresh this. Members, yeah, this is the thing. Okay, and we just changed this one to descending. And even here for this text, let me just add in this semi-bold and text to be a smaller case. Fine. After this, I'll have the text, the permission small text. So here let me add in here this small text, and even below this, let's add a permission big text. Okay, yep. So again, let's just make this one text smaller, font to be semi bold, and medium. I'm just going to hide this one. Same thing for this as well. Let's add this semi bold text to be smaller, and medium. Here let's add in this hidden medium, let's say inline. Okay, fine. And after this div, we will have the list of the all the users that we have. So here in this unordered list, let's use this workspace subscribers and map in here the subscriber, and inside this we are going to have the members details and all. So for that I just wanted to create the new component called members row. So let's just create inside this members folder a subfolder for that row specifically. So let's create here this row, and the component name, it's going to be the members route.tsx, and make this one as the client side component. And this one we are going to the props that we are going to send in, it's going to be the user role and user details, the workspace id, and the callback function to perform some action on it. So let's just prepare these props here. This user role, which it's going to be of type user permission, so that one, let me just import this one from our Prisma client, the user permission, and I'm just going to rename this to user permission type. Okay, and after this the user object id is going to be of type string, and the image which is going to be of type string or null or undefined. Okay, and then the username, which is going to be a string, and then the other property workspace id, which is again going to be a string. The callback function, let's name this one as the onset the workspace subscribers, and this is going to be of type react.dispatch react.set state action. So let me just add in this set state action. So here this is going to be of subscription user array, and here let me just add it. So this is the props for this component. So let's create this one. I'm naming this as this members row, and fine. So now inside this one, the props, let me just destructure those values. The user the props. Okay, here let me just return the empty fragment, and here user role, and the workspace id, and onset workspace subscribers. Fine. Now in here let's have this list tag, and inside this let's display the username and other details that we can perform on the each member. So let's have this div. So it should be in here. So let me just add in into this table, import this one, the members row. So let me just close this here and remove this one. And the props for this key, let's add in this subscriber.user.id and user details. So this one, it's going to be subscriber.user and user role. This it's going to be subscriber.user role and workspace ID. We have this workspace ID. Okay, and finally the callback function on set workspace subscribers. So this is going to be set workspace subscribers. Okay, this is the thing. Now just going to this thing, if I just add in the username and user avatar, we should be able to see these things now. So here let me just add in here the user avatar component, the profile image. Let me pass in user.image and the size of it, let's restrict it to 14. The styling width and height, let's set this one to 8, and default let's hide it. If it's the small screen, we'll have the display as flex. Okay, now we see one icon, and after this the name of the thing. So here this user.username. Okay, fine. And just to style this one, let's make this list as width to occupy full, and also I'm going to make this one as a grid and have the columns, 3 columns. So let's make this grid, the columns count 3, and items, let's center this, and the rows, let's have 1 and gap of 4, and padding of 4. Let's have some border at the bottom, and last I don't want any border, so let's specify here 0. Text to be smaller, and if smaller screen, text size to be of base, and height let's set this to 16. Okay, that is the thing. And now this div, let's make this one as a flex, items center, and a gap of 2. Okay, fine. Yep, that's what it is. The user avatar. Okay, fine. And after this text, now let's make this one font to be semi bold. Okay, the user avatar, we will change that later. Let's just keep that as it is. Now important things. So after this one, I wanted to have a the components to show the user's permission, and then the mode options thing. So let's just create those 2 component inside this itself, the user permission.tsx, and inside this, so basically it's going to be pretty much the same props that we have, and if it's of owner, I'm going to display one icon and have this drop down menu or to edit the user role. Okay, and the other component, let's create this as more options.tsx. Okay, so this one, so basically we will add in the more horizontal icon, and here we'll have an option to delete the user from the workspace and all. Okay, so let's create this component first, and I'm going to make this as the client side component. The props for this, it's going to be pretty much the same. So let me just take this, except that I don't want user thing. Let's just have this user ID, which is going to be of type string, and this one, let me just import this one, user permission as user permission type, and this needs to be imported from extended thing. Okay, fine. And now this component, more options. So this is the component. So inside this, let's have everything wrapped inside the div, and here let me just get this props, just the standard user role, user ID, workspace ID, and onset workspace subscribers. And this one will go in here after this div. So let me just add in here the more options, the component for this, the workspace ID, and the user ID. So this one, it's going to be user.id, and the other prop that we have is this user role and the callback function onset thing. So let me just pass in this one. Okay, so that is the component. Now focusing on here, inside this one, let's have the dialog. Again, to open or not, let me just maintain one state variable here. So is open, set is open, use state, let's assign the default value to be false, and then this translations, use translations, which we have this edit workspace dot members dot options, and also the messages. So I need to create an endpoint to delete the user from workspace, which we will eventually. So this is for that, and here the messages, and after this the toast, let's use this toast. Okay, and here let me just destructure this toast. Okay, fine. And then the router, okay, fine. So now we have this thing. So the UI components, if the user role is not equals to owner, then we are going to display this one, the dialog component, the open would be whatever we have the value and is open. On open change, let's have this set is open passed, and inside this the drop down menu component, and the trigger point for that drop down menu or trigger component, and then this is going to be as a child. Inside this we'll have the button, so button component, the icon, it's going to be this more horizontal thing, and size of this, let's have this size as 18. Okay, so we should see this icon. Okay, fine. After this one, the portal drop down menu portal, and inside this the drop down menu content. align, let's have this end, and the side offset, it's going to be -8, and here I'll have this dialog trigger, which it's going to be drop down menu item, and let's have the cursor pointer styling here. The text of this, it's going to be the remove button, and yeah, so this is the thing. Why is it I'm not seeing this? Because owner's role is user's role is owner. So in here, let me just log out and log in using the other account which we have, and there we can see that. So let me just sign in with a GitHub. Okay, so let me just go to this workspace settings. In here, this members, yep. So here is the thing, so that we have an option. So now let's the button thing, let's make this one as a text color to be a primary, and on hover, let's make this text color as primary, and a variant, let's have this as the ghost, and the size of this, let's have this as icon. Yep. And also this the div where we are trying to wrap everything, so let's make just a flex and justify it to be at the end. Yeah, fine. And this dialog or trigger, let's assign this width to be full. Okay, fine. Then after this, the dialog trigger content, below this drop down menu, let's have this dialog portal, and we'll have the content of that. So here I'm just going to add in this dialog overlay, and the class name, let's specify this as dialog overlay, and after this the content of this, the class name again, let's specify here this dialog content, and inside this we'll have in the header, so the header will have this title, the title text, it's going to be remove title, remove underscore the remove title text. So the dialog so we need to set this one to true, this dialog one. Okay, so let me just for now set this one to true. Yep, this is the thing. Remove from workspace is our title, and after this the header, let's have some warning message. The component which we have, the warning, it's going to be blue, and inside this p tag I'm going to add in the note which we added, remove.note. Yep, and after this the button, and on click we are going to add in an endpoint which is going to help us delete the user from workspace, and the size of this, let's make this one to be large size. Variant, I want it to be of type secondary, and inside this the text of it, it's going to be for now the remove button. So remove dot button, and this one I'm going to add in the loading state once we create this endpoint. Okay, so yep, so this is the component, and now we need to create an endpoint where we can delete the user from workspace. So for that, let me create a schema first inside our schema. So let me just name this one as delete user from workspace schema. So this is going to be a simple one. So in here we will add in the user ID and workspace ID to delete the user from that particular workspace. So delete user from workspace schema. This is going to be a jar object with the two properties. One is this user ID, which is going to be of type string, and then this workspace ID, which is going to be of type string. Okay, and let's just export this type. Delete user from workspace schema. This one, it's going to be the type of the above schema. Okay, fine. Now we have this schema, so just we need to create an endpoint. So this one, let's create inside our the workspace folder the endpoint. Okay, so in here let me just create a new folder for users related thing, and in here the endpoint to remove the users. So let's create a new file, route.ts. okay, so I'm just going to copy this code and just remove whichever we don't want. So getting the session and the if no session of the user, unauthorized and body, and here this is going to be delete user from workspace schema, and we are going to destructure this user ID and workspace ID. And here after this, let me get the user details and include this subscriptions, and this one, it's the workspace ID. User role, so this is going to be pretty much the same, and check the for the roles, if not, no permissions. And after this, instead of the here update, I'm going to add in this delete call from the subscription table, where user ID, workspace ID, we are going to pass in here user ID along with that the workspace ID. Okay, so this is going to help us delete, and here I'm just going to return the status as okay. Fine, so this is the endpoint to delete the user from workspace, and here let me just remove the unwanted things. So going to the components now, the more options, here we need to create the use mutation. So I can just take the mutation here. Let me just copy this one and go to our more options here. Let's just change this accordingly. The first thing is the endpoint, so which is let's just import these things first. Use mutation from the stack react query. Okay, let me just import and also the Axios error also. So let me just import this one, and instead of this one change password, let's rename this to delete user from workspace. And here there's not going to be any schema, and the endpoint, this it's going to be API slash workspace slash users slash remove. Okay, and here this data that we are going to pass in is the user ID, where we have this user ID and the workspace ID. And let me just remove this one, and we don't want any data collection also returning, so I'm just going to remove this one. So let me just remove the additional bracket. Okay, fine. And the error message, it's going to be the same. And now here on success thing, let's remove this toast. We have this callback function on workspace subscribers, so I'm going to get this current and filter, leaving aside this current one which we are trying to delete, the current subscribers, and inside this one, if the current subscribers dot user dot id is not matching to this one, so basically we are filtering this user id, and I'm just going to return the current subscribers. Okay, and after this we'll refresh this, and let's close this dialog, this one, which it's going to be false, and this name mutation key, let's add in this delete user from workspace. Okay, fine, that's the thing. And now this one we need to trigger when we press on this remove button. Okay, and I can just so this members, let me change this one to is open. Okay, and here instead of this empty thing, let me call this delete user from workspace, and this would be disabled if we are in the process of deleting the user. And this the text of this will change here. If it's pending, then we'll have this loading state component. Okay, and this loading text, let's have in here the text of this has remove dot button pending. Okay, fine. And if not, whatever we have here, I'm just going to add in this remove button text, and let's just remove this. Okay, fine. So this is the way for us to remove the user. So let's just test this, removing this the user that we have. And what is this issue? Okay, what is the issue? Okay, fine. Now we are good. So this styling and all I'll just take care, so don't have to worry much about that for now. So let's say now I wanted to remove this user. Clicking on this, so we have this one, so removing the user, and now we shouldn't see, yep, the user is removed, and only owner is present as part of this one now. And going to this user permission to edit the user permissions, here in our member rows we just added in the more options, so I need to create this component as well. The user permission, let's make this one again as the client side component. Okay, and the props here, let's just take the same props that we have here for this user permission. Okay, and here the component name, and I need to import this one, so let's just copy that one as well. So I'm just going to have this statements here imported. Now we should yep. So here the component name, it's going to be user permission, and this one we are going to wrap everything inside a div. So let's add in this, and the props, let me just get this props, and here whatever we have, the user role, user workspace id, and onset workspace subscribers. Now inside this so based upon the user role, we will display the title of it, along that the drop down to change the user role. Okay, for this, and also let's create an endpoint to edit the user role, like we did create to remove the user from workspace. So just going to the same folder where we have here the user, let's create a new folder called this one as edit role, and inside this let me just create this route.ts, and whatever we have here, let me just copy this one, and here the endpoint to edit the role. So basically again the schema needs to be created. So for this, let's just create the schema inside this schema folder. Let's name this one as edit user role schema.ts, and this one will have the user id, workspace id, along with that then the new role title. Okay, so edit user role schema. So this one, let's just import the object, the user id, which it's going to be a string, and the workspace id, which again this is going to be a string, and this new role or text, this is going to be enum of type the admin, and the can edit, and the read only. Okay, so these are the three rules that we can assign the to the user, and let's export this type edit user role schema. So this one, let's add in this type of edit user role schema. So now we have this schema, so going to this endpoint, so in here let's just import the schema. So instead of this one, it's going to be edit user role schema, and alongside the workspace add any user id, let me get this new role. And after this we are going to get this user details. If no user, we'll just show this message and check the role of the user. And after this we need to update this one instead of deleting. So let's also get this updated user details, updated user, and instead of this delete, I'm going to change this to update. And where we are going to this one, and after this the data of this, the user role, would be the new role that we have as an input. Okay, and here I can just pass in here updated dot user role as the value. So this is the endpoint to edit the user role. So going to this user permission, and let me just copy this mutation or definition, and let's just tweak here. Okay, and also the imports that we have for this Axios mutation and all of that. So I'm just okay, fine. So now inside this, just let's rename the function name to edit user role. So let's rename this one to edit user role, and the endpoint here it's going to be users edit role. Okay, and this one, it's going to be user.id, and let's try to collect this data that we are getting the user role, and pass in here workspace id alongside the new role, which it's going to be the role, and this one, let me pass in here the input param, which is going to be of type user permission type. So here let's have this Axios response type, it's going to be user permission type, that's what we are returning. And I'm just going to return this data. Okay, and I need to create in the toast and all that thing, so I can, yeah, so here this use toast, let's get this toast, and the router, the const router use router. Okay, and also the translations messages, use translations for the permissions, and the error thing, so use translations, and this is going to be the messages. Okay, fine, and the error thing, I'm just going to leave that as untouched, and let's just keep as it is. And now here we need to update this one. So let's iterate through this, the list which we have the current subscribers, and inside this, if the current subscribers user id is matching to user.id, here instead of just returning as it is, we need to change the user role to whatever the result that we got. So the existing current subscribers and the user role, let me just add in this result, and after this I'm just going to return here the current subscribers. Okay, fine, and this response, I'm going to attach in here this user permission type. And this one, let me just remove this one. We are just going to refresh this, and mutation key, this is going to be edit user role. Okay, so this is the endpoint to edit the user role, and now we need to focus on this UI part. And here, if it's pending, let's have this loading state div, and here if it's not pending, so I'm just going to add in this fragment. This div, let's make this as a flex items. Let's just center this, and inside this div, I'm just going to add in this loading state component, loading state, and this loading text. Let's add in this the wait thing. Okay, let me just close this component, and now inside this fragment, let's first check the user role. So if I just let's add in this component as inside this member row component. So let me add in here user permission component, so the workspace ID. So let's just pass in the other all the params, the user object, and the user role, and the callback function. This, it's going to be same the callback function. Okay, so we just added. Now I can just continue developing this component. So in here, now if the user role, again we need to check in here, if the user role is equals to owner, then I'm going to display this div. So basically, and also if not, we are going to have this drop down to change or edit and all of that stuff. Inside this, let's add in the small emoji icon. So, and I'm just going to add in this owner title. So let me add in here, and here let's add in this empty fragment so that we don't see the error. Okay, and here after this span, let's add in the title of that. So this is going to be owner dot title. Okay, and yeah, this is what we have. And just the styling, this one, let's make this one as a flex, gap of 1, height I'm going to add in the 9, items, let's center this items, and padding in the x direction 3, text, let's make this one as a small, and font type, let's add in this medium. Now this one we will by default hide this. If it's a smaller, let's have this inline. Okay, fine. So that's the thing. And if its user role is not owner, this is what we will be adding in the drop down menu. And so let's drop down menu component, and here this model, I'm going to say this is false. Okay, and here this trigger point, drop down menu trigger as a child, and inside this we'll have the button. So let's add in this button component variant. Let's make this one to be ghost, and size to be smaller, and class name restyling flex gap of 1, and I'm just going to center these items. And here the text of this, it's going to be pretty much same as what we had in our the overview section thing. So let's just add in this one, the user role. So I can just take this one, the edit workspace data, this where is this text? Okay, this should be okay. So just going to this overview. Okay, and not here. Workspace tab. Okay, let me just check this one. Okay, where are you? Not in route. Okay, even not here. Okay, that's fine. Let's just create this one, the thing. So basically, yeah, this should be in our invite component. Here is the thing. So let me just copy all of this and use this one inside this button. So I just need to change this selected role to user role. Okay, fine. And here whatever I just outcoded, that needs to be changed. And also let's apply in here this hidden, and if it's a small, we'll have this inline. So let's just copy this one to this below things also, and here this text needs to change to localized text. So this is going to be the admin dot title, and this one, it's going to be the editor dot title, and this one, it's going to be viewer dot title. Okay, fine. And this one needs to be caps, and that's why we are seeing this issue, admin. And this one should be the editor, or sorry, can edit, and this one read only. Okay, so okay, fine. So that is the thing. As of now, we don't have this to see this one. So let's try to invite again. Let's copy this one, log out from this and sign in using this other account and test this. So I'm just signing with this Google, continue, and once we sign in, and I'm just going to browse this new invite URL that we have. Okay, so here let me just browse this, and I should be added to this workspace. Okay, I'm added, and now I'm just going to log out and log in again with the other account. Signing in with GitHub. Okay, fine, that will happen anyhow. So after this one, this trigger point, we need to have a content. So just below this trigger, let me add in this drop down. Okay, what happened? Sign in. Okay, that will just redirect me. Okay, here there is an error. That's fine. Drop down menu content. So let me just close this so that we don't have this error. Align, let me make this one to be end, and this styling, let's have this maximum width to be extra small. Okay, we should go to dashboard now. Okay, we are redirecting to dashboard. Fine. So the content of this, let's wrap in this one, the drop down menu item, and inside, so let's just go to settings page again. So going to this settings page, and on click of this, we need to update the role of the user. So here it's going to be edit user role, and pass in here this input as this type, the admin. And if I just go to this workspace settings, we should see this one for the latest user which we added. Okay, so in members, yeah, so this is the thing. So clicking on this, this is what we are trying to open, add in the contents now. And this, let's make this one as cursor pointer on hovering, and inside this one I'm going to add in a div, and here we will add in a the titles that we had. So basically, let me just copy this one, whatever we had. So in here, this pan, so I can just remove this one, and after this the admin title, and here below this one, if this user role is matching to this admin, so pretty much whatever we had for in the invite content component, check size of this, it's going to be 18. Okay, and after this div, I'm just going to add in the text, the description of it. So here this is going to be admin dot description. So this is what we have here now, the admin and the description. So let's just style this one. So I'm just going to make this as the flex, and direction to be a column, and a gap of 1. Okay, and this one also, let's make this flex items center, and have this gap of 2. Even this one, let's make this as flex items center, and have this gap of 1. Okay, and this one, let's make the text to be muted foreground, and text to be extra small, and if it's a smaller screen, let's have this text size to be smaller. Okay, yep, so that is the thing. And now for the other things, so I can just copy this drop down menu item, and just have this 2 more things. and the icons I'm just going to copy whatever we have here. First one was for admin, so this is going to be for editor. So let me just change this one to editor, and also this one should change to can edit value. Okay, and this one also should change it to can edit. Let's change this one to editor dot description. Okay, so this is the second thing, and the third one, third role, the read only thing. Okay, so here again, let's just copy this emoji icon. So this one I'm going to change this to this icon, and instead of this admin dot title, this is going to be viewer dot title, and this one also let me change it to read only, and this one also the description, let's change this one to viewer dot description. Okay, fine. I think mostly we have all of this things. The only thing that we need to test is the role change. So to just test this one, let me see if I can make so now I'm clicking on this admin. So clicking on this admin, so it's loading, so please wait and let's see if it's working or not. Yep, the role changed to admin and we are seeing this role. Okay, fine. So now the components that we want for this members sections almost in place. In the members rows section, and the thing that we have, so going to this table thing, the component where we wrapped in all of these things, it's I think for now it's good. This styling, I can just make this one look better, so make this one to occupy full width, and also the direction to be column, and have this border, and this rounded, let's just make a small thing, and here this one also let's make this one as a grid, and the columns I'm going to make this as a 3, and add in this rows of 1, gap of 4, and have this padding of 4, and have this border bottom, and I'm going to set make this item center. Okay, fine, at least better, if not good. Okay, this is the members related thing. We can now I can just click on this to change the order, so that's what this is. Fine, and also now I just wanted to focus on the responsiveness, and also let's shift our focus to add in options that the user can do in our workspace, and all those features that we wanted to add in. So just before that, let me add in the small UI polishes. So to our invite, I'm just going to localize that one. So the invite users, let me just use this translations,
and this one the invite which we just added, and here instead of this let's change this one to t of invite text, and below this also the text. Okay, let's try to wrap this one also inside this pan. Okay, and here I'm going to add in this the title, and after this this one the workspace name. Okay, let's just keep that as it is, and here this description. So I'm just going to change this one to description. Okay, fine. So if I just check this thing to invite, this is what we added: the description, the translations things. Okay, the same thing needs to be applied to our this thing. So here also let me just add in this translations. So use translations, and here this is going to be the permissions thing, and inside this one, and here again this we forgot to refresh the route, so I'm just refreshing here, and after this the place wherever we just hard coded the values, I just have to replace that one. So first here this needs to be changed to the permissions. Okay, and after this all the titles that we have needs to be changed, which it's going to be admin dot title, and this one it's going to be editor dot title, and finally this the viewer title. So I'm just going to add in this viewer dot title. Okay, fine, and also in here let me just copy this title, this one the thing, and also below it is going to be admin description. So I need to admin dot descriptions. Okay, and we can just make this one text extra small like we just applied in the other component. Okay, and this one it's going to be editor dot title, and here it's going to be editor dot description, and here again I'm just going to make this text extra small, and small for this smaller screen, and finally this one the viewer dot title, and here let's add in this description, viewer dot descriptions. Okay, fine, and here let me just add in this text size for this. Okay, and finally this copy thing. So
This one also, let's add in this t of this copy text, and let me just add in this copy icon, and the size, let's say this is going to be 18. Okay, and also here let's make this one the flex. Now we added this icon, so item center, and have this gap of 2. So if I just click this one, now we have all of this text, and this we have this icon and added. Okay, fine. So it's looking decent now. And also in the user component where we just outcoded the email and all, so let's change this one, add in this props username, which is going to be a string, and here again this email, it's going to be a string, and let's just get this username and email. Okay, and instead of this values, let's change this one to username, and this one let's add in this email. Okay, the place where we are referring, that is, what is the error? Okay, fine. And now in here, this dashboard header, this component I need to pass in here this username, which it's going to be the session dot user dot username, and email. So this one again, session dot user dot email. Okay, fine. What is the issue? So I'm just going to make sure this is not null, and here. Okay, fine. So if I just close this one and see this now we have the actual username and email that we are showcasing. Yep, and also while we are trying to get the settings, the endpoint where we have for inside this get the settings of our workspace ID, I'm just going to here add in this order by default the surname. So here let me just add in this order by thing user, and we will just get this values by default by descending order. Okay, that's the change. And finally we are done with the members component, though it might not look great with the icons, the user avatar and all. That's fine, which we can change later. Okay, now the thing that I wanted to focus on, like I said, options inside that, and also in the dashboard settings page, where is this here. Okay, fine. So like I said, let's just make small changes to make this responsive in our the components. First thing, the user image component. So in the command section, where is this add user image? Okay, so here this the image preview thing where we have, let me just change this to height 32. So you might not see this thing, and whatever we had the default, I'm just going to add in this for smaller thing. Okay, and even this user avatar, let's change this one to 32, and if it's smaller, have this one width as 52, height also as 52. Okay, fine, and that's the user avatar component. And next, the created workspace info also inside that. The text size, let's have this one for our smaller screens, and normally let's have this one text size to be extra small. Then this welcoming component, we need to localize this one. This one, let me just add into our the common section. So let me just add in here this welcome back text. So I'm just going to add in this welcome back. So let's just add into this local file as well. Okay, fine. Just now going back to this welcoming component, so we just need to import this translations, use translations, and this is going to be a common. And in here, so we'll just instead of this one, the welcome back hard-coded text, I'm just going to replace this one with the text that we added into our JSON files. Welcome back. Okay, yep. And also this one, instead of this displaying in this way, let's change the way we are displaying this one. So the D of 0, I'm just going to convert this to uppercase and add in the remaining things here. Okay, and also this one, if it's the smaller screen, this one, else the text size, it's going to be 2 times extra large. Okay, so you can see the change here. So this is what we just trying to add it in here. So let's just go back to this studio itself. Okay, the same thing, this breadcrumb navigation as well. The things here which we need to change, this one, I'm going to make this one to be flex column, and items start, and this, let's remove this small gap of 5, and the items center going to apply for smaller screens, and the flex row also for the smaller screens. Okay, so yeah, just making this one also responsive. And after this, the dashboard header component, here where we have this 4 times Excel, I'm just going to remove all of this max width and all restrictions so that it looks better, because the whatever components we wrapped in, we have taken care of that to become responsive. So that's the dashboard headers and also the editing the workspace image in our settings thing. Yep, this one where we added this one, the height and width to be 40. So I'm going to change this one to 32, and the whatever values we had by default we will set it to smaller screens. Okay, that's the small change. So if you just see this one, okay, and even in this image preview, let's add in this one for smaller thing. By default, let's add in this height and width to be 32. Same thing, I'm just going to copy this one and apply the same for this as well. Okay, this one, if you just make that responsive and check, you will see the changes in preview in the right hand side. That's fine. And finally, in our the options sidebar component, here the width also, let me just add in the width as 48, and from smaller screens onwards it's going to be 64. Okay, so yeah, so just the trying to make this as responsive, I can show that, but that's fine. So after this let's focus on adding the options to our sidebar. So for that, I'm just going to create a new component to have the list of the options to be showcased as part of the workspace things. So I can just add in inside this options sidebar component the new folder specifically for workspace related thing. So workspace options, and inside this let me create in the new file called workspace options.tsx. Okay, so and let's make this one as the client side component, and this one, it's going to be simple component, and I'm just going to add in few workspace option fields, and let's see this component in our UI. Okay, and the as usual, let's create an interface for props and the bare skeleton component. The props for this, we are going to pass in the workspace ID, which is going to be of type string. Okay, and here let me just create a simple component called workspace options, and here let me just return the empty fragment for now, and the props the workspace ID. Okay, so I'm just going to destructure this workspace ID, and this one we need to show as part of our settings workspace. Okay, so this one I can just show in the options sidebar component here. Let's try to get this workspace ID, so that I can do using this URL workspace ID Okay, this it's going to be either of type string or the undefined, and here I'm just going to split this one by slash and get the third value, and now I can get this workspace ID, which it's going to be URL workspace ID. If there is this one, I'm just going to collect this value, else empty string. And now like this, I need to add in the options. If this path name includes the dashboard workspace and the workspace ID, then we are going to show this component which we are going to create now. This workspace options, okay, and I'm going to pass in this workspace ID. Fine. This is the small addition of the component that we are going to create. So let me just create this one, and also let's do one thing. Options things. So I'm going to just create here inside this new subfolder for just better organization related to settings, the settings options folder, and whatever we have this settings and settings workspace, let me just move to this folder. Okay, fine, and I just need to update the imports for this. Okay, let's, yep. Okay, fine. Where else we have this problem? Let me just try to refresh this. Okay, I just relocated this one, and all we need to do is change in our options sidebar the settings, which is changed, and even this one. Okay, and in this shortcuts sidebar, the okay, fine, that's the only place we are referring to. And now here in the workspace options component, what happened to this thing? Let me just refresh this again. Okay, fine, so we don't have any issues, that's fine. So now inside this one, for this also let's add in the localized versions here. Let me add this one as the workspace option, so the place where we have this theme. So here I'm just going to add in the workspace options. So here we are going to add in first the shortcuts, okay, and after this the task that are going to be part of this workspace. Okay, let me make this one also small case. Okay, shortcuts, and after this the mind maps, which is going to be really interesting to develop. And so here let me add in this mind maps and the schedules, kind of the calendar component which we will create, and the study section. So here I'm just going to add in this thing, and after this the files. Okay, so these are the workspace options. So let me just go to this as well,
and add in here also the same. Okay, fine. So we just have this options in the thing, so I'm just going to use this one. So let's use this use translations, and this is going to be the settings, the sidebar dot workspace options. Okay, now I'm just going to prepare this fields. Let's create a list for that. Here I'm like we did, it's going to have an icon, title, and a reference link for that. Let's name this one as the workspace options fields, and let's wrap this one inside this use memo. And here this one, it's going to depend on this workspace ID and this the translations. Okay, and here now this is going to be a list of objects, so I can just add in here this list of objects. First the href, and so this one we don't have any of these pages created, but I'm just going to add this as a placeholders for now, the workspace page, and the particular workspace ID, and inside this the tasks page. Okay, so that's the first thing. And icon, let's add in this the pencil ruler. Okay, and the size, let's set this one to 20, and below this we'll have this title where we added as part of our messages. Now this is going to be t of tasks. Okay, so this is the first thing. Let me just copy this and we'll add in for other things. Okay, fine. So after this one, this second one, let me add in this mind maps, and here let's, instead of this pencil, let's add in this map icon, and the title of this, it's going to be mind underscore maps. Okay, and this one, let's change it to schedules, and this, instead of this ruler, let's add in this calendar related icon. I'm going to add in this calendar range icon, and the text of this one, let's change it to schedules. Okay, and this one, the study section, let's change this one to smaller case. This one, the icon, I'm going to add in this brain icon. Okay, the text needs to be study, so let's just change this one. And finally this one, the files section, the pencil ruler, let me change this to files, and the text also, let me change it to files in caps. Okay, this needs to be imported. Okay, fine. So this is the workspace options fields that we have, and now we'll try to show this one in the UI. Okay, so here in the div, now inside this, let me add in some title. This is going to be first the shortcuts. Okay, and after this, so this after this one, let me add in this div, and here the workspace options fields that we prepared, and here this map thing, let's get this field and the index, and now here I'm going to use this active link component which we prepared and pass in this href and all those properties to this component. href, this is going to be field.href, and variant, let's make this one to be ghost. Size, let's make this one to be small, and this one we can see here. If I go to this workspace section, okay, I need to close this one, okay, fine. And here let me just have in this icon. Along with that, I'm just going to showcase this title and styling for this active link. Okay, it's reloading. Let's see this one. Let's make this one to be width full, flex, and justify. I'm just going to add in this start and items. Let's center them, and gap of 2. Okay, this is the shortcuts that we are seeing. Okay, fine. And the text of this, let's make this one extra small, and if it's a smaller screen, let's have this small text size, and let's make this uppercase, and text, let's mute this one foreground. Okay, yep, that's the thing. And this div where we have all of our fields, let's make this one as a column. I'm going to add in some more gap and width full, and let's have some margin top. Yep, so these are the stylings for this, and this is like workspace options component. Okay, so now slowly what we will do is, let's start to make a page for each of the option. The first thing is, I'm going to create a page for tasks. So inside this dashboard, so if I just minimize this one, workspace ID, let me create a new folder for task. Okay, let's rename this one for task, and inside this I'm just going to create the page.tsx, and alongside the loading component. So let me just create a loading file, loading.tsx, and here whatever we have here, I'm just going to use this, the loading section. Okay, and the page component, let's for now make this as a placeholder. So whatever we have here, let me just copy this one, and here let's change this one. Instead of this workspace, make this one as the tasks, and let's export this one as the tasks. Okay, and also here the text of this, for now let's just keep this as a default page. That's fine. I'm just going to change eventually. The title I can just add in alongside the workspace ID. I'm going to add in this tasks page. Okay, fine. That's the thing. And let's say I just click on this task now, we should be redirected to the tasks page. Yep, it's a loader, and we are on this tasks page. Fine. Okay, now the breadcrumbs nav component that I have, I'm just going to add in the optional prop, the workspace link. Okay, so to just clicking on that again takes us to home page of our workspace. in the header section here, I'm just going to add in here alongside the workspace link, which is going to be a string. So let me just get this workspace reference, and this one, what we are going to do is basically the link where we have this one, instead of just adding this as the href. So if we have this workspace ref and the path names dot length -1, then I'm going to add in this workspace ref. Else whatever we have this href, I'm just going to keep that as it is. And here as well, so basically the available routes with translation dot includes this link. Let's have this uppercase translated thing. Okay, else let's have this normal link. Okay, so I can just remove this brackets. Okay, just a small change, not much of a thing. So basically here to the breadcrumbs, I'm just adding the additional prop to this component. So now the place where we are referring this one in the dashboard header, I can add in for this also the prop here, the workspace href, which is optional. This is going to be a string. Let me just get this workspace reference, and I can just pass on this one to this component workspace thing. Okay, fine. Did I not make this as optional? Okay, it's reloading, that's fine. Okay, yep. And also in our routes, we need to add in the tasks now in this thing. Here after this theme, let me add in the task which we are currently focusing on. Okay, so this is going to be thing. So now let's just copy this one to this localized JSON also. Okay, now we just created the placeholder tasks page and all. Now we need to work on that. Instead of the workspace name and ID, the hard-coded task page text, we need to create a components for that. For that, let me create a new folder inside these components. Inside this components folder, I'm just going to create a new folder related to tasks. So this is going to be the tasks folder, and here I'm just going to create a new component. Let's say now for our new tasks, so let's just create a placeholder component for now. So here this new task.tsx, and here this export const new task, and in here I'm just going to return here the text as new task component. Okay, now inside our the tasks page, let's replace this one with our new task component. So for us to have the something inside this new task component, I have to create the kind of like editor component where we can edit content. So for that, let's again create a subfolder called editor. So this is really important, so you'll understand eventually what this signifies. So I'm just going to create in here this editor, and again all I'm just trying to create a placeholders now in this editor. Let's create first the container. Okay, and after this I'll have the title related things, the edits that we can do, and after this the main file, the editor .tsx, where we'll try to wrap all of the sub components inside this component. So let me just make this as the editor component, and in here let's try to wrap everything inside the card component, and inside this I'll have the card content, and here we'll have the components that we'll be creating as part of our the title and the thing. So in the title I wanted to have a option to select the logo, kind of like the emoji selector. So I wanted to create a component for that. So for us to achieve that, I'm going to install a dependencies which is going to help us quickly select or choose the emojis. So the library that I'm going to add in is the emoji mart. So data and this emoji mart of this React. Okay, so once we install this one, now I can just create a new component inside our common folder. Let's name this one as the emoji selector.tsx. okay, and let's make this one as a client side component, and I can just minimize this one now. And in here the props that we will be adding on for this component is the stylings and the children that we can wrap inside in, and the callback function to send the selected emoji and all of that thing. So let me just create an interface for that props, and let me just remove this bracket. And first thing, whether this is a child or not, so this one it's going to be boolean, and the additional stylings for this component, class name, so this one. So if you want to know more info about this libraries which we just installed, you can just refer to the docs. I'm not interested to walk through that. Okay, so here this one, the react node type children, and the callback function set selected emoji, and let's have this again. This is going to be of type dispatch, react dot set state action. This is going to be of type string. Okay, so these are the props, and now let's just create this component emoji selector. Okay, so we are going to see this in UI just in a while. So here the props, let me just destructure them as child, the styling, and the children, and the set selected emoji. Okay, so this again we are going to wrap inside the drop down menu. Okay, so this one we are going to be including in this title section. So here I'm going to create one for logo selection, which is the emoji selector, and the actual title component. Okay, so here inside this logo we will make use of the component, the emoji selector that we are going to create in here. So if I just create this component logo, and here I'm just going to use this emoji selector component, and I'm just going to maintain here the local variable to keep track of selected emoji. Set selected emoji. By default I'm going to add in this the brain emoji, so this is what I'm going to add in. Fine, and here we just imported this set selected emoji. I'm going to attach in this callback function, and inside this we can have the children, and here I'm going to show this selected emoji and all. Okay, so this is the logo component, and now this logo component I'm going to use inside this title component. The styling and all, I'll just come back to that. Okay, so here let's just create this title component, and let's return this div, and here let's import this logo component which we just created. Okay, and this one, this title I'm going to use in the editor section. So let me just add in this editor component. I'm just going to use it in our new task folder. So let me just, instead of this, return this editor component. Okay, this is the thing, and now we can just go back to the components where we are working, the editor thing. So you can see now we have this card, and inside this the logo section, the emoji selector. I need to first finish this component, the emoji selector. So going to this component in our common section, the drop down where I have this. So first is the trigger point, drop down menu trigger, and here let me just attach in this as the child prop that we have, and styling and all I'll just take care. And here whatever the children that I receive, I'm going to add in this as the trigger point. That's the thing, the icon that we have. After this, the menu content, drop down menu content, and this one again let me attach in this as a child. And inside this I'm going to use the picker component from the library which we just installed. Let's add in this div, and here this picker component. So let me just import this one from the emoji mart react. So emoji mart react, and also the data that I want. So this one also we are going to get this one from emoji mart slash data thing. Okay, now once we have this, I can specify here the data for this. So let me just close this one, and here for this thing, the data I can pass in the data which we are importing, and also the theme and all those things I need to specify. And the other props that we can specify here is this emoji size, which is going to be 20, and the emoji button size, let's say this is going to be 32. Okay, what is the issue? Can't resolve emoji mart. Okay, we just installed that. Let me just refresh this one. Okay, okay, it looks like the module which I just installed, it's not found. So let me just check that if I'm missing something. Okay, fine. Yep, we need to install this emoji mart dependency as well, which now it should be part of this. Yep. So emoji mart and mart of data and other components. Now if shouldn't throw us any issues, let's go to this emoji selector component. Okay, fine. So now we don't have any issues, that's fine. So continuing here in this emoji selector, I need to have a other props passed on to this. So basically the theme that I can pass in and the locally and all those things. So here let's use this theme from this next themes, and here let's get this theme and set theme, and this local, which it's going to be use local, and also the local state to open this or not, to set open. So initially let's set this one to be false, and after that the emoji theme, so this one we are going to apply based upon the theme that we have selected. Let's wrap this one inside this use memo, and this one will depend upon this theme and the set theme callback function. So inside this one, so let's just use this switch, so based upon the theme. So if the case is the dark, then we are going to return this dark. If it's light theme, we are going to return here this light theme, and if it's of the system, we are going to return this as let's say the system theme. Okay, fine. So I can just import this one as well, the system theme. So instead of this one, I can add in this system theme. So this one I'm just going to return this as system theme. Okay, fine. So this is the way for us to capture the theme value, and now I can just pass on, and even for this drop down menu I'm going to set this one model to false, and open, depending upon the value that we have, I'm just going to pass in this on open change. Let's pass on this callback function, and for this picker component, now let's just pass in the theme, which it's going to be the emoji theme, and also the local language prop also we do have. So I'm just going to pass in this local, and finally on emoji select callback function. So here let's have this on select callback function, we are going to update this emoji to e.native, and let's just close this emoji picker. Okay, this is what it's going to be. And also this interface for on select, I'm just going to prepare like we did prepare for props. This is what this interface is going to be. The id which is going to be string, and the keywords which is going to be a string array, and this name which it's going to be a string. The native, let's have again this is going to be of type string. The short codes which is a string, and unified which is again a string. So this is the interface that we have here. Okay, and the trigger and all, we need to properly style this one. So the children, the styling, let's do this one here. The make this styling as dynamic. So basically I'm just going to add in that ring effect and focus visible things. So focus visible outline, I just don't want anything, and have this ring effect. So this one ring I'm going to add in this one, and offset, let's set this one to 2, and finally the ring offset, let's set this one to background, and make this one as a loaded large. Okay, fine. So that's just the styling, and this div where we have this picker. I'm just going to add in this jet effect to 50, and add in this emoji picker thing. So this emoji picker we need to add into our global.css file. So here I'm just going to add in this emoji picker custom styling, this one. So I'm just going to add in this accent, the RGB accent, this color. So you can just change whichever color you want. So I'm just adding this one, you will see this in action, and some shadow effect. So let's add in this 0 pixel no shadow effect is what I wanted to add in here, and this white, and height, let's say this one I want it to be 400 pixel. Okay, so this is the styling for our this one, the class which I just added. Okay, fine. I think the component that we want, it's almost in shape. Now let me just refresh this, and the component where we are using this, we need to handle this properly. So inside this logo component here, this span that we have, let's style this better. So width and height, I'm just going to make this 16, and rounded, let's make this as a large. Background, I'm going to apply secondary, make this as a flex. Justify, let's center this. Items, I'm going to center, and the text size, let's make this one to be 3 times extra large. Okay, that's what we have now. And rule, I'm going to set this to image. Area label, let's have this one as the emoji. Okay, fine. So now this should be the trigger point. Yep, this is the picker that we just added now, the height and all the stylings. So let's say if I wanted to use this one, so this is what we are adding this as the header. So this is what we added. Okay, fine. This logo or whatever we want as the emoji selector and all, it's at least in place. The styling and all, don't worry about that. We'll just change this one in our title component. So I can just make this one as width full and make this as a flex, and items to be at the start, and have this gap of 2. I'm going to add in below some badge and all those things, and if it's a smaller screen, let's have more gap. Okay, and here after this thing, this div, let me just add in here some content inside this span. I'm just leaving this as empty for now, and after this let's have this badge component or variant. Let's say this one to be outline, and here I'm just going to add in this task title, something like this. Okay, let me just refresh this. Okay, yeah, this is the thing, and just styling this one div. um, let's assign this width to be full, direction to be a column, and have this gap of 2. And for this we'll have some content here later, so but for now I'm just going to set this to width full. And this the div where we are adding the badge, let's have the space in x direction too. Okay, fine. This is the task title that we have, and this is just the simple placeholder title component that we have, and we just added inside the card content. And even this container, let's just create a placeholder component, container.tsx, and here let me just add in the small component like title, export const container. So here I'm just going to return a text for now as the container, and this one we can just add in as part of the editor. And here I'm going to add in this container component which we just created, and for this the styling of this card content, let's just add in some padding in the y direction. Okay, okay, fine. That is a thing. The editor, the title, logo, emoji selector, and all that stuff. And also now in our options sidebar, so basically if you are in task space, we shouldn't see this one, the shortcuts. So going to this options sidebar, here rather than includes, I'm going to add in here if this path name it's equals to this one, so then we are going to show these options. Else here if this path name is equal to, I'm just going to add in here for this tasks dashboard workspace, and the workspace id slash this task. For now I'm just going to add in some text. This is going to be tasks. Okay, now since we're in tasks page, we shouldn't see the shortcuts. Yeah, so that's what we have in the options now. Okay, and also in our tasks page where we just added here. Let's add in the minimum height I want it to take so that it looks better, 40 REMs. Okay, so let me just refresh. I think my system is too slow. It's just loading. Okay, compiling. Okay, fine. So I just wanted to have emoji selector, so we just added, and that's the minimum height that we changed. Now we need to add in the callback functions for uploading the file and also the emoji selector and all. So let's do it. In the emoji selector component, let's just change this one. Instead of having, so I just wanted to send the value to the parent component, so let's change this one on selected emoji. Here this is going to be of type string. Okay, so here I can just select the emoji and this one, instead of this set selected, let me just change it to on selected emoji. And now the place where we are referring this, let's just rename this one to on selected emoji. Okay, just the small changes might not be significant, but you can choose to change it or not. Okay, and the upload file, in here the upload file component, also the get image preview, I'm just going to change this one. Let's change this to on get image preview, and here let me just add in this image. Okay, fine, and here let me just change this one to on get image preview. In the place where we are referring this one, this is going to be on get image preview, and this one let me just change it to on get image preview. Okay, fine. So that's one thing. And now in the logo component, so basically here, where is this? Yep, here in this also we need to change now. So let me just create in here the simple handler. Let's name this as select emoji handler emoji. This is going to be of type string, so and I'm just going to set this to emoji, and here instead of this one I need to change this to on selected emoji, and this one change this one to select emoji handler. Okay, and also in this workspace, the settings section, the workspace in our overview component, the edit section, the image component. So here also we need to change this. So here also let me just have in a simple on set image preview handler, and here this image string. So I'm just changing this to a better way. Okay, that's the only difference here, not much of a functional change.
So here instead of this is going to be on get image preview, and this one let's pass in this onset image preview handler. Okay, that's the things, and now let's work on core logics of creating a task and anything related to that, components like adding a tags and all of that. So to create a task and all, we need to create a table inside our database. So let me update our schema. So here this is the workspace that we have now. So now we need to associate this workspace with a task. So the model for the task I'm going to create here, let's name this as the task, and inside this will have id, which is going to be of type id, and default this will have this id assigned, and the created at the pretty much the standard, and this would default. Let me assign this now, and the updated at this is also going to be date time, and we'll assign this updated at, and the updated by value. So this we need to add in a relation. So this one, the relation name, let's name this as the task updated by user, and the fields we are going to add in here the updated user id, which it's going to be a string. So this is the field which we refer the id of this user table. Okay, and also after this the creator. So this is again the relation mapping to our table, user table, and the name of this, let's name this as task created by user. So here this fields, let's have this creator id. So I'm just going to create below this, and it references the id of that table. So here I'm just going to add in this creator id. This is going to be a string. After this, to which workspace this task is associated to. So again this one I'm going to add in here the relation, the fields we are going to add in this workspace id. It references the id of that table. So here let me add in this workspace id. This is going to be string, and here it's going to be optional. And after this the title of the task, let's again make this one optional. Okay, workspace, I misspelled it, fine. And after this the emoji associated to this task, and this is the thing, the content of it, this one it's going to be of type JSON. So let me just add in this, and afterwards the tags. So this tags, let me create a new model for that tag. So we can have multiple tags. So here this is the model for that, and this one again I'm just going to add in this id default generated, and the name of the tag, which is going to be string, and whether this is active or not, this is going to be boolean, and this color. So the color also whatever we have here. So since we are using for we wanted to use for tag also, the workspace icon color doesn't make much sense. So let me just rename this to custom colors, and this one I can now assign this type to be of custom colors, and the task, to which task this is associated. So here this relation, let me add in this field the task id which I'm going to create. It references id of that table. So here this is the id, the string, and the index I'm going to create on this task id. So this is the tag model. Now we can have many tags here. So this is going to be list of the things, and in here I'm going to create an index on the updated user ID, and again on the creator ID, and finally let's have on this workspace ID. Okay, so this is the task, and now we have this lot of issues. So this one we need to change to custom colors, and the mapping now needs to be updated to respective table. First here the workspace. So if I just add in here this task list, we shouldn't have any problem with respect to workspace. Yep. And now related to the user table, so here I'm just going to add in after this created task, and this is going to be list of the task and the relation, the name which we created, which is the task created by user, and here this updated task, this is again going to be list of the task, and this then relation name is task updated by user. Okay, now I think we shouldn't have any problem. So we just created a task table along with that the tags, and renamed this workspace icon color to custom colors, and added relations from tasks to workspace table and to users table. Okay, so now I need to migrate this one, npx prisma migrate dev, and okay okay, fine. So I'm just here added the task or table, added task, and tag table. Okay, fine. Now we just created the schema that we want related to the task and tags. So we need to create the tasks and all that endpoint, so which we will take care, but first I just wanted to have a components related to those things. So inside this editor, the first focus is going to be on editor. So here we have this lot of issues. That's fine, that's because of this imports. We're just going to change it. So this one should be custom colors, and wherever we are referring, okay, let me just change this one to custom colors. Okay, and what else? Okay, that's fine. And here also let's just replace this one with this custom colors. Okay, the error in this is resolved, and in here that's fine. I'm just going to for now leave this type issue. Going to this editor component, here inside this, let me create the header for this editor, and inside this I'm going to create a new file
called this header.tsx. So here let me just export your simple header component, and let me just return this div where we will have the a lot of the, for now just let me add in this logo component. So this one, since it's going to be part of the header, so let me just move this one to this folder. Okay, and we need to update the imports for this. That's fine. And also this one, the header component, we need to attach into this in place of this title. Let me add in this header component. So I'm just replacing this title whatever we had here, kind of renaming this the title component that we had. So let me just copy this one then, and I'm just going to delete this one. Okay, and let me just move this one also into this header, and let's just remove this one, the title folder, just renaming to make it better sense. Okay, and here I'm just going to remove this whatever the badge that we have for now. Here after this one, let me just add in this the title component that we have, and even this div, let me just remove this. Even this one I'm just removing this and adding this here. Okay, and inside this we are going to have a calendar related to tasks, and also selecting the tags and something related to link tag as well. So those are the components that we need to create, and also related to this title also we need to change the content of it. For now let's just keep that as it is. First let's work on the components here that I'm talking about, the calendar things and other related details. So in this header itself I'm just going to create new component. Let's name this as the task calendar.tsx, and make this one as a client side component, and this one it's going to be task calendar, and the styling it's going to be the class name of type react.html attributes of div element. Okay, so inside this one now, simple, let's add in a popover component, and I'll wrap in the calendar component inside that and all. So for that let's just add in this calendar component. Okay, so okay, so fine, so we have this calendar added, and now in this component let's wrap everything inside this div, and I'm going to add everything inside this popover component, and this one needs to be part of our the header component. So here after here I'm just going to add in this task calendar. Okay, that thing we are going to see in action. Okay, fine, and so let's go to this calendar, and inside this popover. Let's add in the trigger. So the trigger point is going to be the button. The trigger, let's make this as a child, and I'm just going to add in this button. The ID of this, it's going to be date, and the size of this, let's make this one as a small. Variant, let's make this one as outline. Class name, let's make this dynamic for now. Let's add in this later. And here I'm going to add in this calendar icon. From this lucid react, and the size of it, let's say 16, and even the styling, let's just restrict this later. So basically here we need to have in this okay, where is this? In this shortcut sidebar. Okay, so here workspaces. Okay, here also let me just replace this one with custom colors. Okay, fine, yeah. And we have those two headers, that's fine, because the title component needs to be changed. So this is calendar icon, and after this let's just create a local state variable to keep track of this date selection. Set date, and here this it's going to be of type the date range. So here, and let me or else it's going to be of type undefined. So by default let me add in this. So this date range, let me install this reactor day picker. And from this library we are just going to import this one, import date range from this react day picker. So this is not default export. Okay, so that's the date. And now after this calendar icon, here let me add in here this date dot from, if we have, then this date dot to, then inside I'm just going to have a fragment, and I'll have this from formatting from to date and all. And again after this one here, let me just add in one more simple fragment, and here again we need to add in some fragment. Okay, now the header, fine. In the first thing, let's try to format the date. So this one, let's import from this date fns, and here I'm just going to pass in the date dot from value, and the format I want is date, and this in this format. Okay, and here this local, let's say this is the value. Okay, let me just close this one. So this error, that's because we need to properly close this. Yep. Okay, okay, this should not be string. and this one I need to import this local, so I can do it in this way from this date fns local. So here let me just import this one. Yep. Okay, then after this I'm just going to add in some space, and let me just copy this one and I'll use it for, and add in this some distinguisher hyphen, and I'm going to add in this for to date, and let me remove this extra space. And even here let me just copy that, and this thing, let me just remove even the space, the extra bracket, date dot from, and this is the format. If you don't have that, and here I'm just going to add in some text which says like pick a date. Okay, so now we don't have that, so that's why we are showcasing this, and you can see on the right hand side the text. After this trigger in the popover content component, and here I'm just going to add in this calendar component that we added. So I need to import this one, import calendar, and also let me import this one from this components UI, this calendar. Okay, did we not add it? Okay, we do have. Okay, so okay, fine, so that's the component, and now I'm just going to use that, the calendar, and let me just close this. So here I have this initial focus, this mode, it's going to be of range mode, and the default month, it's going to be the date dot from, and selected, let's pass in this on select the set date callback function, and this local, let me pass in here the te. Okay, and number of months, let's pass in here 1. Okay, so basically if I just yep, this is the local thing and the language, so I can just for now change this to English. So let me just import this ENUS, and I'm just going to change this one to English. Even sorry, even this one, let me just change this to English. Okay, so now we should see what happened. Let me refresh. Okay, here this local should be this. Okay, fine, so it's in English, that's fine. And just for this styling, the div that we have, let me make again this one as a dynamic, and here I'm going to make this as a grid and gap of 2, and additionally what are the class names that we get, I'm going to assign. So that's the thing. And now the button needs to be styled. This button, let's make this width fit, and also height also, let me just add in this fit. Text size to be extra small, justify, apply this at the start, and also text I want it to be at the left section. Font type, let's make this one to be normal, padding in the x direction 2.5, and in the y direction let's say 0.5. okay, and here if we don't have this date, then I'm just going to add in this text muted foreground. Okay, fine. That's looking at least better now. And this icon, let's add in some margin right, and width and height, let me just restrict it to 3. Okay, fine. And after this, the popover content that we have this calendar width, I'm going to set this to auto and padding of 0, and align, let's add in this center. Okay, so if I just click on this, yep, this is the task calendar component. So the place where you're using this one in the editor, in this header, so I'm just going to make this div as the flex. So other components I'm going to add in, and when we had some gap, and make this one as a wrap and direction to be row. Okay, fine. So the calendar we did add. And the next thing that I wanted to add in is the related to tags. Related to tags, let me just create a new folder inside our common section. So let's name this as a tag, and here inside this let me create again this folder related to tag selector, and inside this we will have components all or that we need to select the tags. Okay, so this is the thing, and let's make this one as the client component. This is the tag selector. Let me just return this one, and we are going to wrap everything inside this drop down menu. And this one, let's import this into our header component, the tag selector, and we are going to work on this component now. So inside again the trigger, it's going to be a button, so let me just add in this drop down menu or trigger component, and this as child in here button, and this button will have this plus icon, and size of it, let's say 16. Styling, I'll just add in this later. And in this span text, let's say new tag, and here let's just add in this span tag. Okay, so this is the tag selector. So this is going to be a drop down, and let's hide this one, the thing, and also here this one let's hide by default, and if it's a small screen, let's say how it's going to be inline. Now this button, let's worry about the styling. After this one, the drop down menu content. Okay, so here we'll add in some, for now, the placeholder, the content. So this is what we have. So the button styling, so let me just make this variant to be outline, and size, let's say it's going to be small. Okay, and this width fit height also, let me just add in this fit text to be extra small, justify to be start text, let's add in this left, and font type, let's make this as normal, padding in the x direction 2.5, in y direction 0.5, and text to be muted foreground. Okay, fine. Now it's starting to look better, and now let's try to work on the content that needs to go here. So for that, let me just create a new component for that, and I'm naming this as kind of like it will be a command container. So let's name that accordingly, command container .tsx. Okay, so in here export const this command container. So here everything I'm going to wrap inside this command component which we have, and here so we'll have various types of tabs. So for example, let's just maintain this local state. So this is going to be this use state. So let me just add in here, instead of this one, the command container. Okay, so here this default value, so I'm going to have, it's going to be of type list, or this new tag, or this edit tag. Okay, default, let's add in this list as the tab value, and let's just have the callback function to update that tab. It's going to be either of list, new tag, or this edit tag. And now inside this, so we are just going to update the value of that tab. So this is that. So here now, depending upon this tab value, so if tab is list, this is what I'll be rendering. So here let's just have simple command input component. Let's make this text to be extra small, and a placeholder, let's add in this as the filter. Okay, so if I just click on this, this is what we have, this input filter, and after this the command list, command empty, we are going to say this as no results found. Okay, that's what we added now. And now this command group, and this heading, let's add in this as the tags, and here we need to add in the tag related components things. Here let me just add in some text here, command tag item component we are going to create eventually. Okay, so if I refresh this, okay, this is the thing, and after this let's have this separator, command separator. Okay, and then I'm going to add in one more group, command group, and this one, the heading, let's say it's going to be new, and here let's have this command item. Okay, and here let's have some padding, 0 in all directions. This is going to be a button, and the size, let's make this as small, and the content of this, it's going to be the plus icon, and let's add in some margin right. Size, it's going to be 16, and this is the text that I'm going to add in is add tag. So here if I just open this one, now this is what we have. Let's just style this one variant, let's make this one to be ghost, and also the styling, make this one as a widthful, height I'm going to apply this fit, justify start, padding same or like whatever we applied for the above thing, so text to be extra small. Okay, fine, that's the thing. And on click, what are we supposed to do? We are just going to call this set tab to new tag. Okay, so this is the thing. And so if I just open this one add tag, this is what we added, the new tag, which okay. And now just the styling for this, the width, let's set this one to 15 rems. Okay, and this and the other things, this for tab is list, but when we clicked on the add tag, we changed the value to new tag. So for that also, below this, let's add in if tab is equals to new tag, then we need to add in this some component which is going to help us create new tag. And then the other one, if tab is equals to edit tag, then I need to add in the components. So now we need to have all of these components. First let's focus on the command tag item component. So that should be a simple one. So I'm just going to create in here this new file. Let's name this as command tag item.tsx, and this one export const command tag item. And here let's wrap everything inside this command item, and let's add in some padding of 0. And inside this, whatever the button we add, I'm just going to copy this completely. So let's just go in here and let's just import this one. Okay, and let's remove this on click, and instead of this one to be justify start, I'm going to make this as justify between. And also the text color, let's make this one as a blue color. And on hovering the text, let's make this as 500. Inside this the content of this, let me just remove this. It's going to be p tag, and here I'm going to add in this tag icon. And let's add in some margin right, size, let's make this as 16. And after this, inside this span, I'm going to add in this tag as critical. And here this one, let's make this as a flex. So this one, now instead of this thing, let me just use this command tag item component. So now if we add, yeah, this is the thing, tags critical. So just going to this this span, let's make this text to be secondary foreground. Okay, so this is just for now the placeholder the command tag item. This is what we have. And next thing is the new tag sec component. So the new tag, it's going to be basically a form field to create a new tag and all those things. Let me just create that inside this folder itself. Let's name this one as new tag.tsx. Okay, Fine. So in here, let's make first this one as this client component. Here, what is it that we will try to collect from the user is the name of the tag, and then the color for the tag, and then the ID for that. So for us to create this tag, let's create the schema inside our schema folders. Okay, so let's name this one as the tag schema dot. It should be ts file, not tsx. Okay, and here straightforward on schema, let's just create tag schema. This is going to be object with the ID. This is going to be a string, and now this tag name. This is again going to be a string, and I'm just going to add in constraint whatever we had for this workspace name. So let me just copy this one, and here I'm just going to add in this. Okay, workspace short, and this one, let's just leave this as it is for now. And after this, the color. So this one, let me just create the enum for that. So while we were trying to create the workspace, so basically, where is this enum? Yep. So I'm just going to export this. Okay, so here I can just import this one now from this workspace schema. Okay, this is the schema that we need to create a tag, and here this export type, let's just export the schema jet.infer type of tag schema. Okay, now we have the schema in place. Let's go to the component new tag. So this is again going to be a form intensive component. So let me just create that, and also the props for this, it's going to be the callback function to select this tab. So basically the values that we had tab of type list or new tag or edit tag. So this is going to be prop for this component. Export const new tag, and inside this one, so let me just restructure in here this props, and here this onset tab, and here now let's prepare the form using our use form hook. And here the schema, it's going to be this tag schema resolver, which is going to be job resolver, and pass in this tag schema and this default values. Let's set this tag name to empty string, and the color to let's set this to red, and the ID we will generate this one using the unique ID that we have v4. Yes, unique ID version 4 from this thing. So I'm just going to assign that one here for this ID as the default value. Okay, and also this tag color, So the place where we have this workspace color, the function where we have this one, let me just copy this and go back to this new tag component, and I'm just going to use this, and let's import this one from Prisma client. Instead of this one, this is going to be tag color. Okay, so that's the tag color, and now let's focus on our UI part, the form, and attach in this form. Okay, and here this is going to be form thing. So basically whatever we have in here, let me just copy this complete form, and just I'm going to change this accordingly. Where is this new tag? Okay, so I'm just going to paste this one, and we'll just change this accordingly, and on submit, let's just create in the placeholder component here, and this is going to be for data of type this tag schema, and here this is what we are going to add in. And this one, let's import all of these things: form field, form control, form description, form label, and the form message, form item. Okay, so we just imported this one. Now let's change this thing. The name of this, it is going to be the tag name, and inside this one, let's not have any labels. I'm just removing this, and after this control, let me just import this input component, and placeholders, let's just add in this as the name and pass in the other fields. And form message, I'm just going to add in this text size to be extra small. Styling will do it later. And after this, the thing is color, and this one needs to be imported, this radio group, and this label, let's just add in this as the colors. Okay, fine. And now instead of this colors, we need to import this one again from this get random color. Okay, and instead of this workspace color, this is going to be now the tag color component. Okay, and this error, let's just ignore the typing thing. And after this one, the warning, let me just remove this one, and the button, let's import this button, and even this disabled, let me just remove this and add in this on click. So here on click, we are going to set this tab to list, and this type, it's going to be button, and styling, let's just remove this one, and I'm just going to add in this width and height to be fit, and padding in the y direction 1.5. Okay, and this thing in the text would be this cancel text. Okay, where else do we have the issue? Okay, fine. Now let me just add in this, instead of here this new tag, and for this onset tab, I'm just going to pass in this onset tab callback function. Okay, so if we just go here, so if I add in this new tag and click on this one, okay, okay, there also we do have a problem. That should be custom colors. So here let's change this one to custom colors. Okay, fine. Now we shouldn't see that issue. Let's see this. Clicking on this new tag, add new tag. Okay, did I not import this radio group item? Okay, here let me just add in this radio group item. Okay, now we shouldn't see any issues. Yep. So this is the thing that we have. So now let's try to style this better, and also the button. After this, I need to have here the create button. Size, let's make this one to be small. The type, it's going to be submit, and styling, it's going to be pretty much the same, except that if it's a darker, I'm just going to add in this text to be white color, and the text of this button, it's going to be create. Okay, fine. And also this one, let me, okay, if I just open this add tag, this cancel one variant, let's make this one to be a secondary, and size, let's make this one too small. Now it should look better. Yep, fine. That's the button section, but the form styling, I just this one max width, let's set this one to 15 rems, and let's remove this margin top, and let's have the padding of 3 in all direction, and space, let's have this one 6. So yep, some space, and this input, let's have the height to be 7, and padding in the y direction 1.5. Text, make this smaller. I think now it should look better. Okay, this is for this. Okay, fine. And after this, for color, I think I'm good, so I'm not going to change thing. So let's just keep that as it is. Okay, fine. And also here this buttons, let's just try to wrap inside this divs. So let me just have these 2 buttons here and make this flex and have this gap of 2. I think we are almost good. Okay, so this is to add a new tag. This component, for now the placeholders are all, let's worry about service and all those things. So this is the component to create a new tag, and here fine, so whichever you're not using, I'm just going to remove this. So after this, the component to edit a tag, so same thing here, let me just create inside this edit tag.tsx, and for now this one, let's make this as the placeholder component, edit tag. I'm just going to add in this edit tag text, and here this container we can just add in this component, edit tag component. Okay, fine. So basically, okay, so this is what we have now, the tags groups, which we just added one item, and that's what we're showcasing as part of this. And new section, the component, clicking on this the option to select the colors and all, which we have, and this is just the placeholder component, no actual functionality. So now this tag selector also, we have this one, that's where we have this command container and all. So fine. And now one more component that I want to have is linking the tag. So that one, let me just create inside this tag folder. Let's name this as a link tag.tsx, and this should be simple component, this one. So let's just wrap everything inside our link component of this next link. Use this one, next intl link. Okay, fine. So let me just add in here and remove this default. Okay, fine. So here this href, for now I'm just adding this as home page. And styling, let's make this as the custom styling. So basically I wanted to make this as the button variant, which I will. And also now add in this tag icon. Size, let's set this to 16, and the span, let's say this is going to be critical. So this one I wanted to add in our header component after this. So let's add in this link tag component. Okay, so still this is this styling and all needs to be done. So this is the thing. So now this styling, let's make this one as the button variants type, and the variant I'm going to make this one as outline, and the size, let's say this is going to be a smaller size. Okay, and also the other stylings, I'm just going to add in some padding in the x direction, in y direction let's say 0.5, and height let's just fit this text to be extra small, and make this text muted foreground. And now this tag, I can just color this one like we just did, add in some margin, width and height, let's set this to 3. Text color, let's make this a blue color 600, and hover, let's have this text to be blue color 500. Okay, fine. I think it should start to look better. Yep, so that's the icon and the text. And now we added in this this component also into this, the title component, that one also needs to change now. So let's just remove this completely, whatever we have inside this, and here this one, let's make this one to be relative and text to be extra large and font to be semi bold. And in here I wanted to use this React content edit table component, so I can use the components of that React content edit table component. So from this I want to import this content editable and also the events from this thing. So let me just import editable event as well. Okay, so now inside this one, let's use this content editable component, and the tag name, let me specify here this as a span, and the styling and all will just make this, that's fine. And the other props, the HTML I need to provide in this the content. So for me to provide the content, let me just create one local state variable called this set content the callback function to update it, and this is going to be empty string, and on change handler we are going to update the value of that content. So I'm just having this is going to be content editable event, and this set content, whatever the value that we have in this event, we are going to add in here. This HTML here is going to be this content, and the on change handler I can just add in this, and the spell check, let's set this one to be false. Okay, fine. And this one needs to be client component again, so let's make this one as client component. Okay, so this is the title component, and after this, if we have some content, so if we don't have any content, so here I'm just going to add in here some span. Yeah, let me just, I'm just going to say here no content or something like that. So let me just add in the placeholder here, and this styling, let's have this no outline, and inline, let me just make this a block, minimum height of 0, and make this one also relative, and z index 20, width, let's make this one full, break words, and I'm just going to add in this break all. Okay, so this is a thing, and this span styling I can add in this as a text, muted foreground, and here let's add this pointer events none, make this one to be absolute, left 0, and this top 0, and minimum height, let's set this to 0. Okay, fine, now it is starting to look better. This is the content which is going to be editable, and this is the thing that I'm adding. So if you don't have any content here, or else we'll have this one. And also let me add in this on paste handler also. So basically let me just create here this on paste handler. This is going to be of type react dot clipboard event. So here let's prevent this default event, this plain text, I can just use this get data and text slash plain, and I'm going to set this whatever we have into this content. Okay, and now this one I can just add in here the on paste and okay, fine. Just while we are pasting something into that, so just need to adjust to the plain text and all. Okay, so this is the title component that we have, and now the header component looks better. We have this logo, this emoji selector where we can select this, and here this content where we can write the content, and here this date, new tag, this color thing we can create that, and this is okay. Let me just sign in. Okay, the link tag, and fine. Now it is starting to look better. Now we have this components, at least something to play with this. So let me just go to this thing, the task page, this one. The next focus of ours, it's going to be on to create a services, like to get the tags, and also adding tags to task and all those things. So we need to create an endpoint for that. Let's try to create a schema for a task and all of that. So let's do it.